and the other car drove with 2 wheels on the shoulder and 2 in the dirt and grass alongside it. Adrenaline shot through me, as much because I wondered if I was going to witness a crash, and also from fear of who these guys were and what they might try to do to me. A shot rang out, and I felt the rear of my car slewing sideways. Instinctively, I turned the wheel hard left to correct, and that took me off the ramp and into the grass. I came to a stop. I was paralyzed with fear at that moment. I sat with my arms, elbows locked, head pointed straight ahead, just waiting, certain that someone was going to come up to the window and fire another shot at me. I don't know how long I sat in that position, but by the time I looked around, all the dust had settled. The other car was nowhere in sight. I eased the driver's side door open and got out. Traffic thumped by on the boulevard, and I could hear the faint whish and whoosh of interstate traffic in the distance. Keeping time with thumps was my thudding heart. I walked around the back of the car and saw that my passenger side rear tire was flat and that a round hole was visible on the sidewall. I probed the opening with my finger, felt the strands of rubber, and above that, nearer the tread, the steel belts. I determined that the tire still had enough structural integrity to support the car. I was no more than 5 miles or so from home. All I wanted to do was get out of there and get to a safe place. By this time, the sun had gone down completely, and it was full-on dark, so I put on my emergency flashers. I made it onto the expressway, and doing no more than 20 to 30 miles an hour in the right lane, made for home. I was grateful that a utility company truck pulled in behind me. The driver must have noticed the tire and my distress. He put on the flashing lights on the roof of his vehicle, as well as his hazard lights. All of that flashing drew a lot of attention, and reminded me a bit of the scene in the desert, but I was glad for the escort to my exit. As I drove along, the reality of what had happened started to set in. I'd fired weapons often enough to know that it's hard to hit a target from a standstill. To be able to fire from a moving car into another moving car and hit a tire was either a stroke of luck, good luck for me that they hadn't hit the gas tank, or me, and bad luck for them if either of those 2 options had been their intent. And bad luck for me if these guys had been aiming for that target and had succeeded in hitting it. Those guys would have had to be pros. Maybe all they wanted to do was warn me. If so, the message was received. I got another bit of fright when I pulled off the expressway. The utility truck followed me off the ramp, and I briefly considered not going home and lose them. I told myself to just calm down and proceed to James Lovell. When I signaled to enter my driveway, the truck flashed its bright lights in recognition and went on its way. I breathed another sigh of relief and gratitude. I slumped at the wheel for a few seconds, my forehead resting on it. When I looked up, I noticed that there was another car, one unfamiliar to me, parked alongside me. Startled, I wondered if it was best to just remain inside or try to run for it. A few seconds later, a woman in a dark suit tight-walked over to me, waving an envelope in her hand. What was this? A processes server notifying me that I was being sued for divorce? A female assassin? Publishers Clearinghouse coming to inform me that I was a lucky winner? It turned out to be none of those. As she got closer, I recognized her as Joyce, another real estate appraiser. I was supposed to have stopped by her office after Jean's. In all the commotion, I'd completely forgotten. I got out of the car and stepped into a cloud of perfume. Bob, I hope you don't mind. I live nearby, and I was on my way to dinner. A date, actually. Nice place off the strip. First time going there. So excited. It's okay, Joyce. I owe you an apology. It's fine, Bob. Just fine. Just that I'll need these tomorrow. You know how it is, Bob. I'd begun to wonder if she was going to bomb me to death. Sure, I do. I went to lean against the car, casually, but feeling a bit lightheaded after the rush. I staggered a little, given the car's leaning lopsidedness. She looked at me, then down at her feet, and then at me again, appraising. Bob, your car looks a little funny. Or is your driveway sagging? I'd get that taken care of. Professional opinion, of course, Bob. No, driveway's fine. Just that someone shot my tire out a little earlier. Oh, well, only in Vegas. She handed the envelope with the film roll in it. I really need these first thing in the morning, Bob. I nodded. Enjoy your evening, Joyce, I said, realizing that I was seriously outgunned in the name game. As she drove away, I marveled at how she had acted, as if someone getting the tire of a car shot out while driving was just a normal part of the daily commute. But it wasn't. I was completely unnerved. After the brief mini-absurdity with Joyce, I returned to the other absurdity in my life. Despite Joyce's assessment that these kinds of things happen in Vegas, they didn't. I could have encountered some random act of violence, but in my gut, I sensed something more sinister lurking beneath the surface of a coincidence gone bad. Dennis had said they would be in touch. Was this the form that re-establishing of communication was going to take? Given the circumstances, I abandoned my no phone calls rule. I immediately got in touch with Gene and John. John was emphatic. I had to get over to his place immediately. It was the safest location for me, and thought that together we could formulate a plan of action. I decided it was best to do as John instructed. Gene had been in favor all along of me getting away from the house and potentially out of Las Vegas. In the weeks since I'd met with Dennis, the observers had been a constant presence, though they had stopped tailing me. By the time I arrived, it seemed as if John had already formulated the start of a plan. You protected yourself by telling us about what you were doing, right? Yes. And that worked, didn't it? Well, John, I don't know about worked. You're still above ground, aren't you? Still breathing? That's true. So what I think is, stick with the formula, except you tweak it a little bit. Go wider with the information. How do I do that? Stand on a street corner like some loon with a days until doomsday sign? That would work, but your sign painting skills probably aren't up to snuff. I've seen your handwriting. I think you're right about going wider. I was thinking of that myself. Mind if I call George Knapp? Get him over here? I trust him. Fine. George Knapp was a reporter for the local ABC affiliate in Las Vegas. He covered the usual stuff, but also did some investigative journalism into political corruption and the like. He was also one of the first journalists in the city to really poke around and into Area 51. He'd interviewed John before, and if John liked him and trusted him, even considering John's lack of a filter, that was good enough for me. John got me a drink and escorted me into his office. I was joined later by George and his boss, the station's manager, Bob Stovall. It seemed a bit strange to be face-to-face with a man who was in my living room a lot of nights. George had a straightforward demeanor and a candor that put me at ease. John, on the other hand, didn't. He was looking out for my best interests, but he immediately took the lead in speaking with the two TV guys. He was acting as if he was my attorney, not as if he was asking for a favor, essentially. He started out by making demands, telling them I'd go on camera, wouldn't reveal my name, and I would only answer yes or no questions. That last bit got to me. It's not like I'm on trial, John. You don't have to worry about me saying too much and possibly incriminating myself. I can't believe now how naive I was to believe that I wasn't going to be put on trial. Not in the legal sense, but in the court of public opinion. I shared more of my story with George and Bob, and eventually we came to an agreement. We'd do a piece that they would broadcast the following day. I wouldn't use my own name. They would only show me in silhouette to protect my identity, and I would give them responses that went beyond simple yes or no replies. I was concerned about the guys watching my house, so they left it up to me to give them a location, and they would send a truck over. I'd think about it overnight and see who would be willing to have this all go on. We chatted for a while longer, then shook hands. John and I sat up long into the night, speculating about how my coming forward on television would be received by Dennis and the powers that be. We knew I would be stirring up a shitstorm in the desert, but kicking the sand up in someone's face was better than having my tires shot out from underneath me. Maybe it was the product of such a long day, but it took me a while to realize that a shitstorm and a sandstorm weren't quite the same thing. But John must have understood, except for one thing. He dozed off. I made my way to the guest bedroom and figured that a shower would help ease some of the tension from my body. I stood under the spray with my eyes shut, the sound of the water on my skull a soothing and sibilant tone. I wondered if I was doing the right thing, half marveled and half bemoaned the fact that it had all come down to this. I wasn't prone to the if-onlys, but as the room filled with steam, and I could finally feel some weariness overtaking me, I wondered what it would have been like if I had been content to remain Bob the photo guy. And later, as I drifted off to sleep, I wondered after tomorrow who I would be known as. One thing was for certain, I wasn't going to be Bob the blank. Chapter 9. There are times when you just have to trust your gut instinct. There are times when you have to trust other people. When the two of those are working in concert, then there's a pretty good chance that you're heading in the right direction. Though I didn't know George Knapp at all before I met him, I trusted that he believed in my story, and he believed that it needed to be made available for wider consumption. I'd gone back and forth on the issue of the public's right to know about the presence of these craft, and our government and military's involvement with them. I wasn't, strictly speaking, anti-authoritarian. I didn't rebel against people in positions of power just because they were in power. What generally got me a bit riled up was when authorities injudiciously wielded power or didn't account for the fact that not everyone was incapable of behaving rationally. Again, that's going back to the idea of a widespread panic or serious social disruption resulting from revelations that there were other life forms in the universe and we'd had contact with them. I'm not sure I bought into that idea completely. I also understood that whoever was able to decrypt how this astounding technology worked needed, as the phrase goes, to use their powers for good and not evil. And if no one but a select few knew we had that power, then they would have greater reign to do with it what they wanted, and without impunity. That was not good. But as I woke up in John's house and thought more and more about what I'd committed to, the on-camera interview, my decision was based more on self-preservation than altruism. The blend wasn't so highly concentrated with self-interest than it had been, but it was still predominant. I wasn't trying to be a hero. I was simply trying to still be, to continue to exist. In the passage of time, I can recount these events in a much more reasonable, much more logical fashion. At the time, I was in a state of panic, wondering if my decision to go wide was going to fan the smoldering embers into a fire, or throw enough water on them to douse them completely. I knew that I had the full support of George, Jean, and John. That was helpful, but in the end, only one person should be responsible for decisions like these, the one whose life is most immediately going to be affected. To say that I discussed my decision with Tracy would be a gross overstatement. I informed her of what I was going to do, but I didn't ask for permission, nor did I consult with her about how I should conduct myself. To her credit, she and her sister both decided to accompany me on the set of the interview. I realized that using the word set, as in a movie set, implies some kind of fictional aspect of what was going on, but we did stage the interview at my request. I mention this only because of how the day proceeded. I had agreed to appear in silhouette, and so the camera operator who accompanied George, the sound guy, and George himself all had to figure out how to achieve the visual effects they wanted to make it look interesting and to abide by my request that my identity be protected. Because, as Jean kept reminding me, John Lear's house was a kind of secure compound, we chose to do the interview at his place. I don't care who you are, or where you live, or what kind of relationship you have with your neighbors. If you drive along in a remote coverage TV news van, with its call letters and insignia emblazoned all over it into someone's driveway, you're going to draw a crowd of onlookers, even if the van disappears from view. Most of the time when I'd gone to visit John, I'd parked in his driveway. It wasn't possible to be seen from the street, so it was unlikely that anyone would be able to identify me when I came out of the house and got positioned to speak with George. For that reason, on May 14th, 1989, my supporters and I stood around waiting while the technicians did their thing. George had briefed me very generally about the kinds of questions he was going to ask, and I had to appear on camera for a couple of test shoots to make sure that I was framed properly and the lighting worked out. I couldn't resist one more poke at those in charge of the program, and I instructed George to refer to me by my chosen pseudonym, Dennis. I'm not sure if that qualifies as gallows humor, but I did have a small sense of what it might be like to be facing a moment so heavily freighted with consequences. I chose to look at the interview as an example of one of the most widely known principles of physics, Newton's first and second laws of motion. I could still act on what I'd set into motion, and even up until the last moment, when I was standing on my mark, and George stood off camera and signaled to me that it was a go, I still wasn't certain if I'd let any words come out of my mouth. I did, and I found that the release of one was easily followed by another, and then more and more. We talked for perhaps 5 minutes. I gave George the basics. The interview was more about the existence of the craft, my role at S4 generally, and involved no critique of the program, no mention of why it was or how it was that I had become embroiled in a dispute with my now former employees. When it was aired, we all gathered to watch it at John's house. The interview was pared down to just a couple of minutes at most. It hit all the high points, and I got a big kick out of seeing the name Dennis appear on screen beneath my shadowy image. I was glad that George had kept in the part about me stating that I believed the technology needed to be kept classified. The fact that we obtained the technology from an extraterrestrial civilization should be public knowledge. I'd finally settled on that as my stance, believed it at that moment, and continued to believe it ever since. I had no idea how the piece was going to be received. I felt some relief that, again to refer to the Newtonian metaphor, I'd set an object in motion. That would at least govern to some degree what they did next and what I did next. Like I said, I've always been a lover of big reactions and explosions and that sort of thing. Being inert and observing things that are inert is, for the most part, tedious. I wanted to see how all of this was going to be resolved, and I hoped that it would be so sooner rather than later. Either let me go back to my old life, or at least let me deal with the new one. After the broadcast was over, I returned to my home on James Lovell. I didn't feel like I was in exile from my shattered marriage or my possibly ruined career as a scientist. As I saw it, I'd done nothing wrong and shouldn't walk around feeling like a leper or a pariah. That feeling didn't last very long. The phone rang, and I picked up. Bob, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? No. It was Dennis. He didn't say anything else, and in a second or two, the connection terminated. So much for any kind of certainty. So much for the laws of physics somehow applying here. So much for feeling safe and secure in my home. Without a word to Tracy, I slipped out the door and returned to John's house, where I spent the night. I lay in the dark and thought about all the ways that this should matter, but concluded as the first gray light of morning came through the windows that living or dying was seldom a question of choice. It was often governed by forces inside and outside of ourselves. But I was too tired and too distraught by all that had gone on to really care which outcome was produced. As before, I also gave some thought to fleeing, but knowing who I was dealing with and powers they likely possessed, running away seemed fruitless. They'd be able to track me down if they wanted to. At least in Las Vegas, I had my core group of friends who had my best interest at heart. Though I woke up the next morning and initially felt like I wanted to just sleep the rest of the day and many others away, duty called. Despite being freaked out the previous night by Dennis's call, I had remembered to grab a packet of photos that Gene needed. I set out early for his office. I stopped at a cafe for a quick bite to eat and sat there nervously looking around the room for any signs of suspicious activity. I stopped doing that pretty quickly when I realized that I didn't have a firm grasp of what might constitute suspicious activity. I finished up and left, scanning the newspapers in the box outside the cafe. Nothing on the front page indicated that my story had been important enough to be above the fold, and maybe not even anywhere in the paper. I chided myself for thinking I was such a big deal and headed over to Gene's office. I walked in, and another man was with him. "Bob," Gene said, "this is Gene." "How you doing?" the man said. "I'm an appraiser too. Weird, isn't it? Gene, like you stepped into another universe." In fact, the man looked nothing at all like Gene. His olive complexion and thinning black hair splayed across his pate in dark isosceles clumps. "I know. How about this? Gene, the dancing machine. Remember that show with Chuck Barris, the Gong Show?" the man said. "Sorry, I don't." Gene number 2 narrowed his gaze and cocked his head. "Hey, this guy," he said, directing his remarks to Gene, "sounds like the guy I saw on the news last night." "Nah, I don't know. I saw it, but I don't need a similarity. He's just the photo guy." I shrugged and said, "Just the photo guy." When we were alone, I said to Gene, "That's a bit scary. I thought about them using a voice disguiser, but didn't think it was necessary. Now this?" Gene tried to reassure me that it was a fluke, and he was eventually proved right. Over the course of the next few days and into June, no one else claimed that I sounded like the alien guy on TV. In the years to come, I'd learned that the brief bit of footage that aired that night eventually made its way to various locations around the globe. I thought I had some sense of the power of the media and mass communications back then, but didn't realize what a greater force it would become and how it would directly impact my life. My friends took on a more low-tech campaign on my behalf. Gene and a few others, suspecting that his phone line was now being tapped as well, started to talk more openly over the phone about what I'd been doing. He called friends and family, enlarging the circle of those in the know. The idea was simple. If Dennis and others decided that I was such a security risk that I needed to be killed, and more people knew what it was that I was doing, having those individuals with that knowledge could either act as a deterrent or increase the number of people who would know the truth of why I had been killed. The fact that I was eliminated, we believed, would confirm the truth of what I had revealed. In their conversations with others, my inner circle also stated that they had written letters to members of various agencies with the government, etc. These communications, the letters, would be far more difficult to track and interfere with. We felt that simply giving the appearance of having communicated more widely was enough to keep those who might want to do me harm at bay. We were going to keep them guessing as to who knew what, and created our own kind of disinformation campaign. I was still being followed and monitored, and Gene reported to me that he believed he had been tailed as well. I can't confirm this, and neither could Gene, but it certainly was within the realm of possibility. The kinds of gamesmanship that was going on was never fun or thrilling. It was always frightening and aggravating. I don't know if Dennis felt the same way, but eventually, on the third Saturday in June, the 17th, after having been contacted by Dennis that a personal level meeting was needed, we set a time and place for a face-to-face meeting. At my suggestion, we were to meet at 8 in the evening at the Union Plaza Casino in downtown Las Vegas. The more public the location, the better, and a Las Vegas casino on a Saturday night was sure to be crowded. As it happened, a friend and former colleague from Los Alamos, Joe Vaninetti, was in town. He knew what was going on generally with me. Gene and I brought him up to speed on the most recent events, and Joe helped us with our planning for the meeting with Dennis. I wasn't about to go there alone. I also wasn't about to expose my friends to any more jeopardy than necessary. I didn't think that Dennis or whoever might have been with him, or at whose urging the meeting was set up, intended to do me harm at the casino. But as a scientist, you know that you should never jump to any conclusions. We devised a plan so that Joe and Gene could keep me in sight at all times, or at least be able to track my location. The day of the meeting, I spent quietly at home reading. I had resumed my activities at the library. Prior to going to work out at S4, and for most of my adult life, I hadn't earned enough money to afford subscriptions to all the scientific journals and periodicals that I wanted to read in order to keep current on latest advances. As I recall, even back then, the wonderful, though not highly technical magazine Nature cost nearly $20 an issue. Some of the less popular ones, like the Journal of Technical Physics, were somewhat obscure, but its peer-reviewed articles were fascinating to me. I struggled with my focus that day, but being in a library had a calming effect on me. But you know you've got a lot on your mind when an article on microsecond plasma pulses in MW range can't hold your attention. I sat there watching the odd assortment of characters who frequent the library. I suppose that people who don't live in Las Vegas and only visit the Strip don't really think about the daily lives of its residents, let alone libraries. In the days before the internet exploded with information that we could access so easily, libraries were still an interesting gathering place for those who pursued esoteric as well as commonplace knowledge. I thought a bit about the site of our meeting. The Union Plaza Hotel sat on the site of the former Union Pacific Railroad station. The hotel still had a train station as part of its structure. I sought out photos of the older version, built in 1940, and admired its Art Moderne, or Streamline Moderne, facade, a later variation of the Art Deco movement. In the photographs I saw, the station's single-story front that faced Main Street looked like the diner that Edward Hopper depicted in his great painting, Nighthawks. Something always captivated me about that painting. The couple sitting at the counter, the lone man with his back to the viewer, the counterman going about his business. It sometimes struck me as desperately lonely, and at other times, hopeful. Those people had some place that they could go, even if they didn't speak. Some place where they could find some fellowship. We don't build great cathedrals much anymore, and our artists don't tend to depict them in their works the way painters centuries ago once did. I was in a reflective mood, obviously, while also trying to make sense of my present. I can't say that I ever uttered the words, "Why me?" when it came to my dealings with naval intelligence, EG&G, and Dennis as the representative of some larger body of people. I simply accepted what had happened. And in those moments, as I flipped through that book depicting some early scenes of Las Vegas and its development, I allowed myself to feel some sense of loss at what had transpired. I'd been privileged to work at S4 and had seen a technological marvel that defied my complete understanding. In a way, I was like some pilgrim who traveled to Chartres in France in the 13th century and had seen the marvels of the flying buttress and wondered how it was done, and maybe worried that it might all come crashing down on my head, but believed that, no, God in His goodness was holding that high ceiling aloft. Or maybe I was like someone who lived long enough to come to Las Vegas and arrive at the Union Pacific Railroad station aboard a locomotive, powered by a means that was a marvel of its time, internal combustion and electromechanical. The streamliners of that era were capable of an astounding 100 miles an hour. We've made progress, to be sure, and who is to say what a race from a distant galaxy might have been able to accomplish if they'd been around longer or hadn't been around as long, but possessed an intellect superior to our own. As much as I said that I wanted all of this to be over and wondered how my meeting with Dennis might lead me toward or away from that goal, I was saddened by the end of the opportunity I'd been given. I was sad about the end of my marriage. I don't know if I had any real innocence left to be able to lose it, but I wished that in all that had gone on, there was more time to just simply marvel at it all, to take in the beauty and elegant simplicity of the propulsion system, to appreciate it for what it was, and not think of it so much as a problem to be solved, but a gift that I could take pleasure in. I knew that the time for my appointment with Dennis was nearing. The library emitted a signal that was last call. I slid the periodicals back on their shelves, in defiance of the request to return them to the front desk. I went home and walked through each of the rooms, thinking a bit about Tracy and our time there together. Sometimes things change, but they aren't always a sign of progress. Before I knew it, it was time to leave. Joe, Gene, and I all climbed into Joe's vehicle and headed into downtown Vegas. By the time the glittering lights of the hotel were visible, my stomach was in knots. As much as I was concerned for the personal safety of us all, I knew that there were a lot of forms that the "do you know what we can do to you" question could take. I could easily imagine having all my financial records messed with, my education and employment history disappearing, all of which wouldn't be mere inconveniences, but could really damage me and ruin my life. I felt like I'd already lost so much and was going to have to start over in so many ways that it felt overwhelming. Stepping into the noisy cacophony of a Vegas casino was a bit of sensory overload, given my exile at John's house and my time at the library. I truly did feel like I was under assault. The loud noises, the flashing lights, the loud thrum of conversations pierced by sharp laughter produced a physical pain in my head and throughout my body that had me gritting my teeth. As per our plan, I'd enter alone and began to scout for Dennis. At 3-minute intervals, Gene and then Joe would enter the casino, chose strategically advantageous seats at the slot machines, and keep an eye on me. I described Dennis to them both, but I didn't want them approaching him. I kept up my reconnoitering the slot room and other parts of the casino, dodging waitresses and patrons in the narrow openings between the games and tables. After waiting 15 minutes and wondering if the rules applied about a professor being late to a class, I found a staff member to assist me with a request. I asked that someone page Dennis Mariana and ask him to meet his party at the entrance to the blackjack room. Several minutes later, I saw Dennis working his way from the entrance toward where I'd been standing along a sidewalk. He was part of a large clump of people trying to make their way deeper into the casino. He looked exactly as he always did, unsmiling, eyes focused straight ahead, his neat mustache, hair, and erect posture hardly allowing him to blend in with the more casual and relaxed patrons. I walked toward him, making myself very clearly present in front of him.
Russia
my
is
heart rate
really
climbing,
hurting
and my
badly.
throat
They're not
tightening.
able to equip their troops
Dennis
properly.
walked right past me,
They're telling their
not
soldiers to go into
acknowledging me in
war,
the
and
slightest.
because they don't have enough bullets, they
My
say,
eyes started
use your
from side to
bayonets
side,
first.
and I noticed another man, his presence very much like Dennis's, as he stood stiffly along the wall, not far from where I'd previously been standing. I looked at him again, stared at him, and realized that he was one of the security people I'd seen while at S4. It made sense to me that Dennis wasn't going to be alone. I saw that Joe and Jean were both looking in my direction. I tried to point out Dennis to them both, but knew that given the cluster of people moving through the area, it was going to be hard for them to positively identify which man he was. I walked over to Joe and then to Jean, letting them know what I wanted to do next. Jean, I'm going to go in there, into the blackjack room, and I want you to follow me. Stay out of sight, but keep an eye on Dennis. I saw him, Bob. I spotted a guy who I think matched the description. Good, but I want you to be more positive, undeniably positive about the identification. I'm going to speak with him, and I need you to witness that, to have zero doubt in your mind that the man I was talking to was Dennis. Got it.
A modern form
Jean trailed behind me.
and they wanted to
To my right, I saw Dennis sitting at a table. I inclined my head toward him to let Jean know I'd spotted the guy. I also held up my hand briefly to remind Jean that I didn't want to approach Dennis at all. It was nearly comical to see Dennis in that environment. He was sandwiched between two curvaceous women who were both enjoying their drinks and the festive atmosphere. I watched Dennis for a minute or so, and he never took his eyes off his cards. A remarkable feat of self-restraint. I circled the blackjack pit and came up behind Dennis. For some reason, by this time, whatever anxiety I was feeling seemed to disappear. The dealer eyed me suspiciously. He'd seen me circling and looking at the table. I could have easily been eyeing everyone's cards. A stupid and blatantly obvious cheat, but not one I was working. Well, Dennis, you said you wanted to meet, and here I am. What's the deal? I spoke loud enough to ensure that the dealer heard me. He was some 6 to 8 feet away. I saw his expression soften at my words. Dennis didn't react at all. I waited a minute before I said to Dennis, Dennis, what the hell is going on? What is this shit? I stared at the back of Dennis's head, noticed an ingrown hair that had begun to boil the skin in a small but angry red welt. Aware that creating some kind of scene was not wise, I walked away. Jean joined me on the edge of the pit, edging out from behind the slot machine. Dennis remained in our sight line. What the hell was that? Jean asked. I don't know. More bullshit from him. What do you want to do? Jean asked. I don't know what we can do. He doesn't want to talk. He hasn't told me where we could meet. Nothing. Do you want to tail him? Follow onto his car? At least get his license number? I was so frustrated and let down at that point, so sick of Dennis's arrogance, that I agreed to that plan, knowing it really wouldn't do us one bit of good. But at least it was something. Dennis stood up from the table and merged into the crowd. We all moved to follow him, but in just a few seconds, the crowd swallowed him up. Jean and I made our way toward the front entrance, near Joe's position. Did you see anybody who looked like Dennis leaving? Joe shook his head and shrugged. Not really. Not really, or no? I sounded more agitated than I really was. Sorry, Bob. Nobody that looked like your guy came past. Split up and find them? Jean asked. Why not? I said. We each took off in solo pursuit. I checked all the tables, the bathrooms, even stuck my head inside a bar and a restaurant nearby. Not a single sign of them. After 20 to 30 minutes, I wandered back to the entrance. Jean and Joe eventually showed up.
We'll get to that here next week.
I could use a drink.
Over the course of
Jean
a
said.
few months in
Not
1917,
here.
Lenin was able to really
I told him.
mobilize a wide range.
We drove to a small tavern nearer my house than the joints along the strip or downtown.
And these are like sort of
Why would he do
local,
that? Jean asked.
groups
He
of
asked for a
leaders
meeting.
who are
He had
motivated
backed up with the other
by
guy.
the socialist
I guess we shouldn't assume that the other security guy was with Dennis.
And you would have
Easy enough to think he was,
factories,
but not necessarily true.
municipalities, and so on.
Joe's face lit up in recognition of what I was suggesting. So, Dennis says he wants to talk to you personally. He shows up, sees the same guy you do. Now he's thinking that he's being watched. He talks to you. He's in the shit with somebody else above him. Could be, I said. I swirled the ice in my glass and held it up to the light. Things are about as opaque as this. I'm not a gambling man when it comes to people's actions, but I'm pretty sure that Dennis will be back in touch. Jean said. I wonder if he's as confused by all of this as you are, Bob. Joe added. That may be. I've got no evidence to say one way or the other. Until he tells me it's so, it's all conjecture. I was definitely disappointed at how the evening turned out. I knew that there were a lot more unpleasant alternative endings to it, but as with so much of what had gone on, this felt far too incomplete, far too fragmented to really feel satisfying, far too much like how life generally makes us all feel. Chapter 10.
The head of the Red Army, of course,
if I was hoping for closure on the experiences I had with the people who hired me to reverse engineer that propulsion system, including Dennis, I wasn't going to get it. Not then. Not ever. Unfortunately for me, EG&G, S4, and all the rest of that drama was just one part of the ongoing unraveling of my life. Even though the failed meeting with Dennis resulted in the end of the surveillance teams watching me and my house, I still took some precautions in the weeks and months to come. Among those was taking different routes when I went to the gym, went to Gene's office, or just continued to do my job processing film and the pickups and drop-offs that entailed. Even though there were no more incidents of my car being broken into or someone running me off the road and firing shots at my tires, those incidents had already exacted a toll. I felt like I constantly had to have my head on a swivel, and the paranoia those experiences induced contributed to my stress. In the aftermath of that first broadcast, Tracy moved out of the house. That made me terribly sad, but I wasn't going to stop her. She'd betrayed me by having an affair. But that didn't mean that I couldn't work toward forgiving her and ultimately get there. So she moved out. We continued to talk. We decided that we should speak with a counselor and made arrangements to do that. We sat down in his office and he asked us to describe what had been going on and how it was that we ended up in his office. All went well for a while, but I could see a cloud of disapproval or disbelief move across his face when Tracy talked about her affair and how my working with alien spacecraft and having government agents watching us all the time contributed to her infidelity. We each got a chance to talk about what we hoped to accomplish and what we'd been through. At the end of the session, the therapist sat for a few seconds. He bridged his hands in front of himself and leaned back in his chair. Then, he turned away for a moment to make a few more notes. The only sound in the room was the scratching of his pen across the page. The light through the window cast a saucer-shaped shadow on the carpet. He looked back at the two of us after that and said, "There's nothing I can do for the two of you. I don't want to see you again." Tracy and I looked at one another completely stunned. We got up and slinked out of the room. Once we got inside the car, we sat there for a second before we both burst out laughing. "We got fired," Tracy said. "That's not good when your therapist fires you." We didn't try to find another counselor, but it eventually became clear that as I got involved in doing more interviews, that whatever damage I'd done to the relationship and what she'd done wasn't something we both were truly invested in fixing. We decided it was best to just go our own ways and not make anything more difficult for the other person. I'd lost one wife to disease, and now a second one to work and infidelity. No matter how strong you think you are mentally, or how amicable the parting, a divorce preys on your sense of self and self-worth. A few of the why me moments. Why did I have to accept that job? Why did she have to have an affair and mess up my chances? And a host of others brought me pretty low. I understood why some people chose to end their lives. I didn't feel any of the suicidal impulses, but on an intellectual level, I could understand the desire and the despair that might lead to it. As much as was possible, I tried to resume my normal activities as soon as I could after the initial broadcast George had done. I knew immediately, even in those pre-internet days, the power of the media. 2 days after that first interview aired, George was on the phone with me. Listen, this story is getting picked up around the world. A Japanese station called me. They want to fly you over there and conduct their own interviews with you. Japan, I said dully. For an instant, the thought appealed to me. I could get away from here and escape everything. Yeah, pretty amazing. What do you think? George asked. His voice twinged with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. No, not interested. Mind if I ask why? You're the investigative journalist. You figure it out. George laughed. That's good. That's funny. At the time, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if I was joking or not. I was feeling deadened. It was like I was an unplugged electric guitar. Someone could pluck at a string, but it produced a pale imitation of the sounds it was capable of producing. Well, Bob, I'm kind of glad to hear that. I mean, the exposure is great. That's one of the reasons why I called. I knew he expected me to respond to that some way, ask what he wanted or something to that effect. I just let the silence linger. So the response here has been great. We'd like to do more interviews with you. Again, I didn't respond. At least, not directly. I've thought about the Japan trip. I think I'd like to do it. Maybe it would be good to get away. That's great. I'll see about the arrangements. What about my offer? More interviews. George waited and then filled in the gaps. To his credit, he didn't sound exasperated or panicked. As you can imagine, some people are a little skeptical. Anyone could have made up what you said. We didn't get into much detail. To be honest, I need to be convinced. I need better evidence. I need to verify some things. Yeah. As I'm sure you know, this story has implications beyond you, beyond me for that matter. This is big stuff. Government cover-ups. This is the kind of thing I do. If you're going to trust anyone about this, I'm your guy. We both let the pause go on. I understood what he was saying. At first, coming forward was an act of self-preservation. I had only briefly considered what all this meant beyond me being able to get back to my life. I did understand that some people believed in a greater degree of transparency within the government than I did. I had a long history of working with and inside government agencies. I was comfortable with the need-to-know mentality that drove much of the control of information. I'd seen that in action in the private sector as well. But with this, I was leaning in a slightly different direction. I didn't really see the harm that would come from revealing this information. It sounded to me as if the Russians were already in the know. I thought that people would be receptive to knowing about alien life and technologies. After all, we had these craft in our possession, and it was like they were shot down in some large-scale invasion. I still didn't know how we got them, and in truth, how didn't matter. We had them, so let's just move on and see how this technology could assist us. Maybe if I put a bit more pressure on the powers that be, they might be willing or might be forced to make this information more well known. I thought about Sputnik. When we learned the Russians had a space program, and then that they'd gotten a man to orbit the Earth before we did, the result proved to be a net positive, a huge net positive down the line. Obviously, this situation was different, but I thought that the principle still applied. An open exchange of information could be a good thing. I'd seen firsthand at S4 and in other work what happened when compartmentalization of information took precedence over other considerations. Progress slowed. I had a pretty good idea of the weapons potential of this anti-gravity system. If we had it, and others knew we had it, maybe our having such an enormous advantage would be a real game changer. It had been 10 years since the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks 2 treaty had been signed. Talks to end the Cold War were ongoing. Various Soviet republics had been rising in opposition to Kremlin rule. Momentum seemed to be in our favor, but we could have had a heavy weight to tip the balance in our favor. I told George that I would think about it and get back to him. Don't think about it too long. I'd rather do this with your cooperation. News business is tricky. People forget. I didn't tell him that people forget, but that groups and agencies like I had been dealing with most likely didn't. After George and I spoke, I called John Lear to let him know that I was going to take him up on his offer. I told him that I would meet him for dinner not later than 6 o'clock that evening. John understood that agreeing to dinner at 6 o'clock meant I would be staying at his house that night. A minor precaution against eavesdropping, but a necessary one at the time. I spoke briefly with John about George's offer to do more interviews. He thought it would be wise to do them. I consulted with a few other friends, but to be honest, by the time I did, my mind was already made up. I was going to go forward with the plan to talk about what I'd seen. I also agreed with something that George told me. For this story to have any credibility, I needed to step up and allow myself to be interviewed on camera and have my likeness and name be clearly on display. The first interview I'd been silhouetted and not identified. That wasn't going to pass the test this time. I told him that I would allow that. George also said that it was his professional responsibility as a journalist to do more inquiring into my past. I agreed to that. George said that he would like to travel with me to Los Alamos to meet some of the people I worked with and to see where I had worked. I agreed to that. George told me that if at any time I was uncomfortable with any of this, up to the moment it was sent out over the air, he'd agree to pull the plug on it. I heartily agreed with that. In fact, I told him that if he hadn't specified that part of the agreement, I wouldn't have agreed to any of the other stipulations. I also spoke with Gene about the Japan trip and asked him if he would like to join me. In the intervening days since the offer was first presented, I'd had second thoughts, but Gene seemed to think it was a good idea. At that point, I was easily swayed and was likely just looking for reasons from other people to do or not do many things. I got another offer that I couldn't refuse. George had contacted the people in Japan to let them know that Gene and I agreed to accept their offer. A few days later, we bought tickets. That same night, I was at home and the phone rang. I picked up, and a voice I couldn't identify said, "If you take this trip to Japan, you will never return. Understand?" He then hung up. I didn't know if this meant I was still being followed, or if my phone line was still being tapped. Not that either of the two mattered. Gene and I talked it over, and since neither of us was all that excited about going in the first place, we turned in the tickets and didn't go. The Japanese later threatened to sue for the entire cost of their TV special, which I just ignored. I never heard from anyone about it again. I guess it's a reflection of what my state of mind was at the time, that the threatening phone call unnerved me only to the point that I canceled the trip. I didn't pursue any other course of action. No going to the authorities, no going on the record about it and telling George. The reason George wanted me to accompany him to Los Alamos was to speed up the process. For him to get the clearances himself, to make all the necessary arrangements would have taken a lot of time. He wanted to strike, as the saying goes, while the iron was hot. I also met with his boss, the station manager, and both of them struck me as consummate professionals. They'd agreed to the conditions I'd mandated for the first interview, and everything had gone off as planned. As much as I was drifting at that point in my life, as much as I was feeling unmoored from the life I'd once led just a few short months before, it was great to have the two of them and my friends in my corner. No matter what happened as a result of the additional exposure, I was comfortable with accepting whatever consequences came my way. I was never going to blame anyone else for being complicit in what happened. I made my choice, and I was going to stick with it. It felt good to be able to trust someone and to trust myself. The trip to Los Alamos was relatively brief. Because I'd worked there and had contracted with them, access to the facility and to the people who could verify my presence there was a relatively easy matter. I took George around and introduced him, showed him places I'd worked and various aspects of the accelerator. George was clearly pleased to see that I hadn't fabricated a bit of my backstory. We returned to Las Vegas, and George said that he would be in touch to schedule the next taping session. We scheduled it for the last week of May, just prior to Memorial Day. We filmed in an office at the studio. I decided that since I wasn't going to have my image disguised, I should make myself as presentable as possible. I wore a gray shirt and a matching thin gray tie. I didn't want to dress too businesslike, so I wore a pair of jeans and white running shoes. Gene didn't prepare me ahead of time with a list of questions, and that was fine with me. We talked at length, but I knew that he was going to have to edit it all down to about 90 seconds for broadcast. I wasn't nervous. Blocking out the camera operator and the sound person wasn't easy. We were in a fairly tight space, but I kept reminding myself that I was having a conversation with George and no one else. He was somebody I trusted, and all I had to do was answer honestly and talk to George. I stuck around the studio while George went into another part of the facility to do his editing. I'm not sure why, but I wanted to be there in person when that evening's news, with my interview included, went out over the airwaves. As time went on, I thought more and more about what I was doing. I was kind of like a groom sitting in a church office while his bride and everybody else bustled about making the last preparations before a wedding. All of them were occupied with doing something, but all I could do was sit there and drink. I started off picking up a pencil and drumming it on the tabletop while considering everything I had done and what this new revelation might mean for my future. I had no idea really of how far-reaching the consequences might be. I didn't believe I'd be in any real physical harm. That was the initial thought I'd had in coming forward, that I should do this and protect myself. I wondered a bit about my reputation in Las Vegas and dismissed that as a concern pretty quickly. Las Vegas was a place where many people led a transient existence. They came here with some kind of dream or ideal or last resort mentality. It was kind of like the gambling that drew a lot of people to the place. You started out with high hopes, went bust, and limped home. I was concerned about making a living beyond photo processing. I'd signed up with EG&G, hoping to get back into the scientific community. I wasn't sure how I'd be perceived if I came forward. I damaged my chances at getting the security clearance I'd needed to work at S4. But what about at other places, like Los Alamos? What about in the private sector? That was a real unknown. That concerned me. I knew that I'd take a kind of fuck-it-all attitude in the wake of Tracy and the rest of it, but I had to be practical. I was gutted, that was for sure, but there was some instinct inside of me, some sense of survivorship that kept nagging at me. No, I wasn't going to kill myself, but was I doing something that would cripple me in a way? Was I committing some act of self-sabotage? Was I looking for an easy way out, a way to later explain whatever state of failure I'd entered into? I had been pacing for a good amount of time as I waited for the countdown to airtime. There was something inside me that hated the idea of having Dennis and the rest of them, whoever they were, win. I thought that maybe by coming forward in the manner I had, I'd done just that. beaten them. But in reality, that wasn't likely to be the case. I was pretty sure that as I sat there in that room, there was someone else out at the facility filling out the same paperwork I had, submitting to the same physical, getting introduced to Barry or some other version of Barry. The golf ball would still be hitting the ceiling and raining down bits of acoustical tile. The high-performance tests would still be going on every Wednesday night. I wouldn't be a part of any of that. What would I be a part of? I felt a gnawing in my stomach and envisioned a gaping black hole that was my future. Someone knocked at the door. "We're about to go with it," someone I hadn't met before told me. "If you'll follow me." We walked through the aisles of the newsroom along rows of desks and half walls. I spotted George a few yards ahead of me. He carried a large format video cassette in his hand. I took off after him. "George, no, you can't," I yelled. "We have to go with this," George said. His eyes darted from side to side, and he'd edged around a file cabinet, and a potted plant wobbled unsteadily. "You said up to the last second, just say the word." George was still on the move. I accelerated and caught him around the waist and chest and tackled him. "I'm saying the word, George. No!" We rolled around on the floor, George holding the tape just outside my grasp. I looked up and saw a few faces staring down at us, though no one stepped in to intervene. "We have a deal," I said, sounding very much like a prepubescent boy shouting at his older brother. George scrambled to his feet. "I'm doing the right thing, Bob. You know, cold feet is all. This is going to be okay." With that, he went into the studio, and I sat on the floor with my head cradled in my hands and my knees drawn up, wondering not for the first time or the last, what have I done? In the last 27 years, I've asked myself that question many, many times. Unlike a lot of people who've lived through a really rough period and come out on the other side who say, if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't change a thing, I would. I wouldn't have come forward. I should have probably just waited things out after learning about Tracy's affair. I would have been more patient and lived with the hope that once that matter was all settled, I could have gone to work at S4 full-time. I had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work at the forefront of science, and I pissed it away. Sure, there were the ethical implications of what was going on out there, but at heart, I'm a scientist. I seek knowledge and understanding. All that's been left in the wake of my time at S4 is other people's doubts and uncertainties about me, and about the program there. As a scientist, on one, you have to accept that there's going to be uncertainty, that your theories and findings could always eventually be proven to be less than 100% certain. Simultaneously, you also have to believe that you've cracked the code, solved the riddle, advanced human understanding. At S4, I didn't do any of that. I have to live with that regret, and a bunch of others as well. This is no fairy tale. We all didn't live happily ever after. A lot of innocent people got hurt as a result of me stepping forward. People lost security clearances, jobs, possible futures because of their association with me and my revealing to them what I did. That's hard to deal with, but is in no way as hard as the consequences they had to face. Over the years, I've tried to do what I can to make amends, but words fall short and gestures fail. As for me, I picked up the pieces eventually. Over the long haul, things did get better. I've spoken a few times at conferences and done some interviews. I've had Hollywood film and TV producers contact me. In the scripts they've written, they've tried to show me as some kind of action hero, leaping onto the hoods of cars, escaping the bad guys. I'm no action hero. I wasn't then, and I'm certainly not one now. I'm no kind of hero. I've settled into a quiet life running a scientific supply company. I can't do science anymore now that my reputation has turned to crap. I've tried sending out resumes, but they produce no results. Not even a polite decline. Just silence. The deep silence of space. I chose to come forward again and hoped to set the record straight by writing this. I didn't seek someone out. He sought me. I knew that this was going to be part of a larger, overarching project, and I liked that idea. I was just one small cog in a larger machine at S4, and S4 is part of a larger story as well. I can't and won't comment on that because it is not something I witnessed or experienced myself. I'm a modest guy with modest ambitions. All I've ever done in interviews and appearances is to comment on and to relate what I know and what I did. I see no reason to change that now. I imagine that anyone caught up in events that feel larger than themselves feels the impulse to create a story that is in ways as large as the forces that are acting on them. I guess that's a part of physics. But I know that our understanding of the nature of the universe is, to put it mildly, incomplete. Maybe there's some comfort in knowing that this story is over. Maybe some will take comfort in feeling that there are some questions yet to be answered. That's life. In the end, though, I was rewarded for my patience and my perseverance. I'm married now and have a lovely wife and step-grandkids. None of them know me as the Area 51 guy, and that's just fine with me. This concludes Dreamland by Bob Lazar, narrated by Barry Abrams. Copyright 2019 by Interstellar. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Interstellar and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Someone told me that there are a few indigenous neighborhood, and although it's not an area of specialization,
This is a distinguished lecture series. I don't know how distinguished I am, but I'll tell you, the more trips you make to that bar, the better this is going to be. And I was talking with Alan and Karen and Brian as they were planning on putting together the Area 51 exhibit downstairs. Hope you've all seen it by now. It's a lot of fun. And as they were going through, we were going through my boxes of old stuff and telling them stories or asking questions about how I got started down this path. I would tell them what it was like back in those days, how I got hooked on the story, and how I met Bob Lazar. And they seemed fascinated with those behind-the-scenes stories of how those things went down back in those days, why I would essentially put my career and my credibility at risk, chase something seemingly so crazy and ridiculous. How I can still be looking at this subject so many years later. And so I shared with them some of the backstory and the details on how I became interested, what was going on behind the scenes, the price that everyone associated with this has paid over the years, and how my views on some of the larger issues involved have evolved over the years. And they seemed to think some of those stories were interesting, so they asked me to share them with you tonight in some sort of public forum. And while I have spoken many times in public about Area 51 and about Bob Lazar and some of the crazy stuff that's happened, the general topic of UFOs, at least some of these tales here tonight, have not been told in any detail at all. And I'm going to reveal the existence of a witness who was whispering in my ear back then. We call this in the news business burying the lead. Somewhere along the line here tonight, I'm going to tell you the name of a guy who was interested in this topic and who helped me along the way. And I think it could qualify maybe as a headline somewhere. I will say at the outset that although I will never be allowed to set foot on that base,
I'll never get any closer to it than the warning signs that say use of deadly force is authorized. And I've been out there maybe 100 times over the years, dodging around in the desert, trying to keep from being intercepted by the camo dudes and dodging dirt clods and dust devils and all kinds of things like that, coyotes. I'll never get any closer to it than the signs, which of course the signs are many miles from most of the interesting stuff that goes on out there. Still, Area 51 is, to me, is as much a part of my life as it is for the people who work out there. I mean, it's been 24 years. And the people who worked out there, people like my friend T.D. Barnes, who's here in the audience tonight, the Roadrunners, they toiled in obscurity, couldn't even tell their spouses what they were doing for a living. They basically protected all of us, and we didn't know about it. Not even their own families could know about it. They basically won the Cold War out there. I mean, they were really there. So for them, it's a real part of their life. But I'm telling you, it's as much a part of my life, and it has been for 24 years now, as it is for theirs. I suspect that, years from now when I die, there'll be something about UFOs in Area 51 on a tombstone, assuming that I ever am buried somewhere, they find the body. Area 51, I would say, is as much linked to my name as if it's like tattooed on my butt. For better or worse, I guess you could say, those stories we told long ago, back in 1989, to begin with, those stories have, I think, paved the way for the rest of the people who really did work out there and toiled in obscurity, as I mentioned, who did all that work to protect all of us who work for the CIA and the military, for them to come forward and tell their story. In fact, when we started talking about flying saucers, you'll recall the government did not acknowledge that the base even existed. There was a time back when they first set up the facility that the government put out a little notice that was sent to Channel 8 and other media people, says, we're going to build this little facility out here in the desert in a place called Watertown. Don't worry, it's a temporary thing. It'll go away, and don't pay any attention to it, kind of a thing. And that's what they acknowledged. And then some years later, you can look at a map about a test site, and there's Area 15, there's Area 12, and there's this box over here outside the test site itself, but it's called Area 51, and it was on the maps. And all of a sudden, it disappeared. It went away. And in the years when I first started working on the story, the government would not acknowledge that it existed. Now, I've got Russian satellite photos that I obtained. I can see pictures of it. I had a guy named John Lear who walked right up to the gate in years past who showed me close-up photos of it. I talked to people who worked out there. You could climb up a hill and look at the damn thing, and yet our government would say it didn't exist. Well, naturally, that kind of a situation is going to get you curious about a place like that. Back in those days, though, outside of Nevada, other than people who had worked there or in the military, few people anywhere had heard of the place. You didn't know the name Area 51. It was spoken about in whispers. I think that, the fact that the CIA guys who worked out there, the fact that military people who worked out there who have reasons to be proud of the work that they did have been allowed in the last couple of years to come forward and talk about it, I think a lot of that has to do with these crazy flying saucer stories that we told, because it sort of blew the lid off the idea that there really isn't a base out there, acknowledge that there really is legitimate national security programs going on, and sort of paved the way and made it acceptable for them to come forward and talk about the great work that they did. As I said, it's hard to believe that there was a time not that long ago when the base really didn't exist and so few people knew about it, or those who did know about it had to use a nickname or a code name for the place. Now, however, it is known in every corner of the world. It's known everywhere. In fact, I'm going to show you a little clip here in a second. And it wouldn't have happened without these stories that we did about Bob Lazar and Area 51. I think that, I've been a journalist, as Alan mentioned in the introduction, at Channel 8 since 1981. And I've covered just about every kind of story you can imagine. Organized crime, drug dealers, gun runners, corrupt officials, scams, rip-offs, campaign hijinks, sex scandals, political convention, buried treasure, polluters, murders, fires, bikers, stick-ups, pot farmers, crack peddlers, scumbags, boneheads, and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And yet, wherever I go, whoever I talk to about the UFO report. Doesn't matter what those other stories. Some of them are pretty good stories. Some of them made a difference in the lives of the people who are here in this room. It doesn't matter about those other stories. The thing that people want to talk to me about is UFOs. I don't care if I'm in a grocery store or a restaurant having a meal. They come up and take up a seat in the men's room in front of the urinal, sitting in traffic. People yelling out the car window to talk to me about UFOs, and most of the time it's to ask me, hey, what do you think about UFOs? You really believe that stuff? The reality of it is, they don't want to ask me what my opinion is. They want to tell me their story. Because so many people have stories. Now, there are people in here, most people here, if you don't have a story of your own or a sighting or an incident, you know somebody in your family who does, because that's how ubiquitous this phenomena is. And it certainly is ubiquitous in my life. I mean, I will be forever branded. I mean, hardly a day goes by when I don't get a phone call or an email from Ecuador or Iceland or Australia or China or somewhere else, and somebody has just seen one of my bootleg reports or something on the internet who want to talk to me about UFOs. 1989, the year that we did the Lazar stories, is the year that I officially went crazy off my rocker out the lunch. That's when we wrote the story about Bob Lazar, the ridiculous notion that there can be recovered alien craft out at Area 51. I know how ridiculous it sounds now, and I know how ridiculous it sounded then. But I'm here to tell you tonight about the circumstances of why we decided to pursue it as a story. Because as a result of that, as I mentioned, that's when the world beat a path to Area 51's door. And it has created a legend. A legend was born, a mythology, and ever-evolving mythology, one that has at times been co-opted by people for various reasons, exploited for their own reasons by these hopelessly gullible saucer nuts, by people who think that the milk carton children are all kidnapped and taken out there to be mixed up in a giant human alien vats to make body parts. You name it. People have assigned different stories to it. There was a guy, after I first did these stories about Lazar, who was taking people on tours, charging them $99 a head, and telling them that aliens from the planet Krondak were in charge of the base down there at like the 35 levels below the surface of the Earth. So the story has changed. It has evolved, but there's no doubt that as a result of those tales that began with Bob Lazar, it's known all over the world. It began with an interview with Bob Lazar that was in silhouette. You saw a piece of that. That was in May of 1989. And then we sort of started working on it. And it just took off from there. And it drove my journalism colleagues crazy. They hated it. And I've sort of paid the price for that. I don't mind. I mean, radio DJs back in those days, whenever they would run out of belch, barf, and fart jokes in the morning, would tee off on me. I remember writing a song about the boob on the tube to the tune of the Fool on the Hill. That was pretty funny stuff. My friends at the Review Journal, my friends and colleagues over there, have really had fun at my expense over the years. This is one of a couple of columns that John L. Smith has written about the UFO reporter having a close encounter with skepticism, and he ends it with, besides, I think I saw Elvis milling around in the lobby. Because nobody ever has associated UFOs with Elvis before. This is a column written by their media columnist, Ken White, who said, "Get the Mets" is the title of the article. It says, Las Vegans are rushing home from work these days in sheer fits of excitement over George Knapp's series on UFOs. Not that they're excited over the reports themselves. They want to be there if George does the big crack up on screen. Will he go bull goose loony right there in front of thousands, his eyes suddenly going buggy and rolling free in their sockets, his tongue wagging side to side? Funny stuff. This is an editorial cartoon. I have it at home, by the way, on my wall, the original. It's called The Marshmallow Head Chronicles. Extraterrestrial hitmen who have come to Earth looking for me, and they're looking at a couple of gasoline pumps, and the line says, "Of course they are men. That's obvious, but which one is George Knapp?" Maybe And then this is one I did a series about allegations about alien abductions and the certain medical procedures and probes that happen, according to the people who go through this. And the RJ wrote this: they were kidnapped by aliens. Oh, it gets better. They dubbed me a grand mullah in the Church of Stratospheric Proctology. I thought it was a damn fine line. It might be the best thing the RJ's ever written. I don't know. And, you know, it comes with the territory. I have a public job. I understand that. I'm in a public position. I do a story like that, you're going to catch some grief. I understand that. I have thick skin, and I can deal with it. What sort of bothered me over all the years, though, is how few of these kind of reporters who live here could cover the story and go out there, interview the witnesses, go track it down. They never did. It's easier to bang out some wisecracks, do an Elvis joke, maybe pull in a Loch Ness Monster, and make fun of this stuff, than to go talk to somebody like a T.D. Barnes or Bob Lazar, or back in those days he was much more accessible, or some of the other folks who worked at the base, or to sit out there in the desert night after night as we did and see whatever it is that might be flying around. But they didn't. They preferred just to take pot shots at it, and that's easier to do, I guess, than to do the actual work. And I think the assumption for people for a long time, both regarding Area 51 and more importantly for the larger UFO story, is that anybody who's seriously interested in this stuff is nuts, is crazy, is bull goose lunatic. And I'll have to tell you that in about 90% of the cases that assumption is right, because people who are in this field are crazy. I will just share with you a couple of the experiences that I have had that caused me great concern in the early days when I was chasing this stuff. There was a woman who showed up at the TV station after the first series of reports. She's wearing the skimpy halter top and holding a kid that I later soon learned was an alien hybrid, she told me. And within 5 minutes of me meeting her, she had to tell me the story, had to meet me, had to talk to me. She's telling me the story. Within 5 minutes of me meeting her, I knew the most intimate details of her sex life, because she said it was while performing a certain sex act outdoors on her porch that she heard a noise and looked up and saw her first UFO. And then eventually, and I'm not making up one word of this, eventually these beings beamed her up on board on their ship, and they told her to put on a bathing suit. And they told her, in their opinion, that she needed breast implants. And I'm not making this up. She's telling me all this stuff, and I go, yeah, I'm writing this stuff down. Really? Yeah. And she says she got them. And I'll tell you, that's the one part of the story I can believe, because there was ample physical evidence staring me in the face. I received letters from this lady. She was 75 years old at the time, and she lived on a ranch outside Sacramento, California. And she would tell me that every time her husband would leave the ranch, these aliens would come and have their way with her. And she drew me pictures of alien genitalia, and with little diagrams pointing, little arrows pointing to it. It wasn't very impressive. I'll just put it that way. I have been pestered by a millionaire transsexual alien abductee, a guy who says he's the twin brother of Jesus Christ, and that aliens are coming back to get him, and boy, they're really mad. I had a guy fly to see me. This is a sad story. He flew to see me from Australia. Used what he said were his last dollars to come to see me, because he said he wanted me to use my contacts at Area 51. That's a laugh. To talk to the aliens to stop coming and getting him, because they come every night to grab him. He was troubled. He was disturbed. And I've had a heck of a lot of people like that who've come forward with those kind of stories. I've had people claiming to be aliens waiting for me outside the station who followed me home. I've had people send me songs that aliens have written and poems. I've had people who accused me of being an alien, of being a government agent, and a government plant, a government operative. reluctantly, I've appeared on a couple of TV shows that I wish I could take back. The Jesse Ventura show to be one. And as a result of that, I've met all kinds of people. I've been to UFO conferences all over the place. I remember meeting Onek, the 400-year-old Venusian woman. And because I guess the UFO topic is weird, anything weird, that's mine. Come and get it. You're possessed by Beelzebub? Call me up. I can probably do an exorcism. You had an out-of-body experience? Can't get back in? Call George up. He'll know what to do with it.
Things sometimes are having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish.
So you have to ask yourself, I mean, why would I stick with this stuff? How did it ever get this way? And I'll tell you, my connection to the Area 51 story basically started the day I was hired at Channel 8 back in 1981. The guy who hired me is named Bob Snowdall. He's a good friend of mine. He was the news director, became a mentor to me, and he had at the time been collecting little bits and pieces about Area 51, anything that would appear in an aviation magazine. Sometimes there would be a message, a little story about Groom Lake in the newspaper, and he had that file and he showed it to me. That's kind of interesting. And then I didn't think about it for a couple of more years. In 1984, the Air Force illegally seized 89,000 acres around Area 51. They just took it. That's one day it's public land. The next day you're trying to drive on that land, and there's guys with guns there, and you're turned back. And they later, 2 years later, asked for permission to do it. And I've got a little clip I'll show you in a couple of minutes about them appearing to before Congress to talk about it. In which they're asked, well, what authority did you do this under? Well, I'll have to tell you in a closed door briefing. And so that caught my attention. I did wrote some stories about that back then, but I didn't do anything again for a while. However, my friend Mr. Snowdall and his friend Ben Day became a mentor to me. Were very busy with a story of their own. They broke the story about the existence of the stealth fighter being test flown out there, Area 51. That was a big story. And F-117A, they broke it. Everybody else picked it up. As a result of that story going public, Ned Day was picked up by the FBI. They picked him up off a street corner, put him in a room. It was just like a scene out of a movie with a real hot light in his face saying, how dare you endanger the lives of 220 million Americans by letting this story out? Don't you know the Russians can find this out? And Ned was pretty scared for a while. Until he remembered a lesson from journalism school, and he said, look, man, I'm just a little reporter in Las Vegas. If I can find this out, don't you think that the Russians can find it out too? And so they let him go. That was a big story. And the reason we were able to get it is because of a guy named John Lear. And John Lear is a friend of mine. I met him first in '87, I think. He showed up at the TV station. He had been the source to alert Ned and them to the existence of this plane out there at Area 51. So he had a certain amount of credibility at Channel 8. And he had run for the state senate. His family, of course, is well known in Nevada. The Lear jet developed that. John had been pilot for the CIA. He had flown just about every plane you can imagine. Very accomplished guy. And in a lot of ways, distinguished and smart. And in the view of a lot of people, completely crazy. Because he became interested in UFOs. And I mean, when he became interested, he went all the way. So he shows up at the station one day, not long after helping Ned to break that story about Area 51, the F-117, and he's got a great big stack of UFO documents. And he drops them on Ned's desk, and he says, you got to read this stuff. This is really interesting. It's the biggest story in history. And what do you think? And Ned says, I'm not having any part of this. People will think I'm crazy. I don't have time to deal with UFOs. Forget it. I'm eavesdropping at the time. And so I, as usual, and so I said, hey, let me take a look at that stuff. And so first met John Lear. I took that stuff home and started reading it. Some of it was obviously manufactured by someone, but a lot of it was legitimate documents obtained from our government. Secret studies conducted by military agencies and authorities about the UFO issue, in which these matters were taken very seriously. I thought, that's pretty interesting. I had never, at the time, given any kind of thought to UFOs. I had some discussions within my own family about things that had happened long ago. As far as I know, I had never seen one. I had one UFO book that somebody had given me as a gift, something I read and put aside. no abiding interest at all. It certainly was not a religion for me or any cause in my life. But I looked at it and I thought, I'm going to put John Lear on this little show I have called On the Record. It was one of those 30-minute talk shows, political discussions. You'd have a city councilman on or something to talk about things that nobody cared about. It aired at 6 o'clock in the morning on Sunday and nobody watched it. But I put Lear on. He started doing this UFO manifesto, aliens, abductions, all this stuff. And I just kind of sat there with my jaw agog and listened to it. And then the program ended, it aired, and the phone started ringing. And people wanted to tell me stories about UFOs. Oh, this is pretty interesting. It had obviously touched the pulse of the public in a way that I did not understand and did not appreciate. I had Lear on again, and the response was even bigger. And in that second appearance, he hinted that he knew somebody who might be getting hired at Area 51. That person turned out to be Bob Lazar. And then I had him on a third time with another crazy guy named Bill Cooper, who really went off the deep end. And the response was even bigger. And I realized, you know what, I'm going to have to look into this stuff. I'm going to have to start taking this seriously and read about it. So I started sort of my own little learning curve. And the learning curve, as you probably know, if you're into the topic, is considerable. Then came the day, the next significant event was in May of 1989. I was co-anchoring their 5 o'clock news. We had a little interview segment we did every day. Entertainers, politicians, whoever was interesting in town. We just wanted it to be a kind of a fun interview. And at the last minute, our interview canceled. So I called up Lear and I said, hey, do you think the UFO guy you were hinting about, would he come on? I'll even black out his face if he got to. And sure enough, he did. We put Bob Lazar on and he did like a 5-minute interview and in which he told this story, this crazy story about working at a place called S4, Half Moose Lake, south of Groom Lake, within the Area 51 complex, 9 flying saucers out there in hangars built in to be disguised like the side of a mountain, alien in origin. They all look different, as if we got the variety pack. Holy cow, what to believe about this? But again, the response from the audience was absolutely overwhelming. So when it finished, I went and talked to the news director. We said, well, let's figure out what to do here, because if this guy's telling the truth, obviously this is a pretty damn big story. And as crazy as it might sound, let's do some work and find out if there's anything to it, and we'll do some reporting on it. So about a week later, we went to Lear's house to meet with Bob. Lear was playing games with us then and still wouldn't tell us Lazar's real name. What he didn't know is that Lazar had signed the guest book in the entrance to John's house. So when I walked in, I saw the name there and I figured out what it was. We talked to Bob Lazar. We put him through paces, Sodal and I, asking him questions about his background. And he seemed like a humble, intelligent, sincere guy. We left the meeting and said, you know what, let's give this a go here. We recognize there are risks to our professional credibility and standing. We decided we would be careful, maybe do a couple of parts, a couple of minutes a night. Then instead of a couple of parts over a couple of nights, it became 10 minutes a night for 2 weeks. And it was the highest rated series we ever aired. But that didn't happen until November. And in between May and November, I did this intense crash course in UFOs, in which I tried to learn everything I could, not only about UFOs in general, what the government might or might not know, but about Lazar. And as I said, it's a huge learning curve. 95% of everything in the field, I figure, is complete nonsense. It's made up. It's conspiracy stuff. It's lunatic theories. It's crap put out by people who either want attention, or they're nuts, or they want to sell something. But there's this kernel of truth in the middle of all that, of proof. You have to wade through a lot of chaff to get to the wheat, but it's there. And I think that any reasonable person who does the work and wades through it all to find the kernel of truth inside would believe likewise. That is, unless, as it is for some, a religion. Just as you have people on one side who believe everything they hear, everything in the sky is a flying saucer, you have other people on the other side, the skeptics they call themselves, themselves was really their debunkers. And it wouldn't matter if a saucer landed on the White House lawn, they wouldn't believe it. And you couldn't convince them because it would upset their worldview. It's a religion for them, as strongly as it's a religion for the people on the other side. And no amount of evidence would change their minds. That's at least what I came to believe. And for me, I guess I'll talk a little bit in general about the concept of proof, because what is proof? It's what should be able to convince a reasonable person that something is true. I happen to think that in the area of UFOs, there's more than enough. And what I learned in the course of those next few months, and have learned in the 24 years since, is that there's a heck of a lot of proof if people are willing to look at it. The first one being in the area of eyewitness testimony. I know that eyewitness testimony can be inherently unreliable, but you got people, 30, 40 million Americans who will admit seeing UFOs, probably as many who won't admit it but have seen it. And it's true that 90% or more of all UFO sightings can be explained away as prosaic objects, misidentifications of balloons and planes and things like that. But it's also true that 9 out of 10 UFOs are not reported at all, because there's no one who will take the reports, not except for civilian organizations. You call McCarran or Nellis today and tell them you've seen a UFO, they'll keep you on the phone, or the police. They'll keep you on the phone long enough to find out if you're dangerous to somebody. But they don't care about a UFO, or at least they won't admit it. Oh, our interest in that stuff stop. So people like you and me, somebody who sees something straight to the sky, there's nowhere to report it. But millions of people have reported it. Millions of people all over the world have seen these things, dating back thousands of years, in every culture, on every continent, in every civilization in human history have seen them. They have different names for them, they have different descriptions, but they've seen them. That counts for something. That counts for something. Second type of proof is photographic evidence. Today, with what is done online with computer software, it's hard to believe anything you see anymore. But in the years before we all had computers with this kind of power in our homes, there are photos and videos that are reliable, that have been tested, even by the military, that show anomalous objects, anomalous solid objects, solid craft, and perform maneuvers that our best technology can do. Not even the stuff in Area 51. The third kind of proof is physical evidence. Now, I get this all the time. Well, why don't we have a cigarette lighter from a UFO or something like that? Where's the Roswell crash stuff? If I knew, I'd tell you. But we don't have that. However, there is physical evidence. Scientists will say there's nothing to analyze with UFOs. They're here one minute, they're gone the next. That is not true. All over the world, as witnesses have reported these things happening, there are what we call landing site trace cases. Witnesses say, this UFO landed in my backyard. Come on, get out of here. But if you go out in the backyard and you look, you find a number of physical types of evidence. Burned or baked soil, impressions, imprints on the ground, trees that are affected by things that fly up and down, animals have been affected, people have been affected, burned, things of that sort. It is physical evidence for anybody who has the guts to go ahead and look at it. J. Allen Hynek, I remember him saying, and arguing with some scientists, there's no physical evidence. He says, you know what, airplanes fly over the Australian outback every single day and don't crash. And people look up and see them. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. That the fact that they don't have the Aborigines down below don't have a piece of one. The fourth type of proof that I want to talk about very briefly is government documents. I hinted about this before. It's what got me hooked. I told you that John Lear had helped me in the beginning with those great big stack of documents. Well, he continued to give me piles of documents, things that had been squeezed out of our government. The most impressive evidence of all, I think, are these reports and studies written by our government, by our military, about UFOs long before the Freedom of Information Act existed. These reports were written for military people only to see, evaluations for the president, for the CIA, for the Joint Chiefs, and we were never supposed to know about it. Now, you ask about that kind of stuff before the FOIA existed. And these agencies denied that they had anything. In fact, the FBI was asked a bunch of times, what do you got on UFOs? We don't have anything. Nothing. FOIA was passed in the mid-70s. The FBI was forced to release 2,000 pages of documents about UFOs. Same thing with the CIA. I've written a bunch of times when I first started. Hey, what do you got on UFOs? Nothing. We never studied it, never had any interest. Well, boom. I mean, there are documents that were squeezed out of them through FOIA, and even in the 70s when they're referred to the CIA's UFO experts, CIA UFO panels, CIA UFO studies. And one study that they had in particular I want to mention is something called the Robertson panel. This is in the 1950s. They convened this panel and had a whole bunch of UFO sightings, this great big flat. What are we going to do about this? Well, let's look at the evidence. They gathered evidence from about 8 or 9, 10 cases and looked at it for a grand total of 6 hours over 2 days. They said, you know what? We don't think UFOs are a threat to national security, but the reporting of UFOs is a potential threat to national security. So we need to institute some changes. We need to strip UFOs of their aura of mystery, strip them of their respectability, make it less than respectable to report them. So they instituted formally a ridicule factor, a laughter curtain, a policy of making fun of people that see this stuff, belittling the whole subject, embarrassing scientists who take it seriously, and it's working. It's working. Now, those documents exist. I'll show you some other ones. I gave a pile of stuff to the museum here. I'm not sure if it's on display or not. This is a report compiled by the U.S. Air Force and the Office of Naval Intelligence in 1948, December 1948. And there was something called Project Sign. That was a secret study of UFOs. And the guys came back, they looked at all these cases, they said, this stuff's real. We think it's entirely possible that these things are from other planets. Hoyt Vandenberg, who was the head of the Air Force, I think back then, said, I can't allow that to go forward. Forget it. Burn that copy and come up with something new. So Project Sign became Project Grudge. And they came up with a much different conclusion. But later, Project Blue Book, which was nothing more than a public relations exercise, collected 19,000 or so cases. And even though they tried to explain them away, they couldn't. Now, in this document, one copy continued to exist, even though it was supposed to be destroyed. It says it must be accepted that some type of flying objects have been observed. Their identification and origin are not discernible. Since the Air Force is responsible for control of the air and the defense of the U.S., it's imperative that all agencies cooperate in confirming or denying the possibility that these objects have a domestic origin. I'll tell you about something else. It's not really a document. This is a chapter from an Air Force physics textbook. And our best and brightest pilots, our future Joint Chiefs of Staff members, go to the Air Force Academy for training and education. And this chapter is called Introductory Space Science, Department of Physics, U.S. Air Force Academy, was what they taught the cadets at the Air Force Academy. Let me quote you from it. Conclusion. From available information, the UFO phenomenon appears to have been global in nature for almost 50,000 years. The majority of known witnesses have been reliable people who've seen easily explained natural phenomena, and there appears to be no overall positive correlation with population density. Psychological factors probably do not enter the data picture as noise. It goes on to say that in the course of your career as a pilot, you're probably going to encounter one of these things. As far as we can tell, there may be 4 different races visiting the planet, and it's been going on for thousands of years. This is what they're teaching their best and brightest pilots. Now, after UFO people got a hold of this chapter and pointed it out, hey, you guys been lying to us, they pulled it. They yanked it, which has sort of been the reaction all the way along. And I don't really completely understand it, but that's what they did. So I think, when you look at the trail, the paper trail of government documents, it's more than persuasive. The kinds of stuff that is squeezed out of our government, report after report, incident after incident, more than enough evidence to convince a reasonable person that something really weird is flying around in these skies. And I'll tell you, it's not only documented from this country. As a result of me being interested in this crazy subject, I've been allowed to travel all over the world. And 2 of the trips took me to Russia. we had a window of opportunity in the 1990s in which we went to Russia. This company I worked for, I left Channel 8 for a couple of years, hired this Russian physicist. We met him through Congressman Bill Bright, who was a friend of ours. And he was the physicist, had worked at the highest levels of the Russian government. He's a science national security advisor to Boris Yeltsin, also to the Russian parliament. He had trained Soviet cosmonauts how to spot American nuclear submarines from space. The guy was dialed in. So I met him as he was getting ready to go back to Russia, and I asked him, you know anything about UFOs? Got any friends with the KGB? Have you ever heard anything about it? Not really. Not that I can think about it. We had another beer. You know, now that you mentioned, I do have a friend at the KGB who told me that he had read some UFO studies, and they had documents over there. And then he thought, there's a guy I know at the Academy of Sciences who studied this stuff. Before we know it, we got a list of a couple of people who had never talked about UFOs publicly before. I made a deal with the guy. We sent him back to Russia, sent him up in an office. I said, here's what I want you to do. Find people who are in a position to know about UFOs, but have never tried to peddle this story anywhere. And he did. And for seven, almost 8 months, he searched out people like that. And then I went over to Russia to meet him. And we had to pay a little money here and there, but I brought back several thousand pages of what was then classified information from Russia. Their Ministry of Defense conducted the largest UFO study in the history of the world, and it lasted for 10 years. And the order basically went out that every unit in the vast Soviet military empire had to report and fully investigate any anomalous aircraft, ball of light, weird thing in the sky, anything that we would classify as a UFO. So all these reports, thousands and thousands of reports over a 10-year period rolled in, and they all went to the desk of this Colonel Boris Sokolov that I met, and we got the documents from him, and some of these reports were incredibly dramatic. Sokolov admitted to me, your government studies them, we're studying them, and for the same reasons, we want to be able to do what the UFO craft do, and beat you in stealth. He said, these craft do things that we can't do. If we can master them and figure out how they do it, we can match you in stealth capability. So it was a very practical reason for the study. And it went on for a long time. He told me that they had had 45 incidents in which the Russian military planes encountered UFOs. They had a standing order. You see a UFO flying over Moscow, go get it. And in 3 of those encounters, the planes were shot down. And 2 of the pilots died. It's not funny stuff. And he said after the 2 pilots died, the order went out, it was changed. That if you see a UFO, leave it alone. And the second time I went back to Russia, I interviewed a guy named Igor Maltsev, who was basically their Secretary of the Air Force. He's the guy that issued that order. And he said, I did it because these UFOs, whatever they are, may have incredible capacities for retaliation. I will tell you this, how I smuggled some of these documents back. What happens is in Russia is they're classified documents. They stamp them on the top page, and then the rest of it are not stamp classified, at least the documents we got. So you remove that top page, just throw the rest of that stuff in your suitcase is what we did. Carrying these top pages then got tricky. I got them out. And if I hadn't, I'd be in a gulag somewhere still. I just divert to that story only to tell you that other governments around the world, like our government, have studied this stuff. Of course they would. There was an incident in Russia similar to something that happened here, at which UFOs appeared over an ICBM base, a base where these nuclear-tipped missiles are aimed at the United States. And these things popped up over a 4-hour period. Now, all the witnesses who made these reports were military officers, and I got all of them. And so they described different things these UFOs did. There were some that were huge that split apart into smaller craft and then fused back together. Some of them just sat there, some of them zipped around, they made incredible maneuvers, and then right after being there for about 4 hours, the launch control panels that controls these ICBMs aimed at the United States lit up. Something entered the codes that enabled these missiles, and they were ready to go, and the countdown had begun, and the Russians couldn't stop it, and they were freaking. And then the UFOs over the base go, poof, gone. Control panel goes back to normal. The Russians are shaking their head, wiping their brow. They called my friend, the administrative defense guy, Sokolov, to send a team in to study it. He took apart the equipment. They couldn't find anything wrong. They couldn't find anything wrong. It had never happened before. It had never happened since. And they concluded that these UFOs were somehow sending a message. This may be your most powerful technology and weapons, but it doesn't really impress us all that much. We had a similar set of incidents here at 5 nuclear bases along the U.S.-Canadian border in the mid-1970s. It was kept secret for a long time, but after the FOIA became law, they forced these documents out. UFOs visited these bases one right after another over a 2-week period, encountered our warplanes. We tried to chase them, couldn't do it. They entered some codes, they disabled some missiles, scary stuff. So when you tell me that UFOs are not a matter of national security, you're full of crap. And that is the official version of our government, and they are full of crap about this. So anyway, I think there's more than enough proof to consider that this subject should be taken seriously. Fact in the story of Area 51. Why don't we play this other tape here? I'll just give you a little introduction to Bob Lazar. The key for me was I'm never going to prove that Bob Lazar worked at Area 51. So I tried to settle on, did he work at Los Alamos, which he claimed, where he worked there in classified projects. And so we played a little game with Los Alamos National Lab for a couple of years. And here's sort of how it goes. There are problems with Bob's story here and there, and I'll talk about a couple of them. But as I mentioned, for me, the key was, did he work at Los Alamos in sensitive positions? Because if he had been there, then it's at least plausible he could get hired to work out somewhere else in sensitive positions. And I think he was there. I mean, I interviewed people that worked with him. And I'll tell you this, I haven't talked about this very often, but I went to Los Alamos. We trespassed into the National Lab on a Sunday. Bob took me in. We went to, he still had a contract with the lab to produce radiation probes that were placed outside the laboratory. So he took me there on a Sunday. We flew to Los Alamos, and he met us at the gate, and we got in a car and drove in, and he took us through these big buildings, a place where he never worked, like a rabbit going through an underground maze. I mean, we were going all through. People are waving at us, and they showed us where he had worked. We talked to people he had worked with, and yet everybody's telling us he wasn't there. We went in and got video of this, one of the world's biggest particle accelerators at the Mason facility where he worked, and they still said he wasn't there. Now, eventually, I got something out of the Los Alamos lab, which they said, all right, we found the number for him. He was here, but he worked only for a subcontractor, and they gave me the name of the subcontractor, which was a headhunting company that had recruited him there. So I began a process with them, and I first contacted him. Look, this guy Lazar says you recruited him, you got him a job there at Los Alamos. Do you have any records? Yeah, we've got records. Well, can I get them? Sure. We'll send them to you. A couple of weeks go by, records don't arrive. I call back again. Yeah, well, can't really find those records. So I started a series of writing letters. I got a stack of letters this thick. Eventually, they just stopped dealing with me at all. They stopped responding, period. Something changed. You know, and that was enough to really pique my curiosity, especially after talking to people who said that they worked with him then. And I know it's a leap. To make that to Area 51. I know it's a leap, but some things that Bob had said, you saw that newspaper headline. Excuse me. On the day that that story appeared in the Los Alamos Monitor, Edward Teller was at Los Alamos giving a lecture, and he was sitting outside reading that newspaper article about Bob and his interest in jet cars, and Bob walked by and he struck up a conversation. This is the story that Bob tells, and that is how he later, when he was here in Las Vegas, looking for something else to do besides processing photos, which he was doing for a period, that he says he got an interview at AT&G, and Edward Teller was the guy who arranged it. Years later, after my stories came out, Edward Teller was asked about it on camera, and he gets really weird about it. Yeah, maybe I know, but maybe I don't. What of it, kind of a thing. And, you'll never be able to prove it. People that I know and trust who say that they have checked the records and Lazar was never at Area 51, I'll take their word for it. I certainly have trouble with Bob's claimed credentials at schools. He claimed to have degrees from MIT and Caltech. I've talked to people who saw him at Caltech, but there's no records there. I think it is entirely possible that he would exaggerate his educational background in order to get a great job. He wouldn't be the first person to do that. He wouldn't be the first person to lie about his background and education in order to get a good job. And you have to wonder, well, would the people who hired him know that? And yeah, they would have to. They do a background check. They have to know that. But I think in some way that Bob could have been the perfect person for that position. If you wanted to example, test some theory, run something up a flagpole, see how the public would react about a story about flying saucers, he might be the guy to do it. He's technically proficient. He's an amazing guy. You walk in a room, I don't care who's in the room, he's the smartest guy there. Whether he has degrees from MIT or Caltech or not, he just knows amazing stuff and can do anything with electronics or computers. He's a really smart guy. And I got to know him pretty well. I got to know him through a guy named Gene Huff, who I hope I was going to invite him here tonight. Gene was a real estate appraiser who worked with Bob and who also knew John Lear. And that's how that coalesced. A lot of people think it was Lear, this Bengali, who sucked Bob in and got him to tell all these crazy stories in order, I don't know what, in order to do what, but that's not the way it went down. Those guys were friends. Bob was out there for a period of a couple of months. From late 1988 until about April 1989. He had some personal issues that were going on. His phones were being tapped. As part of the security background is the story that he told. And the guys who were listening in on the phones and checking his background found out that his wife was having an affair. And they told him. And sort of things just kind of fell apart for Lazar after that. He didn't like the work he was doing out there. He said the security was ridiculous, that they hadn't made much progress. But he told some really interesting stories about seeing these flying saucers out there in the hangars. I know a lot of people have trouble believing that, but there's some other things that Bob knew that you have to ask yourself, how did he know if he wasn't there?
So this happened.
So we had another guy, a former police officer who did polygraph exams. In fact, he still does it for a major casino corporation, a corporation that, by the way, is represented here tonight. And he was a very credible guy. He took his time. He went through all the material with Lazar. Talked about flying saucers, antimatter reactors, which is what the power source was, element 115, which was the fuel, all that stuff. Gave him the test 4 times, and he passed. And it's not, he barely passed. He passed on the question. Passed. It wasn't even close. That polygraph examiner, his name is Terry Tabernetti, he gave the results to his friend, who's another examiner who looked at it, who said, yeah, no question about it. A third guy looked at the results and said he passed. A fourth guy said, well, I'd like to see him ask some more questions, but he thought he passed as well. He passed. No question about it. I guess it's possible to do it. But Bob had never taken a polygraph before I asked him to do it, as far as I know. Still, even with all that, I'm not sure that I would have gone forward with the story, except the fact that after we aired that Silhouette interview, people started calling me with more information. People who said that they'd worked out. And I won't give you all of them, but I'll tell you that there are more than 2 dozen of them who had claimed to have some kind of knowledge, little bits and pieces of the story out there. 6 of those people who called me and offered to give me information were missing after they called and told me to keep it real. This is the kind of thing that really ticks me off, because somebody was listening to my phone who wasn't there, it was mine. There's a lady who works even now in the Clark County court system, in the court system. She's been there a long time, and before she was there, she worked as a secretary for a defense contractor called Holmes & Garber, which has worked at the test site for a number of years doing unclassified stuff. And she said she sat in on meetings in which the Roswell wreckage was discussed. She took notes on a typewriter. Then after it was done, the meeting was done, they took the ribbon out of this thing and destroyed it. She says they talked about the Roswell stuff coming to Area 51. She told this to a cop who's a friend of mine. He set up a meeting. We talked about it on the phone. We're going to get together. The next day, she gets visited by these two guys who say, you know, you're still under your security oath is still in effect. You can't talk about anything that happened back then. We know that you and your daughter travel back and forth between Los Angeles. There's a lot of desert out there. We'd hate for something to happen to either one of you. This lady was scared to death. That's 20 years later. I tried to get her to talk about it. She still wouldn't. I had a guy who worked at Channel 8 as an electrical engineer who had been in Area 51 for a while. Says he saw what looked like a flying saucer under a tarp and was going to tell me about it. He had moved to another city. I call him up. He was living in Seattle. And I call him up and said, hey, would you tell me that story? I'll black out your face. He said, sure, as long as you don't give my identity. Next morning, there's two guys sitting in a car outside his house, military haircuts, sunglasses, look like Men in Black or something, talking into a radio, making themselves very obvious. They follow him to work. They're waiting when he comes out of work and follow him home. Of course, he calls me and says the interview's off. I'm not going to do it. I had a guy named Roy Byram who does tax returns. And he did tax returns for a lot of high-ranking guys at Nellis Air Force Base. And after the Lazar interview, he called me up. He said, hey, I got some information for you. Because these guys, I got to know really well, and they told me some stories about these discs, these alien discs that are out there. Swear to God, he says that they told me the story. I said, great, I'll come and interview you. Next day, very next day, two guys from, they said the Secret Service show up. They said, we hear you've been making threats against the life of the president. And we're just telling you that's a prosecutable offense. You can go to prison for this. He wrote back and he said, I think it's an attempt to stifle me from talking to him. He was still willing to go forward with it, but I didn't know if it was a good idea. 6 people right in a row that happened to. That makes a big impression back in those days, and it would now. And it made me really angry. A lot of other people came forward with information that I met with, people who had varying degrees of experience out there in 51, but some of whom's background I could confirm, some of them I could not. There was a story of a guy named Michael Hunt who surfaced in 1980 who said he had worked for the AEC at Groom Lake in the 60s, claimed he saw an alien disc in flight, had a lot of really detailed information, and who came forward and told his story. There was a Wackenhut security guard who had a Q clearance at the test site from 1984 to 88. Said he was pulling a shift at the internal entrance to Area 51. They were buzzed by this glowing object at night. There was a Las Vegas attorney who served in the military in the 70s. Says he witnessed a disc-shaped craft land outside of Area 51. Seemed to be in some kind of mechanical difficulty. He was subjected to several days of tough questioning after seeing this thing. He didn't have vaccine. There was a golf pro from Millicent, the Air Force Base, who was a tax guy and still had conversations and friendships with these Dallas Air Force guys and went on these out-of-road trips. He said they were out of town watching TV special on Roswell, and these guys started telling the story. I mean, they were pulling his leg. It seemed very serious. He thought they were serious. They told him that the record of some of that stuff had eventually explained to the back. And not necessarily just Area 51. The first stories I heard about it were that they had gone to a place called Indian Springs, which existed as a base before Area 51 was opened in 1955. And then there was a guy, I'll tell you about two more. One of them, I've read about this book on Area 51 by Andy Higgins. I don't think it's a really bestseller, and he popped up, and it's got a lot of things. The actual history of the World Runners and the base, and the really great stuff that we're on. And it goes off to the it says that based on testimony of more senior engineer, that there were saucers out there in Area 51. They came from Roswell, but they weren't alien. Russians had built them. They had centuries, Nazi scientists, and some elite prisoners of war were subjected to experiments by Joseph Mengele. They built this flying saucer based on Nazi designs, put these prisoners of war, either as the pilots, flew it over across the ocean to Roswell and crashed it to scare the hell out of the American public that we were being invaded by aliens. That sounds pretty much ridiculous. Except that the person who told that story to Andy And it's just been widely ridiculed and dismissed because of how ridiculous it is. It is ridiculous. Except for the fact that the guy who told her that, I know it is. Because 20 years ago, I basically stalked him. Members of his family who hinted to me that he knew something about the area of his life. This is not a Bob Lazar, this is not a guy whose credentials can be questioned. It really was in the places where he said it was. It really was in the position of God. I'm not saying that the person identified as any source is my source. I'm just saying that the same person, by confirming the name that has been made public, is the right one. That would be wrong because I made a promise. For one, I made a promise that I wouldn't talk about it. Anyway, this guy's family tells me he knows something about it, so I start showing up in places where he is. And I just ingratiate myself. I'm stalking him basically until I get to know him. And he invited me home to see us wrap up the atomic energy program, nuclear bomb photos of the old days, working for EDC. And I'm there one day, and he's looking at it, and he goes, closes the book, and he goes, God damn it, I said, no. I said, no, this is not what you're interested in at all. I said, no, not really. I know what you're interested in. It's whitewashing the photo telling. Eventually, he went to skier. United States cities, there were ways having crossings, and it was like, holy shit, come up with this stuff. The story he told me is much different from the one that no nonsense, no justice, no prison reform. It was straight up alien stuff. And I would have to ask him questions to get this stuff out. I would ask him how this thing was going to crack or something, or anyway, and he would get out. So we're more concerned about getting out. And they told me they had a live alien out there. Now, I know how ridiculous it sounds. We're sitting here and it sounds ridiculous. Who this guy was, where he had worked, I took it pretty seriously. Eventually, after a period of 2 years, they telling me that I was allowed to take notes. I couldn't write it all down as much as I could remember after we had the meetings. But he promised me, he said that he did all the shut-ups. He was all over the market. And what happened was there was a special investigation with high security clearances that was sent out here to check this stuff out. To members of Congress. They said, I think these stories that come out, flying saucers, aurora, geographs, blah, blah, blah. You have to find out what's going on. It's got to be solved. I told the story about the other guy who got leader of talked to him and to talk to his boss. And once that word was out, he stopped talking about everybody. They were promised that he was going to make a videotape that would be released to the attorneys of his death. So, the last time I saw him, he said, witness I'll tell you is this. That helped convince me that this was a legitimate topic and that I haven't said this before publicly. And it's Senator Howard Kent, who was a senator from Nevada. Before he was a U.S. Senator here, he was a Brigadier General and a decorated war hero in World War II. He flew everything. When Howard Cannon was defeated in his last race, he was such a good friend of the military, had done so much to build Nellis, had such a good relationship with the guys in Tartary before, the guys from Lockheed, that they allowed him to fly the SR-71 so he going away from it. So he was not his best friend in the United States Senate. Senator Barrett, you're going to trade those Republicans are good buddies. It wasn't in the fact that that could happen. I know it seems to be now, we have the Republicans talking to each other and drinks together. Anyway, Barrett was his best friend. And Cannon started telling us about the day through his family. He had a new friend. I finally had a face-to-face with him toward the end of his life. And his friend was the last interview I ever did. We touched on some of this stuff, but I asked him about it. He was very important. And was this chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And he had these stories about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and the Blue Room the Hangar 18. And so he called up his friend, General Curtis LeMay. He said, I want to get in there. I want to see him. And LeMay told him basically, not only is the answer no, but hell no. And don't you ever ask again. And Goldwater's like, well, you know, I'm a decorated war hero myself, he says. He was a general, I believe. He's Senate Intelligence Committee chairman, has all the security clearances he needs. What do you mean, no? I mean, no. Don't ask me again. So Goldwater later wrote letters about it. So I asked Howard Cannon about this. And it was clear to me that he and Goldwater had talked about it, not only about the Tiger 18, but about Area 51, flying saucers. He told me basically what would have been the point. The only thing was saying, I think I could have done it in Tiger 18. They said, what would have been the point of my doing it in there? Or going Area 51 to see this stuff? We didn't tell anybody about what we had seen. And if we didn't know it, we didn't know it was out there. And they were great. Things took a bad turn for me and Bob Lazar. Bob comes to me, I was out at Channel 8, we're doing some private projects. Bob comes to me and says, hey, by the way, I'm involved in this brothel operation. It's a legal brothel. It's operating in a couple of apartment buildings. I got the young lady running at night. I'm trying to help her put in some security cameras, and stuff like that. And then he says, oh, yeah, by the way, it's the same street where you live. My professional life flashes before my eyes. I don't know what to do. I said, I don't believe you. Sure enough, there it is. I told him, look, you got to shut this down. People want you to practice bar. You're probably being followed. Come to find out, you being followed by a team from Southern TV station. They hadn't got onto that yet, but it was only a matter of time. The hooker he was involved with, twice cops who were being friends of hers. It was a matter of time. I said, you know, check this down, get out of this, I'm going to call the cops. All of that. Got it down. Didn't get out of it. We did tell the cops, but they didn't let it pass. They were afraid we were making tested them or something, so they came and arrested it. I mean, you know, not a whole lot of people get arrested for pandering in Nevada, and Bob was facing multiple felony counts. And this is kind of a key insight, I think, into his character, is that parole and probation is a big background check on Bob. And if you were a commentator, and they were mad at him, they recommended you do hard time because he's lying to us about his background. Tell the story you can make up about flying saucers and being recruited by the Navy.
Welcome. No one wanted to fucking talk with you anyway.
Frankly, we've never seen anything like that. We write to the FBI and say, do you know something about this guy? Wants to know, is basically the response. No, they didn't tell us we don't have any information on the guy. They said you have no right to know about it. So, you can say what about Bob and the weaknesses in his story or what school he went to or what he really did or didn't do. In a lot of ways, he might have been a perfect guy for a program like this. He wanted to run it up a flagpole and see how the public reacted and pull the rug out from under him. He was a perfect guy. Scientifically proficient. Very knowledgeable, but if you needed to discredit it, you could. I mean, he flew a pirate flag on his house. He blew up the bookcase by the next car. He was a really good guy. He had some troubles in his personal life, and if you wanted to discredit him, you could. And I think in that way, he might have been the most qualified person to do that job, because I still believe it's possible that he could I don't know if there were flying saucers from other planets in Area 51. I've never been to that. But I do know that there's more than a few people who say they saw something that looks very much like it out there. And bits and pieces of the same story that Bob is telling. The pursuit of the UFO story, as I mentioned, is taking me all over the world. There's Russia, China, South America, and Europe, and it's taught me a lot of things. But my views have certainly changed from those days to which started. There's a guy named Doc Valet, and he told me some years ago, I'm going to be really disappointed when it turns out that UFO is from other planets. I don't think that's what it is. One of these days I'll come back here talking about Seawalker Ranch. I think this is not just visitors from other planets. I think here it is part of something much bigger, much more wondrous, much more mysterious, and a lot harder for us to get our heads around. But we need another 2 days to go into that. Thank you very much. Some of them like here in Las Vegas, a couple of rural not always rely on the some describing the same kind of beings, the same kind of experiences. There is in some of those cases physical evidence. Bud Hopkins, who just died a couple of months ago, wrote Missing Time, and a couple of other classic books in the field. There are people who claim to be abducted, who want attention, who have mental disorders. Maybe it's epilepsy or some other kind of physical problem. But there are other cases that can't be explained that way. And if you're looking for a blanket explanation, as some people would like to do to explain it all away, you've got to explain all of it. There's some of those cases that have multiple witnesses, multiple independent witnesses who've seen it from different angles, and some physical evidence. I met a lady named Betty Hill, which is the first famous abduction case. Met her at a UFO conference one time. That's a pretty good case. And then I met a lady named Betty Andreessen as well. That's a pretty good case. I tend to think you need to be careful with those stories because there are people who confabulate things and make them up. Some of them are just not very easy to explain away.
And the reality is that
I'll answer that in a couple of ways. One is that in the 1960, the Brookings Institute was tasked with doing a study for our government and said what would happen if something was revealed extraterrestrials have been visiting us for all time. And they basically predicted that society would completely collapse. That unless there was a conditioning program to get us ready for this, that we would collapse. It would be like the cargo cult where some primitive tribe we encounter in Borneo or in the Amazon. We know how that ends up. It's the primitive tribe, the more primitive tribe that disintegrates. And we would definitely be the more primitive tribe in this scenario. That was true then. Since that study in 1960, is there anybody who isn't prepared for aliens? I mean, they're everywhere. They're in everything. Every movie and TV show, every book, everywhere. I think we would be ready for the general concept. When I did this story back in 1989, I did a little survey of all these different religious faiths. All of them said the same thing. It's a testament to the greater glory of God that there are people out there, other people coming here. I think they saw it as great, good, more souls to save, more alien ducats in the collection box or something. So I don't think we would disintegrate with the general idea that aliens are coming here to visit us because they've been coming a long time. They haven't blown us up yet. So what's the threat? However, what if the ultimate disclosure is not that simple? What if they are describing something else entirely? By the way, the aliens are here. They're not really from other planets. They are actually interdimensional beings. They live here among us all the time, separated by a thin psychic membrane of some sort. They can see everything you do. They know when you're in the shower. They know when you're cheating on your taxes. They can read your mind. They can interact with our lives at any time, come and go as they please at will. You can't see them. You can't know it. How do you like that? You talk about people freaking out. That would have you freaking out. And I think the society would disagree.
The next stage.
Well, I just, like I think, I don't think there was going to come a day when disclosure happens, but the effects would depend on what it is that they disclose.
Shop Dynasty, of course, was a huge debacle.
Well, Phoenix Light's case, I think, is a pretty good case. There's thousands and thousands of people saw it. There's videotape of it. It's nothing that our government has in its arsenal that we know of. That was 10 years ago or so. They made a feeble attempt to explain it away as flares coming with parachutes. No, we had no military craft in the area. That wasn't us. We don't know what the heck it was. You guys are imagining it. Oh, that's right. We had some planes there. We were dropping flares and parachutes. That must be what you saw. It wasn't planes and parachutes. In fact, it started here. It was seen first over Henderson and then went to Phoenix. As for the story down to Needles, it's kind of complicated, but some witnesses saw a giant glowing cylinder come flying out of the sky. It landed just off the Colorado River near it, hit a guy in a houseboat. Within a couple of minutes, a whole armada of helicopters came, including a sky crane, out of the sky, picked this thing up and flew it off toward Nevada. And in the days that passed, and I've talked to witnesses in various places who saw this in different stages, in the days after that, these like men in black type guys started showing up in Needles and in that area, Mohead City, and hassling people who talked about it on the radio. And so we started going down there and found these people, said, you can't believe we keep seeing these phalanxes of strange vehicles and military-looking guys in sunglasses zipping through here and back and forth, see them all the time. So we kept going down week after week after week and trying to catch them. And sure enough, we did. We got up to them. We saw this back in town, all these cars, these strange vehicles, just as described, antenna and stuff sticking out. So we zipped around and chased after them. I had a little camera in the front. We get up close to them. Guys with sunglasses, military cuts, us start shooting video. They're talking to the radio. Pretty soon they pull over. One pulls over, we pull over behind it. Somebody pulls up behind us. The guy jumps out, civilian clothes. He's wearing a shirt like this. I can see he's packing a weapon underneath it. Oh, this looks bad. He comes over. You guys get off the side of the road. Get out of our way. Who are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? And we're in an unmarked car. We don't have any Channel 8 stuff. We work with Channel 8. Who are you? He goes, no, who are you? Show me your ID. I said, I'd like to see your ID. He flashes a badge real quick. I didn't get to see that. And then he does it again, and he did this. He says he's working with the FSA. I said, great, good. I got lots of friends out there. We do stuff all the time. Maybe we can ask her what you're doing. Because we're working on the story about this crazy thing in Needles. He says, no, I'm not going to tell you what we're doing. Get off the side of the road. Stop hassling us. We're going to be taken into custody. So we continue shooting video. They take off. And it turns out they work for an agency, another agency I'd never heard of before. The OST, the Office of Secure Transportation. I get back to Las Vegas, or somebody, a friend of mine, calls in. That was a bad move, because these guys are badass. Their job is to transport nuclear weapons. And they are trained. Somebody messes with them on the road to take them out. And in fact, we learned subsequently that their vehicles are capable, even if they were killed, their vehicles get killed by themselves. So anyway, I got to know these guys. I said, nope, I never heard of you. Let's do a story about it. Their national director came out. They were doing some training at the Nevada test site. We got up there, got to do an exclusive story, got to know them. They were amazing people that did an amazing job. But they had nothing to do with the men in black who were messing around with the folks in Needles. It was just a coincidence that they were going through the area at the same time that stuff was going on. But it was a very cool story to do.
These awful rabbis who are not primarily concerned.
I would just say in closing, this is a fun pursuit, and it's a grand story. And even if I never get any answers that you can really point to definitively, it's been a grand adventure and a worthwhile pursuit. And I think it's something that you should be, if you're interested in these topics and you have a curious nature, it's nothing to be ashamed of. That it is, if it came to be true, it could be proven, it would be the biggest event in human history. The confirmation of some other kind of intelligence being among us or visiting us would be the biggest thing ever, and it would change everything. And that's why I think it is a noble pursuit that is worth your time. And I thank you all for coming.
You know how to sing, you know how to dance, you know how to tell a story, you know how to sing, you can have a picture with a fellow Jew, or this guy over the top. Those are the guys who want to drive these things. And they always think you really see, and they talk about and get to the conflict inside them. They set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you want to buy meat? Yeah, the butcher shop, which is typically the showman too. Like you buy a piece of meat yourself, you guys probably never saw salt meat, right? It used to be that when you got meat, it did not come with the blood. You had to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class and had a salt with it. It's a complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat, it's like comes like that in plastic, it's a grocery store. Anyways, so if you would buy it on the show page, you would pay the tax to the rabbi who you don't like. What happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have Hasidic shkita. I can't go to the regular shkita. I need to go to the Hasidic shkita. And so you have a different shkita that for Ben Seal Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Lizbach sell now and chakra is during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you know, you're Hasidic Chassidus that says, you know, you have to daven when you're ready. Like, let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have a shul. You can't daven at the same time, especially if there's no overlap. You can't put two different Menachos in the same shul. So you know what? You have a new revenue stream. Ben Ziner's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi, you can elect to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi of the Forest Hunter, Mr. Berendich. Yeah. How do those people? We're going to get there. I know I guess it's a tricky part because we just had 4, but we'll get there. Mr. Krantz, quick one.
So far off, like in the spiritual, I'm sure the idea of money is a big part of it. It's so far off.
But Mr. Krantz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
Because these rabbis were going around from town to town without being behind doing just to hold the spiritual abilities to
Necessarily. Not necessarily. We see, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments, I had a Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? Because we're missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female Rebbe in history. There's a famous maiden of Luthier, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a titch. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice, say these other things used to be done, but all of a sudden you practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is like Chabad shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the 2 of them there, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbetzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that Rebbetzin 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, college-based, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the masses. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's, I call it Rabbi Rothschild, actually a senior colleague had a big impact on my own research. He's at Iran. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before, many scholars were, until then, shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really, really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was really part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than you. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of different things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medjugorje because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. The article called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real Christian or not. Because the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivtei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat this. It's not a history book, and so there's a lot of questions. Did he even live? So the Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Medjugorje, where he's supposed to have lived, and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here it's written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Cranston. Look it up. But Mr. Rubin, quickly.
I don't mean to be wrong way, but let's say that he actually didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not even about him pre-existed.
But that's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in HP 155 sometime. But yeah, so it's we don't know possibly the existence. We have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper or the Sheriff Nottingham that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, he was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him reverend, and it's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shivtei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his existence. His name was based on roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in the Restream library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like me with not so much hair. What he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s. And he was working with these tested. These were record books from the communities of Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements and libraries there. great research with him. And I'll tell you, his research on the precursors, but his great ancestors. Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are taking all around school called violation. People were applied to it. He was the violation. What does that mean? Perhaps you answer that? So hang on a second. Somebody can answer that? He's the good violation. Excellent. So what does that mean? The good violation. What is the bad violation? No, everybody can count. So first of all, what is violation? Okay, what do they do? Why? Because you remember, this is after Shabbat's feet, not that long after, right? Balshem was born in 7060. That's 100 years, 95, is the doctor of the Shabbat's feet conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a great living writing books. Remember the backwoods, right? You probably have seen them and maybe not owned, right? When our children was born, we got these little animated cars, and it's something like a Shibuki on video. Shibuki is an ultra.
Wouldn't turn out right. You girl, I wanna build my world around you. That you had that's true. I think you understand. I'm talking about your lifetime plan.
This is part of Jewish culture, right?
With my with hand in hand, the middle of my not a true. Had it all too soon.
But you know, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them in their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really prim, he seems like a nice guy. He grew up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm trouble with my business. My daughter, she's in a shitter, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's so healthy. Would you please write a email for me? And now you know the right something where you should these people are called violation amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so slow. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Mordechai, somewhere around there, $15. If I was Rabbi Sachs, would tell you exactly which word is there, $15, considered $15, somewhere around there. A whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion about what's the defining factor. It's also discussed, of course, in the Sunday Shabbos called the Wilson, right? When can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a multi, they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets that are not written by experts already in the Talmudic too. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy,
I said to myself when we're old, no dancing in the dark, no walking through the park and reminiscing. Little River Band.
500-page manuscript, which is too bad to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. You don't know how to publish it.
Nine of the good and jumping and rolling and jumping through the gate. I was dreaming of the night. Never turned out right. You should have gone. Every time you hear us, every favorite song. Memories come along. And too soon.
Later, I think that it's a was teaching to students. So those weren't. You have to accept the assertion that passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or you're skeptical,
Moved it all too soon. On the way back home, my boss is trying to be alone. Hurry, don't be late. I can hardly wait. I said to myself when we're old, we go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and reminiscing.
Existed, so that was the Kabbalah. That's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that it had this explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress. We get to Europe by the 1700s.
Night, I was late and I was walking alone and got down to the gate and I was dreaming of the night.
So what happens if you
Never turned out right. And it's all on. Anytime we hear our favorite song, we just come strong. That was sick. Send it. Just do it. Just go. Hurry, don't be late. I can hardly wait. I said to myself, when we're old, we go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and reminiscing.
And they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Mafia really has
Little River Band, baby.
That the lit boxes are going to start waking up and saying, wait a second,
Night
this
moves.
is serious. And it's
Night
actually
moves, kids.
shaping the way people observe Judaism in Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another in the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I was just the gentleman
I was a little too tall, couldn't lose a few pounds. Tight pants, points, humming out. She was a black-haired beauty with deep dark eyes. Voice of her own, sitting way behind. Went up on and high. Out down the cornfields where the wind got heavy. Down by the seat of my 60 Chevy. Working on whiskers without any clues. Working on a night moves. Trying to get some Broadway driving news. Working on a night moves. Summertime. Sweet summertime. We want love, and I'm not far from it. We're just searching for some pie inside summit. We were just young and restless and bold. Never met a soul. And we dream away every chance we could. Through the back room alleys and trusted wood. She used me to me, no one cared. We were getting our share. Working on the night moon.
I thought, what was the show on my jumping for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better you can sleep during class. Like, couple months, get a good night's sleep.
Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Living a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, pimp? All right, baby. I'm ready for you. Dog. Just stay away from steak and you'll be fine. Absolutely. Dog. What with me, I've watched you play Lightning Roulette, and we make fun of the mid chicks on it, and you have won all in all like $2,600 on it. And then you go and you blow it on steak. So I am telling you that it is my humble opinion to go with Lightning Roulette. That's right. All right. Well, it is the 15th of Tammuz. That's the month, 5785. So I think 15 is going to be pretty good. And let me give you a Shema. Here we go. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Hit it, baby. Yeah. Let's turn $5 into a trillion. Weird dog. I think it's probable. No, not this shit. Get out of there. Get out of there. This shit sucks, dude. Absolutely. Tell her to get in here. She can blow it while you make tens of thousands of dollars. Dog, that I get that. What's the orange mean? Dog, that is the worst game ever. I'm gonna just create a website that's called "How to Lose All Your Fucking Money." Play this game, and it's just gonna have numbers that go in orange, and people are just gonna throw money at me. Dog, what was the website that was absolute dog shit, and everybody said like it's a scam? Okay, well, don't use that one. Oh yeah, dog. Was that one of those sites that was like, "Hey, we'll give you X amount of credits to join"? All right, I gotcha. How many credits does right? How many credits does it take for you to get your interest? No, on any site. Like if I were making a scam site right now, and I wanted to scam you retro rate of all your money, if I put $1 in credits, that's not going to get your attention. If you saw $100 in credits, would it get your attention? If you saw $1,000 in credits, would it get your attention? Okay, cool. I mean, it's not like it matters. All right, drop a deuce, my friend. I don't believe. Damn, girl. I don't believe your heart is full. Listen to my dancing in the dark, rocking to the pop and reminiscing.
this when I was in college. This would have been pretty fun, and I wouldn't say easy, but it would be something to be very enjoyable to learn about the history of game shows and also how they create what goes on behind the scenes, some of the great moments in game show history. I've had friends who've been on Jeopardy, that's a bunch of friends who've been on The Price is Right. I don't know if I know anyone who's been on Family Feud. You know, Richard Dawson was tonguing down everyone. Yeah, that got a little uncomfortable too, didn't it? I don't think Steve Harvey does that. No, but Steve has other issues. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, so Wink Martindale is still with us. He's 90. 90. Wow. And the president had a hair on him, dude. Honestly, it's like the cliffs of Dover. There were some game shows I never could get into. It just didn't make sense to me. Like, I was never a fan, regardless of host, of Let's Make a Deal. Monty Hall or whomever. I just never really liked the show. Well, but on a sick day, when you're staying home from school and it's on, it's just kind of a big fun freak show. I guess it is, but I was more, Price is Right. I really like Card Sharks, which was in the evening. Joker's Wild was in the evening. For some reason, I think Joker's Wild came on like right before, right after Benny Hill. It's like the same program block. You do not want to start me talking about Benny Hill. Look, I try to tell people all the time, Benny Hill was a legitimate actor. He was in Jimmy Jimmy Bang Bang. Forget that. Hilariously funny. Yes. Wait, weren't you on the game show? Yes, I did. Dating Game and also Love Connection. Yes. But I can get out of this break now. What's with the area in the lead here? Come on. Oh, okay. When I did, I think it was Love Connection. Well, I did one, and there was the same production company, so they had me do the other. And Tom Bergeron was a host when I did Love Connection. It wasn't Chuck Woolery. And yeah, in fact, if you go to my Instagram at Mr. Mo Kelly, there is a clip you can check right now, Mark, because I know you want to see this. Oh, I do. If you go to my Instagram, in my
Was it like cutting cigars?
all the way to the left, it says 12 weekend on.
Oh, I got you.
And but she was the worst. We went to Magic Mountain.
Do you feel better?
Free tickets to Magic Mountain. I think maybe $100. Chaperone. No, better not. No, it's not the day. Okay, well, I don't think you're gonna get out of it easy. I mean, you've done some dating shows.
Quite pro. So long as you can do it and not become inebriated. There are some other issues, like, I mean, there are a lot of issues, but generally, we have it every week. Yeah, Islam's the big one that doesn't drink alcohol. Well, that shit'll eat your brain. Do you know who brought in aspartame into American diets? Former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He did it through something called NutraSweet. Word, dog. You just like watching a fucking fish that spins. Do you know that song? Funky Town? Dude, if you play Pink Unicorn Princess, it's not gonna surprise you. Go play your Pink. I know you love that song, so fuck it. Yeah, I think so. Dog, when are you gonna play Pink Unicorn Princess? That's your girl. Dog, anybody who plays that song in front of another male has a secret underground desire to fuck Chapel Roan. Can read it on you like a book. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I am. Right. Okay, you have one more time you have to play. The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. Word dog. You have to play the whole thing. No. Such a great video. Know when to fold, know when to walk away, know when to rock you and go. When you're sitting there, maybe counting up the count. When you think know when to hold, know when to fold, know when to walk away, when to lay down count your money. When you're sitting at the table, every time the time, when the king got to know when to hold, know when to walk away, and when to never. When you're sitting at the table, you time of when the you got know when to fold, know when to run, know when you better have money. When you're sitting at the table, you time enough to count when the feeling's done. Word dog. What up, Zoo? We're gambling. Stay here, Zoo, if you can, and watch Retro Raid make thousands of dollars. Dog, we just played the gambler. Zoot, are you watching? Zoot, Zoot loves to gamble. What up, Pip? Do I think what? Generally, it's accurate to be able to detect people who are good at pattern recognition. So if you consider intelligence pattern recognition, then perhaps. Um, I mean, it depends what you consider intelligence. Generally, intelligence is the ability to recognize patterns. But I've heard the quote. It's one of my favorite quotes. Is genius is the ability to identify analogy. Why did you take an intelligence test and it told you you were dumb? Genius is the ability to identify analogy. Yeah, I heard it once in a monkey documentary. Yeah, that's all right. All right, here we go. Is the chick hot? It's a dude? Fuck this. Can you get a girl? Oh, this is the worst. I thought it was always chicks. Oh, this guy sucks. Doug, I'm going to start my own gambling site and you'll be able to choose your AI avatar and they can be naked. Dude, that would put asses in the seats. Would you rather look at this douchebag or some chick? This guy sucks. This guy sucks. Did you get double zero? Did you get zero? Do you have zero? Oh, good job. Good job. Why'd you say 34 for Kobe? No, he was 24 and 8. No, wow. Yeah, but that's not Kobe's number. All right, how much are you up? Zero. Zero. Come on, zero. Okay, did you just make 60 bucks? Did you just make 60 bucks? Quit. Quit. This is the kiss of death. This guy sucks. I'd rather have you play that stupid stake game that you just shred your money. 1831. You have 18? Do you have 18? Dog, this is how you shred your money, son. Come on, 16, baby. Come on, 16. Oh, you said that 2 times ago. Yes. R.I.P. baby. I'm watching diligently, dog. I think this guy sucks, and you should quit right now while you're ahead. You said that like 5 times now. 10-22. We don't have either. Where's your friend? Dog, he's getting blown right now. You're never going to hear from him again. Here we go. Sucks. Right. It's happened twice. Okay, at least twice. 0. Come on, baby. Get that green. Get that. Oh, I did. So what's that mean? Yes, that's crazy. Doug, how much are you up right now? And look at an answer to my question. How much are you up right now? Quit. Quit. No, the strategy is you just listen to the gambler. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk and to come. You gotta count. The gambler, dog. The no 20. No, the gambler, dog. You quit, quit. Play anything, anything with a chick. Blackjack. No, blackjack, dude. Blackjack. I bet. I bet blackjack already did it. We don't want to overdo it. It'd be blasphemous to do it again. We already did it. We just don't do it every single time. Okay, now quit. Quit. Go to black. Go to blackjack. Blackjack. Okay, how much are you up? Okay, cash out 100 and then play with 30, and then you'll be up $100 on the day, no matter what. No, she's terrible. I'd rather have the dude. Do you? Are you asking? Are you asking me how hot this is? I'd rather, I'd rather have her than the dude, but I'd rather have my hand than her, perhaps. Look at this bitch. She's coughing. She's got fucking germs all over your cards. How much you up? How, no. So you're at 12. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. How much did you just lose? How much did you just lose? You're muted. Okay, so how much you up total? That sucks. Stay. Just, just, just quit. Just quit because you're up. Enough. You could have a nice dinner on that. Who wouldn't be? Who the fuck wouldn't be? What straight heterosexual dude would not be obsessed with hot chicks? Yeah. Well, you got it. How are you, Miss Aquarius? I'm well, thank you. Retro Raid, I'm gonna watch you, but I've got to play a game with Miss Aquarius. Actually, two of them. It's like our nightly ritual. If we don't know how to play it, then I wouldn't play it. Dude, stay away. Stay away from this. This drains your wallet faster than any game. Yeah, you already lost. Play. Go back to black. Go back to roulette if you're gonna play something. What's his, my friend, Mister? No, she doesn't. She's the nicest lady. I don't don't play this game. This game is just wasting your money. Ooh, all but one. Get it, Mister Aquarius. I've got it. No doubt. That's right, Mister Aquarius. Got a spare. All right, Mister Aquarius. I am. But you don't even know what a wheel drop. Dude, that's terrible. Are you going to try to do 4 at once? Who did you hear doing a bunch at once is good? Because that person doesn't know what they're talking about. Yeah, but you lost like 1,000 in a row and you didn't even know it. Nice spare. It's definitely not the move. This is the worst because you can't pay attention to all these things at once. Nice job. Yeah, but you're bound to lose 3. Dude, go back to roulette. Or blackjack. Go to roulette or blackjack. Nice strike, Miss Aquarius. No, I told you that like a minute ago. Blackjack or roulette. Tough split, Miss Aquarius. You can do it. Oh, all right. Oh, no. You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. Good job. Undefeated in friendship. Good job. This is a waste of money, Miss Aquarius. If you've ever wanted to watch a man just straight up lose all of their money, it's watching this right here. Oh yeah, this one. This one is straight up losing all of your bag. This is like taking your wallet and putting it in a garbage disposal. No, I'm dead right, dog. You know it. That's just what she's got. She's got to do it. Yeah. No. No. Because you have a problem when you gamble that you get up a little bit and then you blow it every single time. You can't just quit, and that's an issue. So don't lose any more than you already have. Love you too, big dog. You've got a family? Go take care of them. I know I am. Come back when your friend comes back. If he doesn't come back, then just call it a night, my man. It's fine. I'll be here for you. Then then maybe, but not until then. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You've got a crying little baby right now who wants their dad, and you need to take care of them. All right, he's getting blown, so let him be. Yeah, he's getting blown. No, dude, I like having you. Thanks, baby.
says doing on immigration. And the State Department's notices of layoffs to more than 1,000 employees.
We're looking at 1,100 of these folks who received the notification today that they will be laid off. That's after the State Department last night put out a department-wide notice that this was happening. And we knew it was happening when the Supreme Court cleared the way for the reduction in force to happen after they overruled a district court.
CSP's Watcher reports the district court said the Trump administration could move forward with these widespread reduction in forces, as they're known, without congressional consultation. Southland weather from GFI, some clouds and fog later. We'll have lows in the low to mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 80s, 90 in the valleys, upper 90s in the IE, about 103 in the Antelope Valley, and low 70s at the beaches. It's going to look about like that Sunday, and very little change next week as well. Right now it is 67 in Orange, 67 in Villa Park, 69 in Sherman Oaks, and 69 in Compton. Now we're looking at a crash on the 91 in Anaheim Hills. That's heading west toward Imperial Highway.
There she is. That's okay.
Before Van Nuys Boulevard, looks like the crash has been cleared from lanes. Traffic is now moving smoothly in that area. And the 405 southbound out of West LA.
He had to go do something. He'll be back.
Pretty slow ride that starts to clear up approaching the 90. We have a work zone in Castaic, 5 southbound from Hasley Canyon to Magic Mountain Parkway. Right lanes off limits until 10 in the morning. And in Lancaster, 14 northbound in between Avenue I and Avenue A. You'll see the right lane code out there for road work set to end at 8 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Dave Moreno.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Has your friend decided when her wedding's going to be yet? Oh, very cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was just asking her a question. All right. So 100%. What is it? Is this a song? Okay, I will, but I've got to do it on a different device because I don't want to get copyright strike. This is new to me. Wild girl. Yes, ma'am. It's pretty hot. Who? What was the artist? Yes. Dog, what are you doing? No one does. If you're drunk and you're playing a game, you're drunk and you're playing a game that literally I've never seen anybody win at. Not just you, but like tons of people lost. Yes, sir. What'd you say, Big Dog? You should take care of your family and get some sleep. Yeah, I appreciate your high praise, my friend. He's old enough to gamble his life away on steak. Yeah, show me what you want to show me. Excellent. Take care, guys. I'm watching. It's some animal's teeth. Stop drinking, and then at the end you can have a drink to celebrate. Yep. What's that, big dog? I'm listening. I like that previous song. I see. Not only am I listening, not only am I watching, but I'm keeping the beat. Perhaps, my friend. Yo, pimp. 39. I was too cool for Minecraft. Band? Yeah, I can rock to some Creed. What does this have to do with Minecraft? It's a good song. Yep. This is a beautiful song. Yo, dog, you want to get rid of your hiccups? You want to get rid of your hiccups? Okay, just one moment. This works 100%. I'm trying to, but you keep picking up, and I can't fucking hear it. That was beautiful. All right, Ken. Here's what you do. You still having hiccups? Okay, so just one moment. This works 100% of the time. Hold on. Both. All right, so this is what you do. You fill your lungs with your mouth. It's very important you use your mouth. Swallow twice in a row. Exhale slowly through your nostrils. That's it. Now get rid of your. No, you didn't do what I just said. Nope. Dude, I've seen Jennifer Connelly a million times on this fucking horse. There she is. I said, there she is. Did you do the swallow thing? No, because I keep hearing you do a fucking hiccup. Breathe in through your nostrils. Or no, fuck. Breathe in through your mouth. Swallow twice. Exhale through your nostrils. Did you do it? Take care, big dog. Sweet dreams, man. As always, same time, same station. Peace, big dog.
the separate prayer groups really kind of had an economic incentive to it as well. That was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the fact that we annually. So and that goes along with the ignore the mandated prayer time. But of course, they're saying this is, Al Tip Roshman and Seaboard don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shtiklos and things like that. There are different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier styles of davening, which are associated especially with the Alridi, as the Arizal, like Rabbi Rothschild, phenomenal Egyptian and later Scottish novelist of the 16th century. There's separate kosher slaughter. There's a whole business about, when you check the knife. I don't know how many you studied second schooling yet. And look what I should be studying and graduating in about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there, your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. But the problem is, especially with the technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for it to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing against the animal's neck instead of slicing. So the Litvaks and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shvita. You have to have Hasidic shvita. They said, what is this? You guys are studying Talmud. Are you saying you're getting together and you're you're sitting around telling stories and you're drinking alcohol? Is that what was the hope of the Jew? And instead of studying the Gemara, it's not everything up. You're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Zohar himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are they're taking Kabbalah dollars, wagon drivers, foster traders, water carriers, regular, trust, lonely people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros and the Shlichos Noga. What is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so horrible. So taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. They're upset about that. And this is definitely a big deal. It kind of changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, whole side, all of my bones call out to you, Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulation. You ever dealt with breast lovers? Lots of clapping, snapping their feet, partly stolen, where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife into your back, and so you're davening at full volume. So really weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. So these guys are that's not Judaism. We daven stock still. We don't move. We're lit box, right? And we wait for Scotty to turn on the transporter lead, right? And these Hasidim are just so wild, Mr. Grant.
They said that they mattresses only was killed as long as you're gone to get placed in that. So probably banging off the mattress that it came from.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say this Hasidim. It'd be crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, or at least breaking norms, and even sabotaging, secretly following Shabbat speed. So these are the charges that were brought against the Hasidim by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, the Shneur Zalman of the Adi from the Chabad, and Rabbi Nachman of the Text went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. And so we don't know exactly, it really looked like There's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Methodical movement. And so in 1772, again, it's not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were harems based on the Hasidics and got extra this movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious value. We saw them burning the ground writing the Spartak glass. Here we got around Palestine. They were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issued harem back against the Masnagdim. And you have these bands and bands, and they start burning the Masnagdim books as well. And it was just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, where the Hasidim and the Masnagdim literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty ban in the year 1781. That was like one of these don't stand it in Dalai Lama's kind of bands. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of confrontation. Ultimately, it came to a head in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Masnagdic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Masnagdim thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities and said, they hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Jonah Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. Masnagdim thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to say talking because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This rabbi or that rabbi. But it was a really nasty time. Imagine calling up the cops and saying, hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, portraying our values. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire, of our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane, right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who can be considered revolutionaries while the Tsar is fighting. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? So look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? They used to say like three years old that you love trouble. Serious. I think he's reference for every day. So he said, the video was really nice. You like that person for a lot of trouble. Yeah, you got to put him in jail for getting drunk. So now you're really very good story. Okay. So let's go on. All right. So what ends up happening? Now we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon I will speak up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between Masnagdim and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick-free. But the Masculine coming from the West, they're saying, why keep kosher at all? Like the Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., And Maskil was saying, why not Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday, so it's not convenient. Right? So the Hasidim and the Hasidim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Mishnagdim realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the spirit of time.
When actually in the second decade of the 19th century, they joined forces and they were working together. Like, we got those guys, we got these guys, but like, we got those guys in their strength and kind of keep them.
Basically, yeah, basically. This person like I would hate for my daughter to marry a pastor, but I would rather get relations with my good neighbors than allow a masculine to live on my street. Right? Like, they didn't necessarily like each other, but we realized we had a lot more in common. As you said in the class, right? 99% of what the student and the second believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5% is just style. You wear dark clothes, you not wear dark clothes. It's not like you observe style and not observe style. So, it's different. Okay, so this is the great issue about Rothschild. One of the most important issues that was established in the late 19th century. I was established by the great students of the Vilna time of the Rothschild, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the students. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like with the Siddim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So for example, what we're good at is we're trying to do it in text. So we are going to double down on this one. We are going, maybe one of the things we're study on is that we did not emphasize the importance of common study. So we are going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to the body. Like, before the Pacific game, even tomorrow morning, we can understand that most kids, certainly we give you a big number because a lot of kids, a lot of geographic space, but you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of realities in his cultural knowledge. To know a savior of this time, that kid would have been huge. To learn Sefer Gemara, you know, that's a massive talent. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there. You got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for Hamon the dark, unwashed masses, to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the elite. So the Litvak said, you know what? Maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular is better than anyone. We're way better than the Hasidic Talmud, so we're really going to mistake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own lifetime, I had literature Rebbe's telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, it is a pretty great statement. But I'm not telling you I read it, but it is pretty good. this was the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by the time of Rothschild, the student of the Gaon, and this is basically Kabbalah for Wayfinders. And I gotta tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so that the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas, he said the equal of Tanya. How many see that? This is amazing. It's not the antithesis of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It was such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. Because we have 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording. It's the personal story. But so when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. It was already in the 90s. We have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. But when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life and Judaism and all that.
When we learn about the Enlightenment,
Yeah, no, I didn't say it had to be from. It has to be about reality. About how do we get there? I mean, on history, one of the cool things about history is like it's really about how did we get here in the first place. You know, like you're driving along on a country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, you know, a map or map is like very large paper that sort of geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, "Oh, no, I want you and explain why I messed up in this way or that way," and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Kabbalah. And hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the two issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word scale, which means like to grow intelligent, right? Lamdai is healthy. From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sentence. I said it so well. Something pulled up like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your imam, your rabbi, they would tell you what was true, because that's the exact for truth. I would go to my rabbi, say what is true. I'm going to say my rabbi to what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from maybe the rabbi, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but the science guy, Newton, you know, people like that, demonstrating, you know, hypotheses, experiments, maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it is, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. That, of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, America-wide, but like new religious reports energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why for the first time in history people are actually trying to think for themselves? Or not the first time in history, the first time in, I don't know, 800 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, depending on reality and the race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine the truth.
To start questioning things, to start trying to determine things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-Sophists, meaning guys and like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. They're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth, the Torah. Here it is. It was revealed to us. That's its Mila. God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit
Why
more.
does that also start happening? Why do you start questioning?
It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea, spreads it around, then that picks up energy and steam and goes on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge supplement. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, in math classes. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that it exists? How do I know? Maybe I am dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. It's one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass beakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. Anyway, I didn't do say that in class. I know I'm recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? No, it could be that I exist. Thank you to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, and to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You either feel it or you don't. You don't start questioning it, because you just look at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. Let's try it. Is it better to be naive? Yeah, it's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Will Muhammad, as with much knowledge, comes much dollar, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. You know the expression? I say, but hey, that's the way to. Yeah, okay, that's good. Let's try to get it out. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period that would demonstrate the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Ramchal region in Ferrara, interesting history. Anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out and cross the river. They live for 6 weeks in the field. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Rabbi Rothschild, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes a living as a proofreader. This is his early years of thinking. So he's reading lots of books because he's preparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I mean, he's a curious guy and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks where, their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shittim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, there's a real mark. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they're celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth, and we had a great conversation. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it, even a Christian monk who clearly is based in Australia for years. And he ends up writing a really important book called Me'or Einayim. Don't be confused because that title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah. Or maybe I should say that differently. The Haskalah I already told you is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Me'or Einayim is kind of like foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books, he's writing on, I think Mr. Richards, who was actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos and Haskamos later again, because people probably might not have been controversial books like that. The Me'or Einayim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was he wrote a big chapter on the history of earthquakes, and that's cool, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea, of maybe we can learn stuff.
Do you know rabbits can produce more meat in a year than a cow? If you want a sustainable meat source, rabbits is where it's at. One breeding pair, a mama and a buck, can produce up to 300 pounds of meat in 1 year, which is more than a beef cow in the same time. Rabbits require less feed, water and space than chickens, pigs, or cows while producing high-quality protein. Our ready-to-process and only 8 to 12 weeks, making them one of the fastest-growing.
Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering the stimulus that's been canceled in a day by other rabbis, how divided was the support on the opposition? Because it sounds like everyone's saying he's opposed him, and everyone else was neutral, or everyone famous opposed him. So
No, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him. But it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it. But it's the internet. You know, it's hard to hold back ideas. Right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You go to Hebrew, start being accessible. People start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. People think, well, this is fantastic, great. And then later, someone picks up something and says, wait a second, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't come us the right way. Mr. Blakey,
you don't see referring those who have those books like Aristotle and science.
yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides using Aristotle?
Yeah, but it's not like the first person things like, yeah.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting a lot of
Right.
but he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks, that was camped outside of the country. So it's like totally church, not even like a pagan church. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. We're not about very expensive part of the training. He's writing on French. Everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Timmons.
I'm assuming you wasn't, using any of the later Oscar ideas of, not conventional. So, what was considered dangerous about the world?
Well, more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into most of it. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated into English. I think we have copies somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497. And then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful. And then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews who were also Christians at the same time. Meaning they were forced to become Christians. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want, they could go to universities, they could take any job they want, they could take any job, any profession they want, they could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, usually Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did, and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right, so they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Mayorina. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. They love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. What's happening? James, you got a question? What do you got a question? Okay. No, you're good? Okay. You don't be sorry. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hilary of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Turner, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776. Where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over. So basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women, almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France was right in the middle of Europe, and only following on from the work of guys like Moses Mendelssohn. His biography, interesting, comes from northern Germany, place called Prussia, and he's a self-taught, he's an autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had in most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mamalash. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basically, so, hey, can you please clean up the kitchen? Whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done. Right? Because almost all cleaners in America are talking about Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I know how to write it. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger and I have a marker in the drawer. In the drawer it will be. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal to you. Why you might ask why, Dr. Do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They were calling Henry. So they said after a while, I said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Soo. So that name means like Mochakayim or something like that. Young Soo. That's my Korean name. Okay, so how did I get that? He said, well, I can spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here. Yeah, here, is this a marker? Yeah. Yeah, not working. I want to make it work. Right over there, button. Yeah, it's got a button here. I should be dry out. That's it. It doesn't dry. It's not there. That's if I write it on here, will it go on there? No. So you should. That better. There we go. Oh, this is lovely. There it is. Young Sue. That's okay. But I noticed it. Like, thank you. Like, welcome. Like, how are you doing, sir? Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I don't know the very good, but if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or give a lecture in Korean, but I would be able to telephone conversation in Korean, right? So more at that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have to have much better levels of it. We see this also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim, you could get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you didn't have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think, you would have Nasi's son-in-law, Rebbe's son-in-law, had that kind of haircut. Tangents, why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability German, so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he's why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of this thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Nezrich, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positive negatives. By the way, this background image here is from a famous painting of him and a priest named Lavater, who's shown over here. Well, let me show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. Because I forgot to take it off. I gave this lecture in a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has the hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal shidduch line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his cashier, or who he thought was his cashier, he comes walking up to the front porch for the sheriff day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees him. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find you the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, she's got a big mustache. She tells her mother, I don't want to read. And her mother says, how can you do this? He came all the way here. It's so impolite. It's like, can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother arranges the daughter, says, you must sit down. You have to have a shit date with him for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. They do the shit dates. We go back then. The parents are outside. It was like chaperone, but not strictly street, and they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shidduch date. Actually, pretty good on the sorry? It's going well. It's going well. It's going well. And I said, what's this? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out, first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards, the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so dead set you didn't want to meet him. And I remember she says to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you gentlemen are familiar with. 40 days, it's like blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas call goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, bas ploni leploni, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas call, and I saw that you were my basher. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I davened in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy who's generous. So, this particular image, which is actually a quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of this whole deal of being opened up to society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have these meaningful conversations. You guys use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. What's it? They have, I guess it was my God. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? So we're in having a published books really recently. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn
To be real.
to follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. So hugely embarrassing thing. We don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being the whole Mendelssohn never converts, never speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other.
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Hood. Hey, Grant. Quick question, buddy. How do birds drown, my boy? Sometimes they get too thirsty. Oh, so it's like when they're in the bird bath drinking, trying to drink the water. Those people on radio stations where they do that drinking too much water challenge.
So many died.
And then they burst. Yeah.
But you get Xbox.
Keith, you should have some headphones.
Rich guy now.
I thought you were going to see if you can't find these things. We're just talking to thin air. Yeah, you're talking about hold your wee for a wee. Is that what you're talking about? Hold your wee for a wee. Yeah, I think so. That was selfish of that woman. She had children, I think. Yeah, she had children and she was trying to get the weed and it didn't wait for the
And she got it.
Yeah, Yeah, she got it in heaven. Yeah, fucking somebody gave it to her over the fucking gate. And then it's like, okay, we don't know if you're actually supposed to be up here or not. And it's like you're stuck on the other side of the fucking fence. And that's the last place you want to be in heaven, I would guess. Oh, absolutely. Hopefully they have bowling in heaven. Trapped on the outside, on the outskirts of heaven. On the outside. I'm looking at, was that Stained? I'm on the outside. That was a good one. I liked. There were some of those songs I really enjoyed. That being one of them. That was a really great one. Oh, great! It's kind of windy where we are at the beach. It's a little nice warm breeze. God, take you back. I know. How was it? Weren't you? You were recently in the ocean, kind of recently. Yep, South Padre Island, baby. Oh, yeah. I know. I had to take a load off. How was it? Was it wonderful? Is it beautiful down there? I hear all these nice stories about it. You know, I had to kick my toes up in the sand. It was so beautiful, and the appetizers were to die for. Tapas, bottoms up. What else? Like, so you gotta have. Hopefully, you had some fried shrimp. You know, it had beef lo mein. Ooh, South Padre Island. Had to do it to them. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Thai people down there. You can get a lot of Thai food down there. You can get a lot of Chinese food down there. I wonder what the South Padre Thai connection is. I think just when they started coming over in the Mayflower or whatever, I think to Ellis Island, they ended up, they told the Thai people, y'all aren't staying anywhere else. Y'all gotta go to South Padre Island. Yeah, they tried to kind of quarantine them there, but fortunately for us, it spread around the states. Yeah, they were able to escape at one point. And at the beginning, they're like, let us go down to Florida. We don't want the Texas beaches. It seems like a Florida beach is nicer, but they're like, no. Seriously, they would let the Thai people in Florida. No, it's okay. No. Yeah, just listen to us. Get on the bus. Please get on the bus. We're taking you somewhere nice. You can start your family there. It was like a trail of drunken noodles situation.
Love drunken noodles.
Not a trail of tears, but a trail of drunken noodles. Everywhere on that motherfucker. Everywhere on that bus. No, that was a smelly ass bus. No.
So waiting 72 hours is.
I'm sorry, Keith, this year I'm feeling yeah, Williams bumped up.
Welcome.
I'm gonna meet you where you are. I'm a little freaking jet. Nice.
How you living, Ken?
You're about to go to. So who else is in this concert case?
Are you ready?
The freaking one in England. Who else is on the show? Tomorrow.
All right, you little B. Time to kick your A.
Me. I'm going to see Black Sabbath and Metallica, Alice in Chains.
You're right.
Yeah. They really are. They're all in the same line.
No.
It was simply unbelievable. Don't trust me. I vote the same.
In England, at that?
He's flying to England tomorrow, Erica. Yep. Are they going to have like a Lane Staley hologram? Yeah, there's been talk about some sort of 4D Lane Staley experience where you can feel like mist and like
You're up, Ken.
rock and stuff. So,
You have an invitation.
I think that's a really good idea. Whoever freaking came up with that shit, that's like the opposite of freaking Astroworld. I mean, that was it turned into a bloodbath. We ended up watching about that yesterday. Yeah, that was not the best way to spend your summer. Oh my gosh.
Have you heard the guy's music?
I've
I've never heard it before. I was like, oh.
I'm thinking this would be bad music to be getting killed to. People crushing in your body.
Zoom.
Auto-tune bullshit. And just people going in
Zoom.
and other lifeless bodies getting CPR done on them. God, I was thinking, man, if I was on acid, that would have tripped me out. It's like, get those people.
Zoom, you have an invitation, dude.
I don't want to be seeing dead people on acid right now. In Astroworld, what happened here? Please stop being a little. Can you be a little less trippy? That's what I would say. You're being a little too trippy.
Zoot.
Some EMS guy just looking up.
Dude, what the dude?
What'd you say? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Keith, trick question.
Dude, go.
No, I don't know if it's a trick question, but a question. What do you think these days if you're doing CPR and something?
Dude, come on, man.
You don't have to do that anymore. You can always like put your fingers in a circle. you know. And
Dude, you have 10 seconds before I just don't play. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, fuck it, man.
If you save their life, like a lot of times, like studies, the first person you see after you come back to life is the person you're gonna love forever. Yeah. Which is why so many people fall in love with crotchety doctors. You know, they're like, oh my God, I must have him, even though he's like 70 years old, white hair, walks with a cane, but he's still practicing medicine because they have a gift and they want to share it. Just slinging that dick. Oh yeah, everywhere at the hospital. And I thought you were about to say.
Because I'm sexy, baby.
A lot of people fall in love with them because they're saving the people, but no. It's a much luckier situation because lifeguards are hot. They have beach bodies and everything, and they're not like some white pube having fucking uncircumcised dick from 1948 fucking doctor. Yeah, can we talk about some of the beat him off with that cane? Let's talk about some of these doctors' pubes real quick. Like this guy, what are you thinking? That's probably what, like a salt and pepper, maybe. Oh, you know it. I bet it smells like rosemary. Mr. Sheffield Bush. Mr. what? Mr. Sheffield Bush. Who's Mr. Sheffield? Yeah, dad from The Nanny. Yeah, that's salt and pepper string. He snuck a riff past me. William, he snuck a riff past me. Slip that riff in the line. Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, hold on, what is The Nanny? I'm thinking, hold on, was it Fran Drescher? Yeah, there's a Fran Drescher reference. He's coming in here hot, Casey. Out of all the riffs and all the towns and all the places and all the podcasts, you had to pick this one. Yeah, dude, that's kind of insane. Yeah, I wasn't trying to go outside the universe you've constructed. I mean, The Nanny, like, I hold it near and dear. You know, it's like watching a Zapruder film or, you know, Tower 7 falling, you know, that grainy footage from the parking lot structure. Anyway, I love The Nanny. What are you saying? Is that what the lady, Fran Drescher, is that her? No, I can't do it. Wait, how does she even sound? It's my friend Drescher. Yeah, she'll go like, hey, good morning. Coffee already? Yeah, I think that's why I never watched The Nanny. I couldn't get over that freak. She's gorgeous.
She's the best dressed, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Her outfits are A+.
Absolutely, to die for. I mean, maybe, like, if you like loud clothing, she did it right.
Y'all should dress as the nanny for Halloween. Different nanny outfits. Throw up some outfits, brand new.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Wow.
Love it.
That could be a good one. What is that, like a camouflage armor? Like a futuristic camouflage? I don't even, that's how the U.S. Army is going to look in the year 2050. Damn. And that's not even that long away. That's not even far away. It's right around the corner. That's what they're going to be wearing on the battleships. That's what, just all the soldiers. God. Even the guy soldiers. She looks like a communist got cummed on by an alien. Keith, we don't reflect that. Please. Yeah, Grant's in there, dude, and it's just kind of, oh gosh, I'll tone it down for that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, man. I got a big flight tomorrow. I can't. I'm busy. Yeah, Casey's doing that. I mean, that's a lot going on. I got to figure out this game I'm playing on the Game Boy. I mean, come on. You don't need that. The Nanny was fun. It was out there. It was fun. I brought up The Nanny, and then I jizzed all over it. And now it's, I messed up. Put your sorries in a sec, man. We're quick to forgive around here. Oh, that's good. Yeah, everything's okay. Let's talk about her purple genie outfit. Or this floral piece. That's kind of nice. Who I've seen that down San Pedro Island. What do they call it? No, it's not San Pedro. South Padre. Yeah, South Padre, not San Pedro. I thought you were just going to a different island. See, that looks like you see San Pedro, but that's not, you know what it's called.
What a shot.
Grant, I thought you were taking us all on a vacation this summer. I thought that's what was
Say that last summer?
What do you mean? Like Casey and I went. You said you couldn't go. I thought.
Grant, X-Nay on the vacation day and telling Nay, William Nay, never mind.
Yeah, we should really.
Grant, what did you say? Where did y'all
Thank you.
go?
I was asking y'all about a vacation. Went to Restream.
Well, would you look at the
Yeah,
time?
why
I'm
did you
actually
do
gonna
that?
leave a little early, so maybe you guys can finish
Oh,
up.
fuck.
Going to Louisiana?
Dude, they abandoned you. You out? It wasn't on purpose. I thought you were in the car.
Yo, what up,
Because I've
pimp?
been playing. Was this more of a romantic getaway? The vacation? Or
Thanks,
was it total
baby.
dudes weekend? Okay.
Oh,
Very much
Yeah.
bro hang. Here's the broads, you know the words. I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I'm gonna blame it on that. I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I've been getting out of everybody's life. It's really weird. I apologize. Sorry for that.
Why did you do that?
We're just happy you're around. Yeah, man. One day at a time. Play the video game. Like a couple minutes less. Next thing you know, you're back out there like you were never going. Yeah. Okay, so maybe just a little bit less every day. What are you playing? Casey, it is this game I've never even seen before, but I was going through the yellow Game Boy on the arcades, and basically it's the spiral, and these different colored balls go along the spiral, and you're shooting the different colored balls from the middle. And then once you get three, if there's two balls of the same color, you hit another ball from the middle. Then the chain goes away, and then sometimes you can do that. And then it could be a bunch of chains all together. It starts going really fast. They got bombs you shoot out, and if you hit a bomb on a certain color, all of the colors are going. Too complicated.
Go.
Yeah. Can you look
Go.
at it? Is that a puzzle?
man, I'll tell you, I was trying to figure it out. Just on your description, I was not sure what that was. Okay, I see it.
I cannot stop playing it. I was playing the
Oh,
Star Wars
fuck.
game, and then it started making me motion sick. Like, fuck this. I'm gonna just torture myself to play Star Wars. Star Wars. No, you're better than that. I was torturing myself. Yeah, I was just like, I've never even watched this shit. I was like, what? I don't give a fuck. I'm just going through
Fuck.
it. I'm just going for it. Fast forwarding. I don't even give a shit. It's making me sick. Oh my gosh, 2 chains. That's what I always say when I get two of the chains together. And 2 chain go out. I'm like, 2 chains. And that's a good thing. 2 chains is a good thing. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. If you get 2 chains, that thing is getting smaller. It's wonderful. I sit there hours just shooting the balls.
Just like the game Zuma.
That's what it is. The phone game.
No way.
Look at how that one looks. What is that? A newer one or something?
The better one.
I played this one a bunch.
Yeah, maybe we don't like that one as much. Is that a person?
No way. Don't fuck this up.
Yeah, that's a little more raw. Yeah, kind of demonic. Something weird. Wait, what is that called though? Maybe I should look it up.
Fuck that.
It's a phone game though.
It's Zuma, Z-U-M-A.
Okay. And why should I play it? Give us the root word. Use it in a sentence.
Oh man, I just zoomed.
That's pretty fun. What's the origin? I think it's Mayan or Incan. Wow, it's old. It's very old, really old. Can you use it in another sentence?
Oh, where'd you get that Zuma?
So it's like
Zoot, go.
Or an adjective or whatever you said earlier.
I
Zoot, go.
I've been an adverb.
Okay, what do y'all think?
Zoot.
Z, S, O, or is it U? I don't even know. I'm gonna say OU. Z-O-U-M-A? Yeah. I was thinking Z-U-M-A. That'll be nice. Or Z-double-O. Like a zoo, yeah. A zoo. Zuma, like the mother of the zoo. Okay, Grant, what are you just gonna keep us hanging like this?
I was really invested in you guys guessing.
So none of us got it correctly?
One of you did. Look at that.
Oh my gosh, Keith!
Zuma champ.
Never even played.
Wait, look at you.
That's awesome, man. You did really great.
Keith, seriously, dude.
Good job. The fighter pilot from the spaceship, middle on the other one, is waning in my heart. I'm starting to like this exploding head of fire. It is trippy as all get out. Oh, it's a frog. Oh, a little frog guy. Yeah, look at it from my perspective. Oh, and how are you doing that? I should change my eyes shut a little, kind of. Yeah. I'm doing it with my eyes shut a little because I have to squint. Also, I'm wearing a pimple patch on my nose, and nobody's commented on it yet. So
Can we see under it?
yeah, well, no, it was big reveal. Then I'd have to put it back on, but it won't go back on. I'll tell you guys what. If you guys are really, really funny today, yeah, and really nice.
Wait, how have we been so far? I'm a little worried.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. Okay. If you guys are really, really funny and really nice, I mean, I'll let you see the pimple before we leave. Okay. Do you hear that, Keith? Yeah. I'll just stay away from alien ejaculate, and we'll be right on pace to win this pimple viewing. I'm gonna give you a couple different angles here so you can get a good look at that sucker. Yeah, that's right, fellas.
I want to see that thing because I almost feel like I see it a little bit. Maybe I see it a little bit through the pimple patch.
This might be nice and big. Oh, it's juicy. I woke up to an absolute nightmare scenario. I go, oh, it's a beautiful Wednesday. I start hopscotching around my apartment. I love that. I drew chalk on the floor. I catch a glimpse in the mirror and I go, the impossible is happening. I'm an idiot.
And it really messed up your freaking hopscotch game. And how does one, Casey, for one wondering, how does one play that? You get a rock or something, you throw it, and then you got to hopscotch to the rock or something? Grant, you
Tell us hopscotch.
Yes, sir. 41. That's a high score.
Complicated, honestly. For real? Yeah. There's, I mean, some people go to war about this. It's a pretty legit thing. Here, I'll put up some diagrams. If you guys want to read that. There's color diverse, even strips.
Zoot, go.
Squares are approximately 16 by 16.
Go.
You read that one, that is so small. Not right.
Go.
You can have as many players as you want.
Zoot, go, dude.
To have a ward on their finger loses.
Go, Zoot.
See, if the finger's in their shorts, they can play.
Zoot.
If you don't see the ward the whole time on their finger,
Zoot, you're so shitty.
if they have a ward on their finger,
Zoot, go.
wow, it's really
Go, Zoot. Zoot, you're the worst. Go.
So if you don't have wards, like basically you just jump around.
Zoot, you're just looking at dudes' dicks on Snapchat. Come on, man. Go, Zoot.
This isn't double dutch. Not by a long stretch, my man. No, yes, under a different.
Zoot, come on, man. Nobody wants to fucking play with you if you're like this.
It's a, oh man, a jump rope situation.
Zoot.
So totally
Zoot,
different.
come on, man. If you're gonna come in here and you want to play, that's fine, but don't waste my fucking time.
I was growing up, so I just jumped from rock to rock. Wishing
Zoot, we're done, man.
what would y'all use if you could have
Fuck it.
some just like a string or something? People would just hold hands around like hands across America style. Yeah, we'd wrap around big things that need rope, and then y'all could just stand around. Yeah, like hay bales, and what else needs ropes? Yeah, we're talking about some pretty tough times here. We're talking about 2008. We're talking about a lag of rope. Well, I bet it made y'all close. I bet y'all got really close. Yeah, interlacing the fingers, that was something that you only did with people that you like a believe. No, what I read, you wouldn't do that with anybody, would you? No, just people that were of the same political affiliation. So, sure.
context.
So Dems with Dems, Republicans with
Jews regarded
Yeah,
German
you see a Republican and a Democrat holding hands. It was like this, like
Jews thought,
the end of one of those
part of the
red handshakes people do.
So they were still holding hands, so.
Yeah, they would. I mean, we had to.
That's why
We had no choice. There was no rope, Willie.
Yeah.
I'm talking. There wasn't even twine.
I don't know how y'all made it.
Well, twine would connotate rope if you put enough of it together, so it was a loophole. And they were well aware of that.
If we had a surplus of twine, there probably wouldn't have been so much kerfuffle over the rope shortage.
I mean, a loophole, you don't, and you do not want a loophole in a rope. I'm serious. You do not want a loophole in a freaking rope if you're trying to tie somebody up or if you're trying to,
Trust me. I know.
yeah, I mean, if you're trying to tie somebody up, you don't need a loophole. And the freaking, that's how loophole came to be a word.
From time to
Yeah, you fell a loophole. No loophole.
Sharper, Mr. Rubin. How many?
No hanging. What is that used for? Is it like a public bathroom sign? But it just says no loopholes.
Well, okay.
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like something different. It seems like that's something that it would be a person in that.
That's like what you pull to flush an old-timey toilet.
Yeah, it's kind of a bug in the toilet.
You don't have one of those.
Yeah, why not give me a long string to pull? After people were probably using them to brace to stand up. You know, you can't have nothing.
Trying to drink water out of them.
Yeah. Well, using it as a cup holder.
You grew up without any string, so you see a string like that, you start going. The gears start turning. Yeah, you start going. I can get my hands on a couple of strings like that.
Yeah, I could do something with these.
Rent them out. Start a borrow my string business.
Yeah, maybe you just end up finding a bunch of strings and then go back and then tell everybody you got all these, you can sell them.
You know, that is probably the one joy of my life is that as a big city living man, I get to go back to rural America where I'm from and tell them about all the innovations. You know, they're still wiping with their hand in most of the rural United States. And I bring toilet paper for them. I bring them boxes of tissues. You know, stuff they've never seen. Soap that's not in bar form.
What if they got used to using the toilet paper and stuff and then but where they lived they're not going to be able to find it again?
Well, let me ask you, if you only had one day to live, wouldn't you want to live it to the fullest, even if you found out halfway through you were going to survive and live on? You'd be happy for that time you were living like you were going to die.
Wow, I never even freaking thought about it like that before. And I pictured literally the day I tried to live, that song, that Soundgarden song. I would have to be playing during some of that day.
Yeah, also live like you're dying. She went skydiving, I went rocking my meal.
Chris Cornell
Hold
rocks.
on, is that also a sound? What song is that?
It's definitely not Soundgarden. He goes,
Chris Cornell solo stuff? Or?
he goes, I went 8.7 seconds on a bold name Fu Manchu.
Yeah, they
Is it a
named.
Chris Cornell song?
No, it's not Chris Cornell.
Well, I never knew who it was by, but I like that they named that bull after a type of mustache goatee combo.
So you knew the song, it sounded like.
Generation after Moses Mendelssohn.
I mean, I've heard it. Like I said, I'm from rural America, country music. Like, we didn't even know about Beyonce until 2015. So,
They got a late start with Beyonce.
yeah,
What do people wear for clothes? What are people wearing?
mostly like potato snacks. Hand-me-down overalls. You got, we make our own patches. Maybe if we tied some patches together, we could solve this rope problem, but, we're not big on thinking.
Yeah, you get a bunch of patches together and make a makeshift, rope.
Like when makeshift rope, like when people tie the sheets together to escape a hotel room, and they tie it to the bed frame. but it's like little tiny ones made of patches.
Now, when you say hotel room, why didn't you say something like a prison or maybe even a hospital? Why did you bring a hotel? What was happening in the hotel? A fire?
I gotta be honest with you, I only stay at the Quality Inn, so it could be a lot of things going on in that hotel room. You know, sometimes.
Are you double knotting the sheets when you're tying them together?
Probably double knot those things. What do you want to tie it? What do you want to have to go back and tie it again? You gotta tie it twice once.
Or you could fall and hurt yourself. God forbid. Look at Tim McGraw in his see-through shirt. That's kind of cool. Yeah, how does he pull that off? God, how do you pull something like that off?
Never been any questions about Tim McGraw, which is nuts seeing that picture. That was an album cover.
What do you mean? Like about him touching people?
About him being, like, you know, one of Diddy's friends. I think that's what they call it now. When you don't sleep with the opposite sex.
No, not all people like that. Like Grant edited Keith out. Yeah. People can't do that. There would be a lot of mad people.
You guys had me out your last guys too. What's going on?
We're doing solos from now on. Edit me out too. I'm going to.
All right, just the worst show.
Hey, good win it on multiple show.
Yeah, I'll just let you quit it.
You gotta quit it. Yeah.
Today you gotta no way.
He only got charged with flying a hooker from one state to another.
So does he even have to go to jail or anything?
Maybe 10 years, but his lawyers are trying to get him to walk out today.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I thought he was going to jail for sure.
Well, I mean, if you can get past the fact that prostitution is illegal, technically, I mean, why wouldn't you want your favorite prostitute from Las Vegas to come hang with you in Miami? I mean,
for sure. It's like Nevada, it can be legal in places.
Yeah, exactly. There are certain parts of America where, you know, they accept that sex work is real work, and they, you know,
maybe it's okay. Maybe if we sit down and really think about it a little more, maybe it's okay. Maybe this is a good decision. No, I'm kidding. I know. No, none of us say that. Not even Grant. Not even Grant can say that. Yeah, Grant wanted to defend this guy, by the way. Grant was defending this guy to the nail. And
made it clear I wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, well, we made it pretty clear when I put my damn boot up your ass. It was crazy. For those that don't know, Casey literally goes in, Grant's freaking off, new office in there, and freaking lays down the law, throws some of the 12-pack of drinks down that I'm always drinking. He throws those freaking things. Some of them start spraying. And then literally gets him to the ground, almost immediately says, hey, look over here, or whatever, and he gets his ass to the ground. I love to do the distraction method when I'm about to beat a buster's ass. Or go, what's that over there? And you're good at it, because I looked over there like, what's he talking about? And then it's like, he's on top of Grant pretty much. I ripped him in half, basically like a piece of paper, and I was fortunate enough, my prayer warriors were working for me. I ripped him in half and I put him right back together. Thank you, because Mike would have been pissed. That would have been crazy. Oh my gosh, Mike would have lived. It was sealed with the kiss. See Grant in there and started crying and said, my friend! Oh no. Bryce, get in here! Bryce would probably freak. You know he would not handle it well the loss of his mentor. Oh my gosh, he'd probably run out and go straight to his freaking place and like shut the door in his room and like stay in his room. Like, what did I see? No, but like doesn't leave his room for weeks. Yeah, he's like done mentally, he's checked out. Yeah, totally gone, and his family's not around here, so it's bad. Seriously.
It's crazy that this came up because, William, you and I have been friends for almost 10 years now, and I've always wanted to ask you if you were to be, like, cut in half and survive, Would you rather be the top half or the bottom half?
Or the bottom half, because I can't see myself being able to do it. Yeah, so I need to be the bottom half so I can see people walking around.
That's what I want to be.
I probably work the legs.
I've always felt this connection with you, and now that we both know we feel the same urge when it comes to the surviving.
And you can probably learn how to shake your toes like you're saying hello. A little wave with your foot.
Hands on legs. I don't think I've ever felt this close to anybody. Really. As long as I've
You
been
would choose
alive.
that too.
Oh yeah, we're the bottom half boys.
Yeah, well, I saw that. Yeah, not to be contrarian, but me and Grant would 100% every day of the week be top half. Although I would hope, and I hope I'm not being too crass, that my little peeners included.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Enjoy eating
So
in
you
your
just
pointless
got your-
existence.
So you can't just cut your high up on your legs. It's below the waist.
Yeah, Casey, we'd all like it to be sunshines and rainbows every day, but we're talking about getting cut in half here. You're either top half or you're bottom half.
That's just the rules.
But, you know,
But a lot of the time that people die, because I saw some video kind of recently.
We were just fishing for some time this past summer. We were just young and restless and bold. Living our soul. And we steal away every chance we could. To the back end of the alley for just the road. I used her, she used me, but neither one should. We were getting our share. Working on the night blues. Trying to reach them comfort teenage blues. Working on the night blues. Summertime.
Yeah, I stepped in a puddle the other day and I thought, well, that's a wash on the day.
Summertime, summertime.
Yeah, oh my God.
Let that end up going.
Yeah, so you gotta try to say, you gotta try to live your life. At least sometimes just glass half full. It'd be so hard.
Yeah, especially when it's full with your top half. You know, that's a big glass.
Other case here, you're okay, I'm saying your back. My back hurts.
Tell for lightning. Waiting on the thunder. Waiting on the thunder.
Oh, you're laughing as we speak. Yeah, we hear your voice, dude. You sound like you were laughing.
It's a natural way of talking.
Yeah, right. And this isn't my natural way of putting my boot in your ass. He'll get your ass on the ground again. You know he will, Grant. And Keith will be there watching.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fight warrior. I don't really like to fight or anything. Unfortunately, certainly, I was going to say, Casey, you've changed, but I think really, what's been said is just come out. And it's a beautiful thing about this. It's like it's like a phoenix. And being that shit in the reviews.
It might happen today. It might happen over again. That's actually really sweet what you said. Oh my God. Sweet.
I really enjoy. I can watch a fight on mute, you know.
Yeah, I like hearing that. I like hearing the noise of whapping
Flesh to flesh.
I'm not a fan. You don't sit at your place look on your phone and look up videos like that where people are fighting.
Well, if it's my ass getting beat, I'm not as much of a fan. Yeah.
Have you ever been in a fight, Grant?
Not really.
What was the closest?
Like hockey fights, I don't feel like those count as real fights.
Did you get your shit wiped?
No, I whooped another dude's ass.
Really?
Yeah, but you're wearing hockey gloves, so I don't feel like it counts.
Yeah, same happened to me. I was playing badminton, and I just wailed on this poser. William, you were there. I was there, and I thought it was crazy because I'd never seen a badminton freaking one of the rackets bend so easily over somebody's fucking head. Casey literally hits the thing, and they have those long, kind of skinny things on the racket. He busts this sucker in his freaking head, and the thing immediately goes around like it's a hat or something. Then he bought some weird hat at the match we were at. Yeah, it was with spaghetti on it. That's what they call it, the string cheese. That's it. And I went to freaking spaghetti zone on his dumbass. I took him to the information chamber. It's crazy, and it's crazy when you take somebody to the information chamber at the freaking badminton thing. We were so good, Casey. You would have been proud. Oh yeah, if you could have seen Casey and I when we were on the circuit,
Just squatting up, beating ass.
just kicking ass and scoring points.
You know, I always thought it was weird how even professionals in badminton choose to hit the birdie, I believe it's called.
Just burn. Yeah.
Choose to hit the birdie so daintily. It's like, yeah, I bet you guys just went in there and brought that fucking high T energy, high testosterone energy, and mopped the floor with these.
Well, we've been training people. We'd be like, hey, where are our glasses? We'd ask people that, like, we couldn't see anything. We would do all this stuff, so people would be like, wouldn't even take us serious. And then it just right at the very beginning, we'd start, and they'd be like, whoa, these guys know how to play. These guys are hitting it hard. They were catfishing them every day of the week. I go, oh, I think I forgot my running shoes. I'd be like, oh, I think they're right over here. And then I would trip over like a log over like in the corner or whatever. And then they'd all just be looking like, hey, who are these idiots? How do they even make it onto the door? You can't, like, you have to actually play. You have to actually be good to get on this door. They start whispering, who's dumb and dumber over there? Like, who's think number one and who's stink number one and stink number two. I know, we're just dilly-dallying around, and then when it comes time to play, when we hear the whistle, that means it's on. Yeah, that means we're taking bets.
Stink number one and stink number two. That's just me.
Yeah, we wouldn't take showers, but there was also a part of it to be like, what are they mentally ill or something? Why do they stink? What is that, body odor? What is that? Think again. It's a little piece of trash I keep in my pocket so it stinks. Yeah, and then sometimes it'd be like, yeah, I got one too, and then I'd bend over and like look like a little bit of my blood. This guy stinks. Keep on stinking his blood. Hey guys, get it. He just opened his butt up. Oh, God, we don't live in a world where that really happens, where a mob of people can kick your ass. You know, if you do that actually
We are blessed to live in a world where you can just spread cheeks, be safe.
It is one of the constitutional rights afforded to Americans, even down in Ireland. Which island? Why do I want to say St. Andrew? But it's Devon. Not the one down there. What is it called? Gosh, it's not the big island. No, in Texas.
The island.
It's not the Padre Island.
Oh, what you gonna do?
We were just young and restless and bored.
Yeah, that was good. Grant liked it. Grant doesn't normally like when people do accents. Seriously.
Hey, I can barely handle my own accent.
Really? You do a good job.
We were just young and restless and bored.
I would say
You're not so.
like
I must steal away every chance we could. To the back in the alleys of the wood. I used her, she used me, but neither one cared. We could not share. Working on the night mood. Trying to lose some awkward teenage blues. Working on the night mood.
It keeps the motor running.
In summertime.
So it's a Jake Mansfield.
Summertime,
Starlight issue from
summertime.
Longhorns used to have a stop mechanism. And then they made the bar. That's what happens. It's like the plane's crashing and everything. It takes, sadly, it takes somebody's life. And luckily, you know, they changed the rules on some stuff. Impressive.
And you know, with Jane Mansfield, it's like, it sucks that it was a decapitation because everybody was
Waiting on the thunder. Waiting on the thunder.
now we have to cremate these mutilated remains, and nobody's going to get to stand over those fake juices one last time. You know,
Hold on, does Jane Mansfield look like Grand?
So you're humming the song from 1962.
just kind of round off a large W. It's like, man, just draw a picture of
Yeah, she's shaped like a pencil in a thunderstorm. I mean, she looks
Just don't seem to have as much of
letting
these.
those hang.
Spring power and I move.
the girl on the top has kind of misshapen lips.
No, it's no, she's the top on the bottom.
Hey guys, let's go ahead.
Okay, let's cut that out.
The one with the fat rag that's kind of more modestly displayed, that's Sophia Loren.
It was in the Wizard of Oz. Wasn't that the Dorothy and Wizard of Oz?
Yes. 5 Oscars.
Nice move! Nice move! Nice move! Nice move! Without a move. Somehow I remember. I remember. Working practicing, I will.
Yeah, so many people are employed just because they're
Remember.
with your white wine that evening. It's like,
Yeah,
it's on some airport, some commercial airplane. There is some airplane, I can't remember what it was, but the other week I was doing that. And I
Lord, I
was
remember.
television thing, watching it, and there was a scene in a little commercial they were doing on an airplane. Where I took Spike because he was walking and
Yeah. I remember.
Drink really quickly.
Which dad are you talking about?
Just that main dad and
Okay, dad. Yeah, Cyber
the man did.
oh yeah, he's very hilarious. It's I don't know what it is, United or American, who knows? But it's funny. So at least he's still being funny on the airplane commercials.
I'm glad that I had to find the movie pictures. It was really hard to work with all that junk on screen. There we go. Yeah. Now there's can't work with a man like that staring him back in the face. That's what
I wonder if that's just for men gel, or does his hair really just look like that?
I think that, I mean, he probably just ran his fingers through it and was ready for the red carpet. That's a handsome man. It's a thick mane.
Yeah, mine'll never look like that. Look at this. Look at the difference between this. You have a good head of hair. Keith, look at that head of hair. You got a good one.
It's all right. You know,
It's a good one, man.
you know, it covers up a brain that's hardly functioning. You know, I have like 9 traumatic brain injuries, and putting on shoes is so difficult. But the hair looks good.
But at least your hair's looking good. It's looking like Ty Burrell.
Yeah. I have a lady, she combs it for me.
Oh, that's sweet of her. So it's a comb you're using. Hey, Grant, go ahead and bring me back. You can't cut me out forever. Oh my gosh, what'd you get? That is Yeah, I thought you said these have caffeine in them. Grant, well, they stopped. It's like I asked for one thing and this motherfucker, and then it's like, then they stopped getting it. Oh, well, yeah, Grant, what do people just not like the caffeine? It's like, that's like the one drink I look forward to when I come here. Nope, not in the fridge. Trust me, I looked yesterday and today. Trust me,
I have some ginger lime over here. You guys want one?
room temperature. Yeah, I got ginger lime right here. Dude, he's gonna be on your fucking ass, and Keith and I are gonna watch.
Yeah, we're gonna watch.
Do y'all just keep that in the background and don't put it out because you don't want anybody else to drink it? Y'all just drink it?
The rest of Europe.
No, I don't know. I just found one of those still in this other fridge.
And when
But we do have more caffeinated ones. We just need to restock the fridge. I'm sorry.
Grant, it's like the one thing we asked for about to be making y'all want for the ad stuff. It's like, that's weird. Casey didn't even hear all that. Because you had to order that. Yeah, this. Grant, why'd you give Casey an alcohol? We're going to the border. Yeah, no, we're going. We will be at the border. We can be there in what, 5 hours? We will be at the border in 5 hours. If anybody wants to meet us, I'm going to be there. Keith is going to be there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a shave.
It's cheaper down there.
It's way cheaper. I drive to Mexico to get most of my shaves.
Yeah, I've heard of people, yes, going to Mexico to get their hair cut.
Yeah, well, here in Austin, they want like $400 to shave your beard, and I'm like,
You're kidding.
my comb
Why
lady,
do you shave your It's a large beard budget.
I mean,
$100? How often are they doing that?
I mean, 5 times a month,
You're kidding. 5 times a month, $100 every time.
and they won't even come to you. You have to go to their place, and like they always live in these big high-rise apartments, you know.
Grant to teach you how. Grant has taught both of us. He taught my ass how to mess with my beard. And he did Grant what you want to have to show you how to do it.
My dad would have taught me, but he didn't have any thumbs.
Wow, this could be you if you paid the right amount of money.
Now he's got the Mr. Sheffield beard there on the end right there.
Emergency. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Even though I just woke up. The days are short when you wake up at noon. So I tried to drink a little caffeine. It started freaking me out almost immediately. So hopefully this vitamin C is going to wake you. Yeah, the vitamin C will be good.
Oh yeah, that's a
Wait, shot of life. How did the caffeine? How was the caffeine though? It's weird. I just cannot handle caffeine. It just gives me like super bad anxiety, and I think most of it's psychosomatic. Yeah, I would have messed with them. I don't actually think the rest of the podcast is going to be you guys having to squeeze me really tight to make the panic go away.
we'll rope you up.
And then he'll feel better. And then he'll feel better. We'll have to hug him, and then he'll feel better.
Yeah. I think if more people just gave each other hugs, everything would be fine.
It's like these days people don't want you to give hugs to
Get the
people.
ass for
You're
consent.
gonna ask first.
Yeah. That was Saddam Hussein's problem, is that nobody ever hugged him.
His son had. I saw some videos recently of him being at parties, and he would just unload his clip of his AK-47 as people were dancing and trying to act like what they were seeing was normal. You talking about Uday Hussein? Yes, I think it was probably him. I think one of the brothers was crazier than the other. I think they were both insane. But yeah, one of them was just unloading clips right above people's heads.
Yeah.
At these parties, I was thinking, fuck, I wouldn't be at one of those parties. I'd be nervous.
Would you rather that or just the occasional, how about a hug? You know, like,
Yeah, give me a hug over that.
give me a hug over bullets, whizzing pin. Yeah, see, that's
Mel Gibson. Looks like a brand. Let me ask you something personal. This person, When you see a pretty girl, do you walk up to her, even if you don't know her? Do you walk up to her and go, "Where's my hug?"
That's horrible.
Should I start trying that?
Never works for us. It's not like that. I'm not gonna hug that way.
You'll pretty much have ruled yourself out of any other kind of relationship with this person, but you'll get that hug and then hugs. I mean, is that how you want to end up? Sitting there knowing that they're going to hang you by your neck to your dead for betraying your alliances with the American power structure?
Hey, Grant, would you be open to that? People have been saying in the comments and stuff they want to see you on the street with a GoPro under your head. Yeah, women about
See that in the comments.
sending messages. Would you be willing to do that? Just be on the street stuff for us.
I mean,
We'll pay you.
Yeah, we'll pay you like as much cash as we've got on hand. Yeah.
We never get cash.
I've got a lucky $2 bill with your name on it. You can hug 100 people.
I fucked up. I actually went to the bank because I got paid my rent. So I have like 18 grand. I pay 18 grand a month. I'm doing very bad, but financially I pay 18 grand a month. My life is massive.
It's a house, right?
It's the museum. It's the Lyndon B. Johnson Museum. Oh my gosh, and that's a pretty
How
cool
many rooms is
museum.
that again?
You get to be in there the whole time. It's like a permanent pass.
I cannot sleep there because they say that Lyndon will wake you up. But everything else is a day free from so you can just sleep outside of the house at night and then go in at the daytime like to take showers.
Does he live there too?
His little ghoulish ghost does. I mean, certainly the ghost office is right there. That's where I have to get my
Johnson City.
ranking. Yeah, Johnson City.
Wait a minute, you're telling me Lyndon Johnson is dead?
Yeah, the guy that got us into Vietnam.
I'm not ready for this, guys.
Yeah, that monster. You're telling me wartime president Lyndon B. Johnson when Ronald J. Kennedy was still warm is
Why did I tell him that?
at this point in time, Kennedy's dead, dude. That's what we're talking about. That's the time frame we're talking about right now. This is the worst that's what Kennedy said when he died. Dallas, this is the worst summer of my life. Get me out of here.
Much
I
like
didn't want to be in Dallas today. Get me out of here. Thanks. Driving. Thanks.
Much like the people of Southern Vietnam, I just wasn't ready for you to drop a bomb like that. I thought he was alive and well. Like you see him at all the parties.
People dress up like them. People like to dress up like them around here. That's what it probably is. And there's some old guys that really look just like them.
You know, why can't people just be themselves?
I mean, I went through, if you look up, there's some pretty embarrassing pictures of me in high school. I went through a pretty heavy, like, Rutherford BA's phase. Really? You went with Rutherford? Oh my gosh. It was like William Taft. Like, there's like a lot of, there's some stuff out there, man. There's stuff out there.
What were your best friends in high school, Sam? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Tony and Diddy, the two T's.
Brothers?
Sisters.
Taft was the only other president besides Clinton to play the saxophone. Well-known fact. He was so big, he had such great lung capacity, he could solo.
Hold on, I was thinking about Tommy and Timmy, the sister. Wait, who else played? What did you say? Oh, somebody else played an instrument or something?
Yeah, when
William
Howard
What did he do?
the president to play the saxophone. He had giant lung capacity. Solo for hours. It was like the origination of jam band meets, avant-garde jazz.
Talking about this guy. Yeah, he walked so friends after good friends. Yeah.
There would be no John Coltrane. There would be no Miles Davis.
No Mingus.
Yeah. Good luck, Charlie Mingus, without William Howard Taft.
Yeah, sit and spin. Shrimp freak. Yeah, people need to know about this. This is almost July 4th. Well, when this is out, it's going to be past July 4th, but it's almost July 4th. We need to remember some of the good ones.
I'm going to be going to July 4th. What am I running away from? Is the real question. I'm running away from myself and all this rat race. I'm sick of the rat race, man.
Have you ever been outside of America on July 4th?
No, I'm afraid they're going to string me up in the town square like Mussolini.
Gosh, well, don't talk a lot. Maybe, like, if you're out and about or something, don't talk a lot. Because if you don't talk a lot, people wouldn't necessarily know you're not English.
Also, I get this freak hair. I think I'm one of the dangles over there.
Be good, that would be cool. Because people love the Beatles over there.
That's true. Well, the American flag tuxedo was on there. But you know, you've been planning that for months, and you spent a lot of money on it. $22,000, $4,000 more than you paid rent. I mean, this guy's hemorrhaging cash. My outfits.
I'm investing not only in myself, but in my children's future. My kids are going to be able to sleep at that museum and share that suit until the day they pass away from a meeting. I mean, Casey, I honestly think, regardless of if you still have the pimple on your nose or not, I think with that American flag tuxedo, it's going to pop with a Viking star on there. Step stars on the flag of America.
It matches. Race matches the city's
I might just need to get a couple more pebbles for this thing. Oh my gosh, you can have a couple on your face, like under your eyes or something, or maybe down your forehead.
50 cents.
50 cents. If you're good, perfect. 50 cents. So cool. Oh my gosh, 50 cents for 50 steak.
Yeah, 51 for real.
Oh my gosh, we just created the majority. Are they going to say yes? This is awkward. What's going on? Three, why are we inviting another country to be a state?
Let's make North America out Greenland. I don't know if you know this. It's not really green. It's made of diamonds.
Also, just a sidetrack, I'm going to backtrack on this rabbit. Isn't that what you call your butthole, the North American hot tub?
North American hot tub, that's right. That's right.
Sorry guys, I gotta go put some chlorine in the North American hot tub.
Well, I keep a chlorinated rectum for religious purposes.
Anybody watching this, don't do that because it's steamy. You really don't actually want to do that. You build a callus to it. Yeah, eventually, but you gotta go through a lot of pain.
The chlorine's a way of life. It brings me closer to God. And guys, I know we're just having fun, but 5 times a day since I converted, I've been chlorinating my rectum. I see. I guess I found salvation. Some people live their whole lives, buttholes all dirty with poop. Not me. I found a way. You know, it's just those guys.
They're gonna let you in Greenland.
Yeah.
You're gonna live there if you want to.
Look at that Greenland, more like Brownland. Am I right? They're gonna love my butthole.
I'll tell you what, I'm about to convert Grant to a dang PDF. Punch, destroy.
We don't have to explain what that happens.
Fine, you know what? I'm going with that. Yeah, I'm about to convert your ass to a gift.
To control
Exactly to stand for. Gurgle, infiltrate.
We don't have to do that. That's either.
God, that gurgler. That's a good one. You gotta remember that to say to his ass if you ever need to put him in line. And turn his ass into a PDF because he is always messing around with the computers and stuff. Oh, yeah, he knows what you're talking about. He understands that.
So it's not like we were formally emancipated.
Yeah, Grant, so he's a tech whiz, but more importantly, he's a family man. Yeah. And are y'all having a good time this summer, Grant?
Yeah, it's a lovely summer. Not as hot as it has been. Previous summers hot. I appreciate that. I too enjoy the weather. I filled up. Favorite topic of conversation. You can't make anybody mad talking weather.
Well, no, there's certain people you can't. Certain people I cannot bring it up around. Or it's like, okay, I can see what the weather is too. Rain is Renarlo. Renarlo, this is like a name from here, from Greenland. Yeah. Renarlo. Yeah, that's Renarlo.
When you say we close this pod out in style, I wrote a couple of songs. Yep, I know it's been a while. You guys
So here's the thing, in case you guys are new listeners, sometimes I write songs and it's just lyrics and I don't remember the tone of the cadence, which is very important to song structure. You figure it out. You're good at figuring it out.
You figured it out. Oh, yeah.
This is the first one called I Got a Question. I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 25th? Did you get everything you wanted? I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 27th? Were you playing with all your dreams? I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 24th? What was your very special wish?
I don't think that's
This one's called Girlfriend.
Leave me alone, please.
What was that first one called again? I got a word.
Technical day. Oh my goodness. Charge your phone, it's gonna die. Rabbi just hit like bubblegum upon request. Wow, wow, wow.
Talk about an unchained melody.
Number 2, bored girlfriend at a baseball game. Bored girlfriend at a baseball game. She wanted to go dancing with a crying shame. Looking into your eyes, wondering who to blame. You're a big fan, you're a ride or die, but you also promised her it wouldn't be so hot outside. Bored girlfriend at a baseball game.
It's like a good summer song.
Yeah.
It's also serious, like when she's looking in your
I don't
eyes,
want
I'm
this
like,
back
you
on
don't
the
blame
day.
you.
It's happened to every man. It's like we're at the baseball game.
I don't
We
want
have to go
this
dancing
back in the
after this.
day.
You know, we already did one activity. What is
Oh,
there
that
to
is
be
so fucking
multiple
funny.
activities?
And we're going to be exhausted because it's hot as hell right now.
It's
We're
hot.
not going to be wanting to dance.
How about we go cool off post baseball? We just spent 4 hours in the sun. No, gotta dance.
World had a perfect world. I lived in a town that was the opposite of Footloose, where you had to dance all the time. Really? It was exhausting. Higher rate. It was exhausting. Go, not dancing enough. Can you imagine, Kate?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's oppressive. And, you know, as somebody who really can only white guy walk dance, I don't want to be pointing my fingers everywhere I go.
You strike me as a dancer. You strike me as somebody that knows how to dance.
I only do interpretive dance. You know, but it's hard to do interpretive dance at a wedding. Everybody thinks that you're on some drums that you can share with them. And, you know how it is. Weddings are all about sharing drums with people you can hardly stand to be around in the first place. So they think I'm flirting. Well, really, it's just like, how many times? This is just the only way I know how to dance to the Bee Gees. I mean,
a bunch of movies at my brother's wedding. We got the coke dealer coming up at the place. I called his ass. He gave it his Chevy, his Dodge Charger dealer suit. No, he would always just stay in the car. He didn't get out. I invited him in, I think, but he didn't come out.
that's why I quit going to weddings, because I quit using drugs. I realized that was the only way to get through a wedding. So now people think I don't support their marriages. People think I'm no longer really their friend, but really I'm just protecting my own personal gain and intake.
You gotta protect yours, man. Yeah, I think you're doing it perfect.
No one else is gonna. No one else is gonna.
No, he's got your back. We got another one. What do you say? We're gonna close it out. This is song number 3. Oh, this one is perfect. It's summer song. I'm happy you brought that up. And this is something you might hear in a little, like a tiki bar in South Padre Island. So it's pretty cool. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. My son ran away and his girlfriend's a leech. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. I got sepsis in my toenails and I lost both my feet. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. I love that thing. Really short. And that can happen. People don't even think about that. Just because you're living in paradise doesn't mean you can't have health problems and stuff. Your family. You can't run away from destiny. Yeah. Shit can happen. Well, Casey, those were wonderful. Thanks, man. Just had us to they were wonderful. And Keith, you have a special?
Yeah, I put out a comedy special. I shot it in February at the Mothership, and it's on YouTube right now. Just search Keith Ray Comedy, or the name of the special is Closure.
Look it up. Very funny.
Yeah, because it's the closing set of the showcase, so it's like closing.
I love that. So you can't. So there's a meaning behind the name.
Oh yeah, and it's like talking about
we were just young and restless and bored,
you can give someone
living our soul. We steal away every chance we could. From back in the alleys of the trusted wood. I used her, she used me, but neither one cared. We were getting our share. Dragging on the night move. Trying to move some my poor teenage to leave. Dragging on the night move. And sometimes. Summertime.
I love Big Macs, Jenny, Jay, Jess, Jethro, Toll, Joe, Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loop Loop, Mista Alex, Nigel, Sted, Nissan, Poppy.
That's not it, dog.
Patrick Casey, Boopsicle Butt,
Sucks.
Ruby, Jewel Sparkle, Shitty, Kaya from the Big Island, and Zarak, and Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones Esquire, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard.
I don't want this fact of the day. Delivery, bird. I don't want this fact of the day. Kick you as fuck, you should ask me first. Why don't you want this fact of the day? I don't want this fact of the day. Leave me alone, please. Fact of the day. I don't want this fact of the day. Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah, I think I love y'all. And look up KCCF. You can look up my Instagram. I go to places. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
they were restricted by the
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show was produced by William Montgomery. The answer is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us.
Shh, no fuck said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
So Beijing no longer has the power to keep Jews together.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
See the boulder,
Starring William
sweating in
Montgomery.
the sun,
Casey Rocket.
feel like a million,
Tony Chin Orchestra.
feel like number one.
Dancers.
Never felt that
As
strong.
always, William is joined by Laura and Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big
I was
machine,
waiting.
the rhythm snapper, William Montgomery.
Didn't have a care.
Friends become
Looking for
Texas
speed.
Rangers, dude. That's
Didn't say
It's
that
just
I'm
a weird
despair.
transformation. You don't hear about that often. No. Well, there's a couple of famous pairs of twins in the MLB, BJ and Billy Upton. Charlie and Cardi. Pedro Martinez and Don Zimmer. Don Zimmer and Jones. Andrew Zimmer and God, it was Andrew Zimmer's freaking brother. I think plays for the Blue Jays or something. Roy Oliver. Yes, Roy Oliver. Robert Downey Sr. Fly high, roll.
I walk that
Yeah,
purple.
boy, we hook
My
her up
step
there.
short,
We're
freaking
gonna work
hard.
some out for you, boy. You
I
guys
didn't
better
hear
be
you.
flying. If your leg first, thick as hell, right? Move for a second. Yeah, you got big cheeks syndrome. Yeah. Good for him. Big cheeks. You get it from his mom.
I'm strong as I could be.
Yeah, I think so. It's the extended
Nothing ever
Toys
got
R
to
Us
me.
kids theme song. He get it from his mama, but it's a toy, not another thing. And it's just showing the giraffe walking around in the toy aisle. You get through the aisles. First name Jeffrey, last name Toys.
You know the thing about it lately is you ever see a horse from behind and every once in a while they'll do that it's like a fly will land on its ass or something. It does that weird shake with one cheek. I wish I did that too.
What, like if you had a tail?
No, just the big ass, I guess.
Is that an ice cream cone? Oh, no.
Yeah.
And I stood there straight, running tumble by the way.
Where did that come from, Brand? We all know Casey and I don't get none. Oh, man. We don't get none
I
tonight.
stood
Thanks, Big J.
proud, I stood tall.
This is shaping up to be pretty freaking awesome. It is. Woo! This has a leg to it. What is it? Yeah, I didn't fuck it. You left this in the sun, ain't you? Yeah.
I tried warming up from the sun.
It's fucking
Well,
dick.
maybe not outside next time because there's like ants and crap.
Stupid boy.
Seriously.
Sweating in the
Yes,
sun.
you're fun.
Looking
William
for
can't eat it because he
peanuts.
just put his Zen in his mouth.
Thanks for calling.
It always ruins snacks.
Yeah, it always ruins snack time for me. I'm not big into snack time
Nice
anymore because I got my sins in my mouth.
Solid everywhere.
I wish you
I
knew.
go
I
rock.
wish I liked it.
And I stood a little straight, unencumbered by the weight of all the hustles and machines.
Yeah, you got a lot of growing up to do this summer.
I stood proud, I stood tall.
Maybe. Can you believe first off, Casey, can you believe it? How are we already in quarter three? We made it this far. Congrats, my man. You too. I didn't know what was going to happen. Here we are. Shout out to everybody who's ever believed in not only us, but the stock market, and not only the stock market, but us. Yes, thank y'all so much, because here we are. We swore to y'all, and I think back in January, you will see our mugs come beginning of Q3. Here we are. Yep. I wish that me and my friend William and also Erica and the little dog and the Grant. Yes, another thing coming. Yeah, dumbass. We're not messing around. And just as that person was changing the plot to where we are now in Restream. So thank you for all the support. Thank you for all that. Me too. Yeah. I guess hate is a nice last thing. No, we got like a all the way up to the doorstep of my number one hater, Jamie Kennedy. So I pull right up. That's a deep cut. Yeah, documentary. I pull right up to their house. I say, hey, are you talking about this bad? Yeah, go in back. You can leave fast. Is it Dave Guy? No, he did a documentary called Heckler where he goes to his haters' houses. So it's actually pretty good. Oh, that's pretty fun. Yep. Was it a good one? So he confronts the people. Yeah, he confronts them Jay and Silent Bob style. Maybe that was a more entertaining one. But yeah, basically, I would say that he would whip their asses.
I don't want this fact of the day. Leave me alone, please. Fact of the day. Oh my goodness. Charging for this for the down. Fact of the day. Oh my goodness. I stood proud, I stood tall. I love it all. I still believe in my dream.
Yeah. Just on the ground, just banging his ass.
Okay, be sick.
Ass in his butt cheeks. Yeah, in between his butt. I need to be booked way more than I am, so Jamie, I would not. That'd be fine. He'd respect it if you talked out against him there. Yeah. He might ask you to open for him or something. Seriously, do you want to say anything to Jamie right now? He actually does watch the podcast. Like, yeah, what would you say? Like, to start opening up for him or something. Okay, well, I'm going to take my friend's advice here. Okay. Yeah, all right. Jamie Kennedy, can I get a word?
I stood proud, I stood tall. I love
Jamie
it all.
Kennedy, the next time I see you, I'm going to
Hey,
fuck
Alexa.
you into concrete. Wow.
Wow.
Just want to be clear, I didn't. So that was kind of an example of when a pitching coach meets with the pitcher, and the next pitch he lets up a home run. The coach didn't tell the pitcher, hey, why don't you go ahead and let up a home run on this one? So sure, and that way, but that's not the case. You gave him nothing but good advice. I thought I didn't give up a home run. I thought I just hit one. What side of this? What team am I on here? Well, Jamie doesn't like people being mean about him, dude. Like, seriously, I thought you realized we were kind of messing around, but kind of being serious. Alright, like, you don't need to be talking shit about Jamie Kennedy, dude. He really does watch the podcast. Yeah, he's a Patreon member. Listen, he pays $40 a month, dude. Seriously. Jamie, it was a very out of character moment of honesty from me. So that will never happen to you about it. If you don't though. Because he's going to know that. I realize that you're just doing this. Can you remind me what I said? You said Mr. Kennedy, and I am going to retcon this a little bit for your own sake. Yeah. You said Mr. Kennedy, nothing but respect, and nothing but a brand new Porsche in your front yard, courtesy of me. Right. So it was really nice stuff you said to me. It was really nice. Now I remember my car. Because the way I say that is, I said the same thing to you. I said, I will butt fuck you into the concrete, and then I gave you a car. Yeah, well, you can't have to give out the bad, right? Exactly. You gave him a pretty shitty car, so I don't know why you even bring up about you giving Casey that car. It was like pretty nice. You gave him a car or whatever, but it was kind of a shitty car, wasn't it? I already have a pretty good car. I have a 4Runner, and you gave me like a 2003 like Miata. Yeah, and so dude, these things are death traps. They're too small. I saw a dude in a Miata last night. We're in a red light, and he takes off right when it turns green. And I swear to God, it almost flips over because he immediately goes to hard left. Like, is that thing gonna flip over? I think it was Michael Ridley. I saw that. Yeah, the Riddler. I think that was a Riddler. I saw that too. I think Michael Ridley, isn't that the alien guy, or that's another Ridley? That's not the same. That's Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott flipped his Miata last night. It's a tragedy. And also he did a riddle. Yeah, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Still not dead. Still ain't dead yet. I did, yeah, motherfucker. I did, yeah. It's Ridley Scott, the 86-year-old Ridley Scott. I did, yeah, motherfucker. That's what the alien guy looks like. I didn't even realize that's what his motherfucking ass looking like these days, dude. It's like I almost don't even want to see that. Those aliens are so scary, and it's like, I get hole in the earth. Yeah, that shit. I get it. I mean, have you ever seen a picture of your face and you're just like, damn, that is my actual face? You know what I mean? Yeah, like nobody caused that to happen. It's just me. That is just me, homie. I'm not sick or anything. In fact, I've never been better. It's extremely off-putting. Yeah. I've been eating right. I've been working out. Yeah. This is the best I've ever looked. I got 8 hours last night, and it's off-putting. Yeah. I'm off-putting. I'm off-putting. Well, I haven't been eating pudding. Pudding? What, chocolate pudding? No, yeah, I'm off the stuff. I used to love that chocolate jello brand pudding. Yeah, I can make that. Give me a little milk, give me a couple eggs. Oh, you make it? You don't get it in the little cups. You remember the cup? No. We used to make it. So, yeah, you came from money. It didn't make sense. Well, yeah, I mean, I was making the jello. So you want to interpret that, right? That seems like an old money. To me, that seems like an old money thing. We had to buy the cups. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
the
snack
cups
pack.
are more expensive than making it.
No, they have good deals on snack packs.
It's middle class. It's bourgeoisie. Yeah. Well, I regret telling you that. I do have to say, Tyrion, you have quite the glow about you right now. Look at how
This athleticism. Look at this athleticism.
Yeah.
Unprecedented.
Yeah. Genetic leg replacement. Yeah. That leg replacement therapy. Grant, do you want to move the table? That was the grass thing. Look at that. Look at those.
Leave me alone, please. I don't want this regular day.
How about you pull up a chair and take a look at these?
I don't want this regular day.
I have a Zoom in actually over here on my other monitor. You might learn a thing or two.
Yeah, Grant, because you need sun, you need vitamin D, like I need vitamin D.
What happened to Discord, Rabbi? Rabbi tries to put on hood like hot dogs with peanut butter.
Like we're in here wearing t-shirts and shorts. I never see you with t-shirts and shorts. When you got legs like these, you don't want to cover them up. Fair enough. I do have the best legs in Austin County. I've been told that. That's not something I'm proclaiming myself. But I hadn't heard anybody else say it. But I do have the best legs in Austin comedy, I think. And especially once you bike to New Orleans. Did you know this, Casey? He didn't. And after last year in Vegas, he's now going to New Orleans this year. How much distance is that, Durham? About 500 miles. Okay, how much was Vegas? 1,600 miles. Those are not my legs. Is that not? Those are not my legs. No. Well, actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, you might be right. What is that? It's chronic edema. What's that long for, darling? It's got lymphedema. Fatal for most. Grant, why did you do that one? That's got to be diabetes, right? No, it's edema. Chronic edema. Okay, we'll get it off, please. We're like having fun. I'm into Casey in a little while. We're trying to relax and doing like this weird medical oddities crap in front of us. You're doing like a Ripley's Believe It or Not. Lovely your legs. There you go. Now I'm horny. Get it off, right, Amy? Yeah, maybe we can keep talking. Try again. What other legs can we look at? There you go. Let's just come back to Ripley. Yeah, come on. Search, gosh, what do we even search? Do we ever just stop and think anymore? No. Vintage legs?
Vintage
1800s legs. Yeah. See what comes up with that. Yes. Oh, no. I actually can't stand the cider sound of that. Yes, I wonder if that's really what Ridley's legs look like. Yeah, no way, it's possible. No way, not the alien guy. No way. You'd pray that's not the case, right? He probably has one of those things where he's sitting at his desk and he moves his leg like a bicycle thing. He's probably doing that. Or something. I don't know why I would have said that. I don't know why I would have put that on his ass. Maybe he's not doing that. You know, or something. He looks great. He's fucking 150 or whatever it is. He's got a standing desk. You know it. Yeah, exactly, with a treadmill under it. I want to get a standing desk with a little relic up there. Oh, sorry. I gotta take this one. Wait, so what would that be? Like you have a chair or something and you can press the button on the chair and it goes down and also the desk would go down? Or no, I think you just set up the desk on the Batman ride at Six Flags and that's your office. I wouldn't get any work done. I'd be squealing. Yeah, and your head's going to be hitting both sides of the roller coaster. It's going to be painful to you. You're not going to be good at whatever job you have. No. Yeah, but at least you'll be on a roller coaster. Yeah, but don't you think it's maybe like tickling or too much tickling is too much? Like, don't you think if you're on a roller coaster all day, it might be too much? No, I think you go zen with it and then you start to just not notice it at all. Do y'all ever get that way with tickling where like somebody's tickling your ass and you're thinking, God, this feels so good, but like, now it's hurting a little bit. Yeah, please stop. Where do we draw the line? Well, that's why I can't hang out with Sam Bergen anymore. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We've really gotten into it. Like his fingers or like, yeah, just fingers. Well, that's what he's got weird tics now, and that's all from me beating his ass to death after tickle fights. Where's a good place if I were to, and I wouldn't, but if I wanted to tickle you, where would I go? Under your arms or something? Or no, under your neck. Arms aren't a thing anymore. Neck probably. Yeah, it's bottom of the feet's a real issue. So Sam Prickett tickles your neck. How does he go about doing that? Sneak attack from behind, or yeah? No, it's pretty much he comes right at me, looks directly in my. I mean, he's not. The one thing I will give, him credit for is he's not afraid and he doesn't need to flank me in any way. It's a full frontal, and dude, it's a full frontal nudity tickle attack. Here's coming. And it's coming. It's quick. He's like a bird. Here it comes. Yeah. So do you let it happen a little and then throw him off, or well, yeah, because then that gives me an excuse to, to lay hands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We kind of have a mutual thing going. It's like, you know what I mean? It's we kind of fall in love. Both like it. I think that's sweet. Yeah. We have a very sweet relationship. That's nice enough. Well, I think you'll notice I got you guys some very special gifts.
No, we didn't bring this out then.
It's okay for real. No, man, for real. Okay.
You didn't give us a wish list.
We got something. You got something very cool that wrapped in that little bag. Well, guys, I got you some gifts. This, first of all, is a gift from me. So I got myself something. And I know what a lot of you guys might think if you're watching this at home. Casey, did you pack that on purpose? And is that why you're giving it to yourself? And no, it's a gift for me. So this is a weed. Wow, very, very scary. Yes, Erica eyes. So it's a weed. Look at that. She's actually beautiful. Of course she is. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, she's with child. You couldn't be more wrong. Their hands, of course. Yeah, it sounds like are those bosoms, and then I was thinking maybe a child. Hands. Their hands, of course. So, Gator wants to get a closer look at that one. Gator, would you like to play, my sweet? Gator! Here, Terry, pass this down. Gator, you want to say hello to your new grandma? Gaylor! Yes! Yeah, we call her Gaylor. Gaylor! Oh, I think she loves it. Where did you get this thing? So that thing has traveled far and wide to get here. So, it doesn't surprise me that, because it also doubles as a talisman. So, it's a treasure and it's a spellbinder. So she knew that's why she freaked out. She gets a sense about that kind of stuff sometimes. She can feel it. It came from Chicago, and I'll tell you what else came from Chicago. And Erica, you're going to love this. This is for you.
I love it.
With Jane.
It's so
nice. Look at this thing.
It's gorgeous. It's shiny. Me too. How'd you know I liked shiny stuff?
I saw it on your Christmas wish list on Amazon.
Is that real?
Yeah, the shiny stuff.
Oh, you better believe it, pal.
Yikes.
That's black market. That's real deal. This black market hand, black market chain hand. That's under the table. I've heard this is good to smoke.
Is it too early to put up, or?
Of course not. It's year round. It's the best part.
Sorry, brother. Yeah, all right.
Oh my God,
Well, he
thank
was
you
a
so
swindler and a
much.
thief, so he deserved
Damn,
it.
girl, that's beautiful.
God, every now and again, I really wish the Indian in the cupboard was real because I would put that thing in the cupboard. And then that thing like, yeah, I would put that thing in the cupboard. I mean, yeah, like a real hand moving around, always in
Like Adam's Family style? Yeah,
good thing.
Yeah.
Of all the things to put in the cupboard, well, you have the world, the power of the sun in the palm of your hand, Dr. Octopus. And then I go for that. I know, Casey, I'm working on it. I don't know, it's dumb. I agree. It seems like maybe I would have a better toy, like a Swamp Thing toy or something. Look, dude, there's all kinds of things.
Put your hands on. Put your hands on.
A couple of Beyblades in the cupboard. And this is a present for Grant. And it's actually more of a lesson. So sometimes, sometimes the best presents are lessons. And Grant, I just wanted to see how you like it for once. Something. Yeah, I feel pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, how does it feel, Grant? That's how we feel every time we step foot in this motherfucker. Yeah, it looks so good. Who's to say you don't look good too, Grant? In fact, lesson number 2. This is to show you that you're just as cute as anybody in this room except Gator. Aww. And Darian. Yeah, I know. It goes without getting Darian with the best legs in the fucking comedy suit. He looks like that. Best hand, I'm probably up there for best hand. I don't know, actually. Okay. Jane Mansfield. She looks great. I know it is. I love it. And it did take me 6 years to get that Jane Mansfield, but I'm okay with
What's
that.
that price tag today?
I wouldn't worry about that. Money's no object. But that sweet, it still has the tag.
This is me.
Grant, this is an antique, so it's actually going to be worth a lot more soon. Okay. Hang on to it. Thank you so much. This was David Lynch's camera he shot while hauling drive on. Damn! One camera. Interested yet? Oh, yeah. He shot the whole film with one.
We had that in
Wow.
Chicago?
Yep. This was in Chicago, and then when they did the audio, they just wrote it down in a book. Really? It's more of a book, more of a read. It's very DIY. Pretty cool. That's why I didn't understand it. I have the book. And this is sort of the piece de resistance. This is a Jack Skellington hat. William, my friend. You're kidding. That's mine? My buddy. It's been such a pleasure doing this last 4 years with you. This is Jack Skellington, and this is Monday Night Football. Here you go, bro. Holy shit. Thank you.
Try it on.
Thank you. Water's fine. Dive on out. It does have a lot of shit on the top of it. It's a lot of shit on the top. Now, let's see. I won't lie to you. Those are permanent scuffs, but you can hang on to that. Once the mask goes on, it doesn't come off.
It's perfect.
Oh, I know. You look good, I think.
I like the beard coming out the bottom.
It is, shoo-wee, no William does.
What's it smell like?
Sunscreen. Which is actually a flower smell.
Hey, Gator, what's wrong with your puppy's head? Hey, Gator, who am I?
Even if the government
It's truly
is
horrifying.
mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's
thank you,
what's
Casey.
happening in
I love
Russia.
this, man. It's the least I can do. And your voice sounds really cool. It has a little built-in voice modulator. I know.
It's like the Five Nights at Freddy's dolls, huh?
Yeah, it's like a Five Nights at Freddy's dolls.
Now he can work at Chuck E. Cheese, too.
I wish. Darian,
Casey, oh my gosh, thank you, man. Nice thinking too, man. I've been thinking about you. I think about you like crazy. No, Darian, I didn't get you shit. Psych, I got you Cheech and Chong. Freaking so cool. Oh, this is a two-part. You can pass this white elephant style, $2,000 in exchange for steampunk glasses. Damn! I can't have both. That's like crazy, dude. That's funny. Being so sweet, giving out gifts, and you're saying something about both. That's funny, but I do like jokes, Darren, but you can only pick one. So which one is it? That's not fair. No, it's completely fair. You offered both of them. Yeah, dude, I said you can either switch one. I said you can switch white elephant style. Let me hold both of them, and then I'll decide. Play your cards right. You're getting no presents. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna go Grinch mode. Don't say that. I'm gonna go Grinch. And you don't want Casey going Grinch mode, and it's fucked up because I wanted those steampunk glasses, and you're acting like, oh, what? We've been talking about Grinch mode. I've done nothing wrong. All I know is you don't even know what it is, dude. You don't even know what it means. Excuse me. I've heard Casey a long time. I know what Grinch mode is. It's not pretty, and I don't even like the fact that we brought it up. It's not something to joke about. Right? No shit. So why are you saying something about can I trade? If I'm a guest here, if I could speak for a second, I just know how good those two things would look together. That is my whole. You guys are showing your true colors right now. Dan? Yes. And also a heart the size of the Grimsh's heart. Give me the fucking glasses, which is like tiny. Grant, Abraham, this man. All right. Sorry, good luck, Grant. Oh, good luck, Grant. Oh, good luck, Grant. Oh, good luck, Grant. We're just gonna ease them on out. You might have a weapon, but I'm on meth currently. Oh, good luck. Bullshit, where'd you get that? That's not real. Where'd you get that? That's not real. I'm in Chicago. We are being investigated by the FAA.
What the fuck is Rabbi
This is not the time.
The entire time, Casey.
4 years you've been doing this undercover?
Fake ass friendship.
For the love of God, zoom in on this thing. There we go. Also,
I don't
another
even know
thing.
at this point, though.
We got him. Oh, shit. We got him. Wow. Yeah, you guys can move in. Yep, it's the big one and the small one. You guys get to decide which is which. Casey just lets everybody move into his apartment. Casey, I was wondering what that was the whole time. I was thinking that, isn't that one of the things you put in your ear? I was thinking that the whole time. What is it connected to? Is it connected to something? Yeah, you can grab the one you're still going right now.
Because of political turmoil and
no, yeah, it's the big one and the small one. You can decide which one's which. Yep, I'm down to go CC's Pizza.
Yeah.
No, you can keep the dog. It's going to be impounded.
Oh no, Gator! We're gonna have to get you out of the impound. Gator, you could be trapped in there.
Take a peek. I've decided to renounce my citizenship. You guys are my best friends. I've gone too deep cover. I've decided to blow my blood cover. We're friends again. Double thanks, man. That was scary. That's a real freaking. That's metal. Yeah, that's a weight. I was gonna say it's got some weight. Yeah, I took 4 slugs outside of Border Rances.
Write down his badge number. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. All right. You can take a peek at the glasses. Yeah, you might look really cool in them. I wonder what you feel like. I know what I will. Yeah, you would have to. I mean, anybody. Wow. I'm starting to think we made the right choice here, boys. And Santa will be very pleased. Yeah, me too. Look at that. You be Santa's like bodyguard or something. You look like a Santa bodyguard or something. DJ maybe? Yeah. Just up in the North Pole, just putting dubstep, like house music, different stuff. So you do, more house, but every now and again dubstep, because I think he likes dubstep. Yeah, I bet you'd like a house, you homeless bastard. You live at the North Pole, that's what every homeless person says. Dude, we know you're in the couch with the other people under the fucking bridge, dude. That's what we call the North Pole, yeah. Can I get a current address? You're not gonna believe this. Yeah, I live in the North Pole.
1.75 million Jews came to the
But
United
it feels
States.
good to give, and that's kind of the reason for the season. And well, thank you, Casey. Oh my gosh.
Too sweet.
And Grant, I got you something else too, brother. What? This is a wonderful pretend place radio. So when I'm doing my real work, you can pretend like you're doing it too. That's like the sweetest thing I think you could have ever done for Grant. Because we all know Grant would love doing your kind of job, but he probably would never be able to do it. No, he doesn't have the body strength to do it.
That was a joke.
Yeah, Grant is, well, he's anemic, among other things. Racist being the biggest. Racist, anemic.
The
mild guy sleep. Anorexic out the frame.
Like he's always in
Gambling? Yeah. Outfit. Can I say something? Can I call a motherfucker out real quick? Yeah. I am a live wire today. Luckily, no one is getting blasted. When I was in Chicago, everybody said, trust me. When I was in Chicago, the guy who was staying with me, I'm just going to say his name, Michael Fractor, he had been having some trouble with people upstairs making noise while he was trying to sleep. He comes to me, he says, Casey, can I borrow some earplugs? I see him texting the next morning. You know what he'd been Googling? How to put in earplugs.
You cannot go to America.
You just stick them in the ear hole, yeah?
Trying to put him in his fucking nose or something. America, that's a valid point, because I was thinking the same thing. I said, wait, does this guy have moron syndrome? I just didn't think it. Wait, should we shackle this guy and throw him in a river like a whiz? Yeah. Because he's truly too dumb to reproduce.
He is one of the first people I've come across that like fits the medical definition of mongoloid.
Did he ever figure it?
He's a troglodyte.
Did he figure it
I
out?
wonder if he figured it out. Well, he was very, very embarrassed that I saw that on his phone. And he was like, I guess he figured it out after a short Google. Gosh, good thing Yale's not looking for any more students.
Honestly, he's like such the sweetest guy that somehow it makes sense that he was Googling how to put in earplugs.
Talk about white privilege. My man doesn't even know how to write earplugs. And is this the future the left wants? Your kids can't even. I think it is, dude. It's scary. We're in a weird freaking time right now. And for the record, if you do have earplugs, you want to put them in, you just twist them up, make them smaller, put them in your ear, it expands, you got an earplug. Yeah, where was he thinking he put them? Come on, Drew, in his fucking butt or something? It's like, what, do you want to start sticking shit in your butt? You think it's going to help you not hear shit? It's like, what, are you a dumbass? What's going on? What are you putting them in your belly button? It's like, yeah, the dumbass store is called You've Been Promoted. Hey, been promoted to manager. Come in tomorrow at your regular time.
These, I don't know if you knew this before you gave these to me, but these glasses let you see the future.
What are you seeing, pal? Yeah, it's all about the same. Kind of similar. Are you going to make the trip to New Orleans without? Is it going to be okay? Are you going to get the flat tires?
3 flat tires. On for 500 miles on the same bike at once, though. I don't know how it happens.
Yeah. You're going to do a 3-wheeler, dude. That's fucking dangerous.
Well, you know,
a 3-wheeler to New Orleans.
And I think it's less. I think we're going to unicycle this year.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the Timmy and the team.
How many folks you got on your team? What do you got, like a coach? Who's a team?
I've got a coach. It's John Madden, and he's back, and now he's coaching cycling to somebody who's not a cyclist. And then I think we've got Lance. We have Lance. Cunningham, not going to thinking very cool. Yeah, so that would be great.
Well, that's sweet. You got Lance on there. That must be like a Make-A-Wish thing because he is stage Oracle. Yeah, you definitely can't ride a bike with what's going on down there. He would probably explode.
No, I'm going to do most of the riding.
So it'll just be the bus following you.
Yeah,
the bike bus. Let me ask you guys something, and tell me if I'm. Let me ask you guys something. Tell me if I'm totally out of line here. Has anyone ever stepped to you and you've just had to completely just bust their chops and put them in place?
Don Zimmer.
Nice.
Keeps happening.
So you rocked his old ass shit. Grant, we pulled it up. Don Zimmer gets his old ass rocked.
I'm going to learn
It's gonna be worth it.
and I'm not going to speak Yiddish.
I never have Casey. I'm a big old coward. There was one time I really could have rocked somebody, but I ran away, and then my buddies helped me.
Have you ever
In
been?
Denver, that was my shot, but I was too scared, dude.
Not even an honest question. When you were younger, like in school, did you ever get into fights? You don't seem like the type that would have ever. Yeah.
No, Kevin Cook almost beat my ass one day when he freaking finds out I put the pin in my asshole, and then he puts the pin in his mouth, and then I fucking told everybody in our grade, and then he doesn't show up to school for 3 days, and then shows up on the third day and throws me up against the locker. My buddy Garrett had my back, dude. Kevin was about to wail on my ass, and my sweet dear friend Garrett saved me. Except that, but that was the closest I ever got. And then Kevin got kicked out of school for lighting a locker on fire in the gym.
Shocked that was ever done.
Yeah, he didn't. He was fed up, and I was glad that he was gone because I had to look over my shoulders every day in between classes to make sure Kevin wasn't about to get my ass.
The locker deserved it, from what I remember. We did go to the same high school.
Yep, you're a couple grades below me. Yeah,
That's right. When I went to school, the teachers respected me.
they did. So you're friends with him, kinda?
Yeah, they saw me as more of a peer.
That's cool. I always wanted to get that way, Casey, and I was never even close to it. I never even got close to it. They always saw me as this little student that I was.
This guy feels like a peer.
They're in the teacher's lounge in there. Yeah. Oh my gosh, and you just come in there and you can bring your snacks and eat with them and stuff. And
Hey guys, room for one more? Oh, sure thing, Mr. Michaels. Oh, my real name is Casey Michaels. I'm Michael's son.
that's why they treat me like royalty.
Hey, that part of the world.
Basically a Greek god.
Namaste.
In that part of the world.
Yeah,
Where is that part of the world?
no idea. I'm just trying to contribute.
Biloxi with all the casinos.
Gator's been down there. Wait, no, Gator DP. Gator DP over there. Hi, good morning. Hi, wake up, little bastard. Oh, Gator. Wait, she actually doesn't like that. She caught him with somebody. Oh, it's a ghost. Gator.
I think you're just doing Marcel the Shell.
Hi, it's Ghost. Gator, anyone my secret? Hi, it's Ghost. What's he doing to you? You're crazy.
Dude, scariest thing happened last night.
What?
Me and Sam Francis were at a Holiday Inn in some part of South Texas. I can't remember. Yeah, as soon as we get in the room, phone rings. Ding. Jump scare.
Like the hotel phone?
Yes. We get a little spooked, right? Sure, who wouldn't be? Pick it up. Silence. We go night-night. Long day. Better catch some Z's. Hopefully I get to see the love of my life in my dreams. I'm knocked out. I'm conked out like a freaking seashell. Boom. Phone rings. 4:17 a.m. Nobody on the hook.
No. Yikes.
I went to the front desk later. I said, "Excuse me, miss." She said, "What do I have the pleasure?" I said, "Please, my name's Casey." There was a phone ringing. Ever experienced that? She said, "It's on the friends."
So it's just mess up with her system or something.
Steak frites, yeah. And she said someone stuffed a steak frites in it. Yeah, the phone's on the steak frites. And she said, don't mind that, the phone just hangs from the steak frites. I had a weird night.
What happened?
I was trying to get a hold of Casey. I found out what hotel room he was sitting at. And I gave him a call, and he wouldn't talk to me. And he just hung up the phone and then disconnected it. Well, scaring your friends actually leads to more deaths and cancer. So, yep.
And so the majority of people in Minnesota, if you look at the maps, would say like the leading cause of death in that state. That's what it is up in Minnesota.
It's friends scaring friends. Yeah. In Minnesota, it's loud music. Friends scaring friends. Slipping on pizza. Bad bread. Slipping on pizza.
Falling out of trees is a big one.
Roofing.
Yeah, roofing. Call it roofing up there. You get on a roof and jump into the tree, and then a lot of times people can't grab onto the branch or whatever. They hit their head.
They're dead before they hit the ground, surprisingly.
You think it'd be the ground?
Yeah, it's like a Nerdhard situation.
You think it would be the ground? Healed up.
Yeah, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, so it's snapping on a branch or hitting the trunk up there. It's not good.
Hard stop before you hit the wall. I know. I saw a wonderful video last night of these people cutting down this giant tree, and then it falls on the house. They wanted it to go the other way, but it falls on the house. You hate that? I keep trying to watch that. Yeah, it's life though, man. You take the good with the bad, dude. Rothschild said that. I know. You have to. We gotta take the good with the bad. CD Rothschild, the happy with the sad. And time-lapse at the well, what do you guys think? Should I read some of my characters I'm going to do in my SNL audition? Yeah. When, and by the way, for anybody wondering, when are you doing? When is the SNL? It is due tonight. Okay, tonight. It is due tonight, and I have not started it yet. So, Grant, I'm going to need you to come over. I live right across the street. You can help. All right. So what did it ask for? What did they ask of you? You got to have some characters, or what are they asking? So it's 5 minutes of characters, and then I believe you get to submit 5 minutes of stand-up. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm just gonna jump right in. Right, there's no. I'm gonna have to get used to this if I'm gonna give you a date, right? Yes.
Original characters or impressions?
They're impressions of other people's characters. Okay. Yeah, they're original. They're homegrown. I've been planning my whole life for these things. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna have to jump right in like Lauren Michaels. He's not gonna give you 5 minutes for free show starts. You're just have to keep going for sure. All right. Number one. This is Mike Judge. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. All right. So Austinite. So he goes, really?
Yep.
Hey man, maybe not now. Okay. That was the impression.
That sucks.
I didn't know if you were talking to Darian. This is Mike Judge. I knew I'd botch it. This is Mike Judge. Have I ever told you about the time Richard Linklater ate a golf club? This is Mike Judge. He goes, have I ever told you about the time Viola Davis ate a socket wrench?
That sucks, dude. Why would you go with such a big person?
He's got a deep voice, so he goes like, hey, I'll have the Cobb salad. Have I ever told you about the time I saw little Richard fall in a well?
We met him at a bar and he said he was telling William how have I ever told you stuff, and William's like, I just wanted to say hello.
What a fucking Richard dumbass. Get out of my face.
That's fucking stupid, Jason.
Not that all the time.
Sitting with Papa John, we saw him at Kid Rock's party. I ever told you about how egregious the freaking sandwiches at John's? Dude, get out of our faces. So, the best impressions require a little explanation.
Yes, I agree.
Mike Judge used to do a show called Tales from the Tour Bus, where he would tell a story about like country music artists. So he would go like, have I ever told you about the time that Willie Nelson ate a Roland Nichols?
I can already tell you you're not
A lot
gonna
of
get it.
people eat stuff, huh? Yeah. It's in a bird's eye. He goes, have I ever told you about the time I saw the movie Eagle Eye starring Shia LaBeouf? So, all right. So you're doing some of those. You're doing that. Oh, that was a keeper. I mean, Grandma, what are you thinking, dude? That's an A plus or B minus? I'm a
D.
Thank you, my boy. Thank you, my boy. A plus. That's good. And then, of course, Sebastian Maniscalco from the future. That's always a good one. That's always really tasty. You guys gotta believe me. Nobody believes me. In 20 years, some machines are gonna turn
That's pretty funny.
There are also alternatives. So at this point, the audition will stop. It'll go, sorry, Lauren, I'm really nervous. Mind if I do Dracula Maniscalco? You love that. You go, that would be fine. Kids don't need candy cones anymore.
No, dog. You're
You
terrible.
have to let me into your home.
Sebastian Maniscalco is
Dracula Maniscalco, and I've never heard anybody do anything like that. I've never heard that mashup before. Very original. I can't see myself in the mirror anymore.
This is terrible.
So what is this, Casey? Are you literally going to be talking to his ass via Zoom, or you're just, we're going to record it? No, it's not that prestigious. So I think most comedians with agents, you can submit. I might be ruining my whole career while talking about this, but I think you can submit like a tape audition, and if they like it, I believe they bring you in to do But I don't know. I shouldn't be talking about this.
Well, I don't
We're
like
gonna
it.
figure it out,
Lauren's gonna
dude.
think you suck
I'll do
dick.
one more. And it's actually going to end up being pretty funny. And so just stay with them. Actually, don't have these in order. Again, the audition is due tonight. We got the rest of the day. It's still, we're still what?
We're back under the pressure, right?
Absolutely. Pressure makes diamonds. Yep. And sweetie, I got a necklace from Rolls. Rolls. Go to bed. Okay, well, this is the only one I have at the top of my list. This is Black Skellington. Okay, so you actually have the hat. So
Dude,
this is actually
you're wasting his fucking time with these shitty
so you're gonna
impressions.
figure it now. Grant, what do you think? Should I even go for this thing, or is it gonna cancel my whole life, buddy? What do you think?
Roll the dice, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, Grant, come on. I mean, you gotta be a lot more supportive.
I'm fully confident you're gonna nail it.
No, I like roll the dice. Play fate decide. So it's not racist, and I would like to point that out.
Always good to preface.
If Shane Gillis wouldn't have said that, he'd still be alive today. He would have been on SNL. He'd still be on SNL. He'd have Keaton Thompson's spot. Yeah. And Keaton Thompson would be headlining the mothership.
Yeah.
Keaton! Everybody would be yelling that when he's walking in the back. Keaton! Come on, man, let me go up first. Yeah.
How it works in there?
So that was my patented Keaton Thompson impression. I snuck in the back door. Pretty cool. What did he say? Let me go on first? Is that what he said? So everyone's kind of yelling like for an autograph, and Alright, so this is a new one. I wrote this afternoon with my writing partner Sam Prickett. Okay. Sam Prickett, first time caller, long time writing partner, and this is Bob Dylan, and he's a little bit sleepy. Man, I gotta get my white ass some sleep.
Dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working class.
Did we skip Black Skellington? I was curious about Black Skellington. I genuinely am a little bit hesitant about Black Skellington. Okay, so it's not racist, and I cannot stress that enough. So it's, and again, if you take one thing from this episode, I guess we could take two things. The first thing, Darian is really funny. The second thing, and we love having him as a guest. Third thing, it's a pleasure. It's not racist. Not racist. Three things. Darian's funny. Number one. Number two, we love having him here. Number three, Black Skellington.
Three things can be true at once.
Yeah, three things can be true at once. So Black Skellington is Jack Skellington doing the 10 Crack Commandment. 10 Crack Commandment.
Oh my God, I love that
song. Notorious B.I.G. So he goes like, number one, keep your family and business separated. If you think a crackhead paying you back, forget it.
Really good.
Yeah, because at first I was trying to think, what does Jack Skellington freaking sound like? I was like, now I know. Yeah. Oh, also, and this is an offshoot of that. It's Jack Skellington at a casino. I want a pumpkin to be able to play cards.
It's really good.
It sounds like Cruella DeVille. This is Cruella DeVille. Yeah, just killing the dog. Cruella DeVille. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody said we couldn't use a pumpkin as a ball on the roulette table. With the Oogie Boogie Man. He's the dealer. Yes, he is. And we have to with him. Yeah. All his bugs. He's always passing out the cards and little bugs fall out. Yeah. F that. I hate that shit. I mean, God, I was working at the grocery store one time and some old ass smelly woman came up to register one. I could tell it was her when she wasn't even very close to the register. It's like, what is that smell? And I'm like, oh, it's her fucking old ass product. And she comes, and it sure enough is her, and it's just the worst smell I've ever smelled. And she gets down her purse and gets out money, and a fucking cockroach scurries away when she gets her little purse on there out of her purse. Yeah, the cockroach scurried out. No, I can't do it. This bitch's place look like. Yikes. But I don't know, it can be sad though, because maybe she didn't have any help from anybody, and then it just gets stank. I can't deal with roaches, man. I can't deal with old people. Yeah.
Unless they're Grant, and I'm taking care of them like I promised.
Thanks, buddy.
Grant, you gotta remember that. Yeah, Casey's gonna be able to take care of you. He is gonna take care of you. And you're gonna be able to have the little police thing, Grant. And you're gonna be able to see Casey using his real one.
Understand that
It's in my well already.
It's more than a suggestion, Grant. It's a promise.
My goal
Casey will live at your house and help your ass make you food in the morning and for lunch and for dinner if it's maybe a certain day. Yep, and Grant, good news, we're practicing Asian family households now. I'm taking care of you because you're the elder.
keep them addicted to
I love to hear
the
Pre-chew my food, help me out, walk me places around the house.
This becomes very relevant when
I want somebody to hide chew my food. I love those things.
reality as the
Ooh, the high chew, the candies. I love a high chew. Darian's in the information chamber thinking about high chews right now. Darian, what's going on? What are you thinking about?
I thought you said hype chew. Like you would have a hype man that would chew your food before you ate it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, all right, well, you said it. I didn't think it made sense.
Here's the fun part. I didn't know. A high chew, you know what that is? It's a now and later. And then kind of like a now and later, maybe more sticky in your mouth.
Are you guys talking about candy right now?
Oh, okay. I cannot stress this enough. We are talking about candy.
I'm off the stuff. I don't.
You're all candy.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You don't eat candy. You don't eat candy anymore.
I'm off the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I just can't handle it.
What do you eat if you want a sweet?
I
You don't want sweets in
Well, no, I want them. I want them all the time. Then I have somebody I call, and then we just deal with that feeling. You know,
Nice.
Grant passes.
Yeah, it is Grant.
Grant, were you helping Darian and didn't weren't telling us about it? Really?
It's anonymous.
It's not something we discuss.
It's kind of a private thing. It's not really. You don't really talk about your sponsors like that.
What do you think, William? Should they talk about it? I'd love to hear about it. Because
I'm willing to be open about it if you want.
just pretend like you want to eat a ho-ho or a hostess or something.
Right now,
Snickers
right now.
Yeah, you call it
Just remember, you're in control.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even called you yet.
And this could be SNL too. So keep that in mind. This could be your
This
audition.
is the sequel.
Second one.
This is your audition.
So if you can call me as my judge.
So that's very good.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't do impressions.
Have I ever told you about the time I ate a freaking I was worried about the seeds, but everybody said it was okay.
For example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay
That was the
alive.
smartphone.
That's socialist idea.
My boy got a smartphone.
Capitalist, like total.
Yeah, and I bang with cricket wire.
We don't want to say that. We don't want society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of,
Hello?
society will.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
You know how it's going. You know why I'm going.
Got the urge again?
Yeah, man. I'm staring down the barrel of 5 lines of powdered sugar I've cut out on top of a Reese's cake pie.
So in Canada, they have a
We've been here before.
Yeah,
You just gotta believe in yourself. Remember when you told Jamie Kennedy when this happened last time?
Yeah, so you want me to butt fuck this cake into the ground?
You just gotta butt fuck it to the ground.
I might as well eat it.
Universal.
By that logic,
Seems like a
And
waste.
yes, there are problems with it, and these rashes.
That's not the path you wanna go down.
I've already eaten one of these today.
You remember yourself when you used to be back in the day. You didn't like it.
No, but things were going better.
Yeah. So there are
How do you reconcile that?
Grant.
You gotta take it one day at a time, brother.
Right.
One day at a time.
Is this really where you're going to be telling him, Grant? Really? How you would be doing this?
You gotta be great. You really do this.
You gotta be cooler. You gotta act like you eat the stuff.
I feel actually I'm
What,
more.
I'm supposed to act like I eat the candy?
Yeah.
You're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, you eat it for him. Yeah.
Hey, you don't need that in your body. You need that in my body.
So like AA sponsors,
Fuck you.
AA sponsors, when you call them and you say, hey, I'm thinking about drinking, they say, don't bother, I'm wasted. I'm drinking for you today.
Don't bother, brother.
Tuesday's my day.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you have Wednesdays and Thursdays at Fight Club.
Tuesday's my day.
And I'm also doing cooking. Yeah.
the
Oh, that's cool.
things that we have in our base measures are.
That's why I stopped going to the AA. It was like, all these people are just getting fucked up. So I want to fuck up at some point, you know, just have a good bug. Yeah. Yeah, I just need a good bug. And I ran all these. I read the movie. All right. No, if we could touch on something we just kind of glossed over. You said that you were going to eat a Reese's cake pie. Now, what the fuck is that and why? Yeah. Where do you get that? And where do you get ours? You gotta, well, that you have to make. I don't believe they sell those. No, they make it at a factory. It typically comes from the Ford dealerships, but you do have to special order them. Beyond that, I feel like it's pretty. I mean, you don't know what I'm talking. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, it looks really good. What is that in the middle of? What is that? Sponsored by NBC. Yeah. Or is our whole show sponsored by NBC? Grant.
That's from the SNL.
Grant. In my defense, I actually didn't know that was a real thing prior to that image, and I'm going to relapse. He ripped it into existence like a tomba. Yeah. He ripped his thought form into reality. That's pretty. That's pretty unbelievable. Yeah, good, right? Yeah, it's good. I mean, it depends on what's in the middle, though. I think I would prefer ice cream than being an ice cream kind of thing. I think icing. I think it would gross me out. Maybe. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, sorry guys, you can continue riffing amongst yourselves, but I got you guys nose rings to wear during podcasts. Oh, so there were ones. Is it gonna hurt? Of course not. Wait, that's not a real nose ring. GG, simply have so much to learn.
March didn't tell us what we're supposed to do.
I was so excited for it.
How much crazy stuff I read about this.
No, man, I'm trying it on to see how it feels. I got really how has it felt? Yeah, I didn't know either. I didn't say anything. I was curious. I had no idea. How does it feel? What do you like it? It feels great. I mean, my kisses per capita. Let's see, I've been kissed 3 times today, so that's like 3 times more than yesterday. You're kidding, wearing the fucking ring? Yeah, the nose ring. I was at HEB, and then I was at South Lamar, just the street. And I was wearing this one because it really hurts. Yeah, you're Michael Frack, you're going to have to go and put in a freaking ring. I don't know, how do I put in a fake nose ring? Read him and read. Michael, I can't believe that's true. How do I put in earplugs? Dude, that's like insane. Yeah, white privilege, right? And I'm a white person, so it's like, but that's white privilege out the frame. That's insane. It's a new level. It's like some people grow up living around a factory or something where they have to put in earplugs every night to be able to go to sleep. Sure, the paper mill. Yeah, but expose his bitch ass, dude. I spent a month with this dude in Chicago. He's basically one of my best friends, except for William and Darian and other people. And this is the guy, for anybody wondering, this is the mother. This is the guy who doesn't know how to put the shit in the ears. Yeah. He doesn't know his shit from his earphones. He's toxic. That's what everybody was saying about him in the show he was on, right? He was on that show that was featured in Austin. That's what I read online. They say he was toxic in that? I thought he was great. Super toxic. Everyone loves Michael Frachter. He's a great comedian. And he's one of my best friends, for crying out loud. Michael, you know, obviously, we're kidding, dude. Wait, no, not really about the ear thing. No, the ear thing, that's great. That's unforgivable. Yeah, that's crazy. Even Gator would know how to put in earplugs, and she doesn't even have thumbs. How'd you know to stick them in those hairy ears of hers? She's a little dog. Her brain is the size of like a walnut. She's a pea brain, man. Yeah, she got a little brain.
But she's pretty smart. So we don't care, because if her brain was any bigger, she'd probably try to eat me.
Gotta read that carefully out. Don't interrupt, right?
Well, I've already made my peace. If something happened and I were to croak or whatever, and she was stuck in there with me, she'd eat my ass. You know, yeah, she'd have to eat me because I would be feeding her. You've been done before you hit the floor, and you take all those steroids too, so she'd get really strong and she'd get bigger and break the log. Yeah, she could get out of the apartment for sure. You feed her steroids?
William ate some, so if the dog ate polio, it's Occam's razor.
Yeah, it's a meth bear type.
It's Occam's razor.
Yeah, Occam's razor. I want the simplest solution is the correct one. Yeah, which would have the dog eat William,
and they get stronger. Because again, I take steroids, and then she gets bigger.
Well, she's gonna eat your brain first and gain all your knowledge.
Holy crap! That's what we're scared of. That's what we're kind of scared about. But it'll be okay. But as long as she gets to learn all the cool stuff that you know, I know. I'll pass it on to her. I'll try to pass it on to her little bud. Do you ever see those dumbass billboards that say like kindness, pass it on? Yep. What the fuck is that for? Yeah.
Also, who paid for this?
Shit, what company is it? It's like, I bet it's Ronald Reagan. Yeah, I bet it's Ronald Reagan's bitch ass from the grave. Yeah, it's probably him. He probably has a bunch of money set to the side, some sort of trust or something to just put up those billboards all across the country. I hate it. It makes me not want to be kind to people. It makes me want to do the opposite where I start tripping people. Yeah, just right when they open up the door or whatever, just put your foot out. I've been throwing banana peels and it's not working. So I just find somebody standing in front of like a desk or something and they're standing up and then you kick the back of their knee and then their leg gives out and they fall on the ground. God, I watched this video a couple nights ago and I laughed so hard.
That's one of my favorite bits.
Some dude who did it to some woman he was working with and her ass hit the ground.
I know. I do it to Trey and then you get 10 minutes of watching him try and get up.
I'm sorry. Trey, the real big fella.
Yes.
Did you ever tell him he needs to be careful? Because I see pictures and I love him. I think he's so funny, but you ever tell his ass he needs to be careful? Seriously.
You mean just like walking around? Just being a monster about people? Yeah.
Yeah, but afraid.
Yeah. No, I let him go. Yeah.
What does he say?
No.
So he's just not going to get on a bike with you or anything.
No, you can't get on a bike.
You can get on one of those big 3-wheel bikes.
No, he's actually
like a tricycle. Yeah, you get on one of the big tricycles.
Yeah. No, I get him a small one as motivation.
You're going to be a baby someday, baby. No, his ass is getting bigger. We should talk to him. We should get him on here and have Grant just do a heart-to-heart. What do you say, Grant? Would you be willing to do the hard stuff?
Well, according to you guys, I need to step up and do the eating or something.
Grant's already my sponsor.
Okay. Maybe we bring in like a wolf. We have like an outsider, like a hired gun. We need to because this is literally
You mean like a live? You mean like wolf, like a fixer, or like a live
wolf? I will say this, and I'm not happy to do so, but I will. If we do bring in a wolf, it will make Trey skinnier because he will have to run from home.
Yeah.
He'll have to get away, and he'll have to move his big ass around.
Yeah. He won't
Jump over some stuff.
He won't get away from it. It's a certain death.
Well, maybe if we cover up his neck.
I will say, he is getting big enough that his purpose in life does seem to be some sort of food for another animal. So he might just be
Like he's making himself bigger for an even bigger animal to eat him.
going to be a feast for
a
his
feast
entire.
He's a feeder. You're trying to move him up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a human rotisserie.
Rotes.
Right.
The few, the rotes. Yeah, if you ever got in a plane crash or something in the Andes or just somewhere, he could be a good person to be with. Yeah, you know, you'd have a lot of fuel.
Because you also, he's also going to die on impact.
Yeah, just for his society. And he'll probably have like pills or something on him. Yeah, he could have pills or you just take the pills.
Trey could commit suicide by jumping off the hood of a car.
Come on. Hey, will you bump William and he'll bump me? Okay, that was fun. Yeah,
That's also my best friend. This is crazy.
Or am I getting that okay? Well, friendships are meant to be broken. Yeah, man, everything will be okay. Did y'all see that video of that guy escaped in the mall, escaping people, and he falls a couple of stories onto the ice rink, and then both of his legs are just
I saw that. Spectacular video.
And he's immediately on his phone.
Spectacular video.
He landed a perfect triple legs.
Yeah. It shattered both of his legs.
Floppy.
They're going weird directions. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to land on ice like that.
Essentially
No, you want to land on wet ground, maybe on the side of a hill, because I saw this other video where this dude is escaping the cops and he falls 4 freaking stories. He jumps out of a window, and then he gets up off the ground and runs off. And people are like, oh, it looks like his tailbone probably hurts. And I agree. I mean, the dude put racks on his butt, like his legs, but he walks off. It was crazy. The Lord works in mysterious ways. The human body's weird.
Yeah, it is weird, especially Trace.
Yes. Grant, quick question, last question before we do 20 more minutes. If you had to draw God from memory, what would it look like and why?
I
mean, white guy, big white dude.
Weird political ideas.
Right?
Did you say white?
White guy, big white dude.
Santa Claus?
White clothes, probably.
Yeah.
First of all,
Maybe red. Yeah, red and white clothes. Cherry nose.
What do I look at Santa?
Do you have a cherry nose? Do you happen to know his address?
No, it wouldn't be the North Pole, would it? He looks upward.
Yeah. Skyward, north, pole area.
Oh my God. That's where I live.
Well, thanks, Grant, for describing who God would be in your eyes. I'll go ahead and take the lead on this, Grant. That was great, man. I'll jump in since you kind of warmed it up for us. 6'2" Guido. Kind of looks like Mike the Situation. 2 glass eyes, he's all seeing. And there's a secondary head on top of his head that looks like Snooki. And it only speaks in Hawaiian punch like the water fountain from his peas.
Damn.
Is he going through walls too, like the Hawaiian punch guy, like the Juggernaut from X-Men?
Are you talking about the Kool-Aid Man?
What was the question?
Because he runs through the walls like the Hawaiian Punch guy.
Oh, Kool-Aid, the different guy.
Yeah, the
Hawaiian
Hawaiian
punch guy is a child.
Yeah.
He would die if he ran into him. It's the child with the weird hair. Yes, he has a messy hairdo. Yeah, he's got a weird hair.
Yeah, he looks like a character from Rocket Power.
Yeah, kind of Rocket Power. Somewhere between these two.
Wiggity wiggity.
And I also think he looks a little bit like Emilio Estevez.
Tim Allen is directly between those two.
Emilio Estevez wearing his Mighty Ducks jacket. I always love him wearing it. And then Young Guns. Never has a gun made a final move. I know. That's a great one for anybody who's never seen Young Guns. And there's a second one. There is Young Guns too. You get to watch one. If you like it, watch the other one. Because that's the great part about the sequels. Yeah. If you like it, if you don't like it, don't watch it because it's more of the same, but in a good way. Yeah, look at Emilio right there. His cock's right above my head. It looks like he's pissing on me. Well, I'm fine with that. Dude, wear those jeans. He always used to wear them.
Is there one of those anymore?
No, yeah, people stop wearing jeans.
Did they? I saw it, dude.
No, when you get older, you'll probably stop. It's like a thing. It's a younger person thing.
What do you go to, Slacks?
It's a text me dog.
From like Lululemon.
I don't think that's my
Leggings, you could wear.
Though I do have very good legs.
Yeah, you might want to show them off. Hey, wear tights, spandex. I love it. I don't know, try it. Don't wear jeans anymore.
Comfy.
Try
It is a problem that leggings look comfy, but men can't wear them.
Well, trust me, when you're Mia Williams' age, you're going to want as many text write-offs as possible. And yes, jeans are a text write-off. Yes. So you're going to be wanting to buy a bunch of jeans, but not necessarily wearing them all the time. As much as you're buying. Oh, William, what does your God look like and why? Probably the little, Lord of the Rings, the little troll guy. No, not Smeagol. He could be a fun one for sure. That'd be almost scary to me, though, a Smeagol god.
Dobby.
Yeah, that would almost be horrifying. I don't know if I want to die and find out his ass is God. Yeah. I get up to the gates or whatever.
Yeah, really
Hell's ass. I'm like, what am I in fucking hell?
It looks like heaven, but this little creature scares me. Could you imagine? I mean, I wouldn't want to die again. And
It's just him. It's just him in heaven. Like, there's like a loophole and accidentally God only let 2 people in. It's you, it's me.
oh man, that would be boring. Smeagol and Schmeigol. Smeagol and Robert Schmeigol. Yeah, it's a deep cut. I appreciate stuff like that. Yeah, thank you. The ambiguously duos. That used to think that was so funny.
Also wrote for the Dana Carvey show. We all know a lot of stuff
about Robert Schmeigol.
Also, Triumph the Solid Common Dog.
Yeah, that's a
great
great.
Unbelievable. We know all kinds of stuff.
But yeah, just the whole troll guy, probably. I think that would be a cool one.
But which one? Well,
Yeah, what is his name? I'm so confused.
There's quite a bit of trolls.
He's a little.
Is it
a dwarf? Are you talking about the dwarf? Yeah, maybe it's the dwarf. Yeah, Gimli. Gimli.
Oh, he goes,
salted pork. Yeah, salted pork. Yeah. That's him. That's the guy. That's I think that's his only line in the whole trilogy.
Yeah, it's the salted pork. He's very excited. What about you, Darian?
My God. My God. My God. My God is his heyday. He's white hair. You know, no beard, wears a very fucked up teeth, you know what I mean? Dressed well though, charming. First name Lafayette, middle name Ron, last name Hubbard.
Oh my gosh, I like that name. How about that?
I would have to say if anybody looked like God to me, that would be it.
Cool. I want to change mine. I want my God to be a frisbee.
I thought you were going to say Furby.
Furby God. Furby God. Furby God. Furby God. William, come into the closet. We won't hurt you.
I'd be so scared, but I'd probably freaking have to.
Oh, there is.
Gimlis. There he is.
Oh. You're not supposed to show it. It's it's like a Muslim thing. You get no caricature of him.
What made
That's
them
my
Jewish
dumbass. So, yeah, dude, that's a classic comedian. Oh, man. That's a hilarious comedian.
That's actually so funny. That's actually so funny and disrespectful.
Using the Yiddish language.
Yeah, now, Bob, what were you even talking about?
He's
the great white Bob Hope.
Well,
okay.
Well, we're going to wrap it up on that. We're going to wrap it up on that one, I think.
Here in America,
Hey, some days you just don't have it, boys. Maybe not you guys. Maybe not you guys, but I'm bet.
That's essentially
Probably the low 100s.
Dude, you're above the Mendoza line. Don't do that.
Thank you. The Mason Mendoza line.
Yeah, Mason, you just dropped below that. And we got to take our mercenaries loop. Mista, Alex, Nigel, Nissan, Pappy, Nolan, Void, Apollonia, Papa Coon, Patrick, Casey, Coop, Sickle Bud, Robert Bushel, Ruby, Joel Sparkle, Shady Kaya, from the Big Island, Sarak, Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire, the Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Warm Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own adventure, and that's where you literally, it's what it sounds like. You choose your own adventure. Zombie, Warlock, Aqua Boy, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's your soup. I'm loving it. McDonald's, Beef, Ben Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Dworkin, Uncle's Kiss on the Lips, Dovahkiin, Dr. P. Dugan, Drop Nation, Eli Slugworth, Goldie May, Star, Grant Swerve, Nightmare, Early WS.LOL, I Love Big Macs, Jenny J. Jess, Jethro Tull, Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, and Loop again.
The strongest single party.
Love
Even if it didn't constitute 50%.
I'm on the road this month. I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina, and Kentucky, and I'm in the Just for Laughs Comedy Festival in July. Very excited. Where are you at, William?
Yeah, where am I? I'm going to Toledo, Ohio, in a couple of weeks, and Dallas, Texas, and go back up to Spokane here coming up, and some other stuff you just see on my Instagram.
What
about you, Darren?
This month I will be applying for many sales jobs. So we'll see how that goes. No, I'm around town. I'm around town mostly this month. So just check out my Instagram, Darian Was Here, or Darian on YouTube.
And he's coming with me to Zany's Nashville.
That will be great.
Oh, nice. Sounds good. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show was produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
What said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Herzl had, Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. Starring William Montgomery and the Tiz Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra.
you know what's terrific about it?
Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. That was fast enough to reveal time in between that. There was no time at all. Hey, let's go. We're going. Yeah. There's a media grant. Yeah, we're back.
Create a Palestinian state, something like that.
And thanks for throwing. Yeah, I assumed I was going to have to video some more. I assumed it, but then what weird timing you bringing that up right before the podcast. Michael, it's been almost a year. Yeah, I assumed it would cost more money. Yeah, I assumed that. So you bring it up, my sweet Michael, and he hadn't been one in a year, and then it's a real awkward vibes after that.
I tried to stay out of the way of the money. I most certainly kept it vague. You made it a little bit. No, I did a bit more.
Well, I had to know exactly what you were talking about because, yeah, you said something kind of vague. It makes sense. It's all good. I'm just saying it's weird you brought it up. It's a little weird timing.
Well,
I'm sorry.
money makes people weird, dude. Money makes people
It can make people weird. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there was some guy here in Austin who was doing his nice watches into Lady Bird Lake because he was doing some sort of fraud. Yeah, people start committing fraud. Oh my gosh.
It's like at a big bakery. He did like the numbers, and they're like, how did he get this nice car from? He doesn't get paid that much. He couldn't help himself.
Yeah, he was cooking the books. Is that for him? I know. But then he got in trouble, and now, oh my gosh, the YouTube feed at her place is just the police body cams. Oh shit! Watching a lot of check fraud in Florida. Like what I watched for like 4 hours of last night is different check fraud cases in Florida where they go in there with somebody else's check and they try to just get a gadget. This one poor girl last night had a gun, some unregistered gun in her purse.
Like a filed off number.
Yeah, with the filed off serial number.
Yeah, holy shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, yikes.
So like little kids too, like 18, ruining their life.
I was like, you're taking notes. You
gotta figure it out.
They just do too much. That's how they get caught, because they hit up every single bank in town.
Go to different towns. Why would you stay in the same one?
Yeah,
You just gotta stop eventually.
Yeah, right.
You can't just keep going.
But if that's how you're making your money, though, I mean, it would be hard to stop. You have families to support. Maybe you've allowed lifestyle creep to set in. Maybe you started just spending out of your means, so you have to be stealing these checks. Gosh, I remember going to some buddy's house party in Memphis one time. One summer, many years ago, and some kid I used to go to church with, we became buddies that way, and like he and his brother were wonderful swimmers. I think the brother was maybe in the Olympics or something. But I took his ass. We ended up reconnecting later on, like smoking weed and stuff together. And I took him over to my buddy's place, and he ended up stealing my buddy's like dad's checkbook and trying to write a check. And it was like so awkward because the guy was like somebody who was great above me in my high school. And I was like, oh my gosh, I wasn't, and I'm so sorry. It was just so awkward.
You apologize?
I apologize for his wrongdoing. Yeah, I think I was mad at my buddy. I don't even know if he.
What did he write a check for?
I was gonna say, what, did he write a check himself?
Yeah, I think his own himself. Yeah. I don't know.
That's too close for comfort.
Yeah, you can't do that. Not like that. And I was offended. I brought him to my buddy's place. It's a nice summertime party. And then he's going around stealing
Where did he find the checkbook?
in the dad's office or something. So
He just went in by himself, snooping around.
yeah, he was scurrying around that night.
Never brought him around.
Yeah, and then we never did anything. And then all these other stories about, I didn't know if it was true or not. People, family members touching other family members, just, it devolved. And then I was like, okay, and we stopped communicating. Yeah, after that.
That's why he stole the checks.
He stole the
He was
checks
touched.
because he was getting touched.
He's like, fuck it, I'm taking all this money.
He and his brother, he and his sister.
But not by the family he stole from.
No.
I'm getting touched somewhere else. Let me go steal somebody else's money.
I remember with the dad, we went to go see Me, Myself, and Irene in the movie theater.
Classic Jim.
And I remember, there's the one point where Jim Carrey pees, and all the pee goes up in the air, and he says something about sex dick or something. And I remember that making the father laugh really loud and really crazy. I thought that's a little weird. And then come to find out the dad's doing weird stuff.
No, it was him.
It was the dad, and luckily I haven't said any names, so nobody has no idea what I'm even talking about. But yeah, I always thought it was weird that the dad thought that scene was funny. I didn't really get it at the time. Yeah. But what? I guess sometimes something can happen and the pee comes out weird. Does that ever happen to you, Grant?
He's laughing weird. He's laughing weird. It sounded like it does. It's a very relatable experience.
Yeah, when you go to bed, it never happened where it's like shooting straight up like that.
Well, not straight up. I've actually had it to the right. Well, actually, no, to the left. It's weird.
I know.
Weird shit.
And then you gotta get toilet paper and wipe down the seats.
Yeah.
The floor.
Unfortunately. The wipes and fucking everything. Just clean it all up.
And just clean it all up. Our freaking bathroom right now just has concrete on the floor because there was some leak going on into our neighbors' thing down there. It was sickening. I looked in the hole and it just filled with water and it smelled like mold. And it was horrible. But now it's better. It doesn't really smell like anymore. What happened? Our stuff was leaking. And I think it was the waste was leaking into the girl underneath.
I had toilet water coming out the walls. Our downstairs neighbor.
And I was taking some big old shit after my
fruit juice. And it's watery.
Oh, you're still on that fruit juice shit.
I had to, Michael, and now I'm on Metamucil as well.
You're doing double.
I'm doing double time, and it's not. I gotta figure it out.
Tummy problem.
Because today,
Actually,
Really?
yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah,
Not good.
Before workouts, dude. Every day before workouts, I'm taking at least 3 shits.
oh, at least 3.
That was great.
I wish I could. The past 2 days, I took a shit. It was very weird. Because I'm like, oh my God, what am I on the near shit schedule? It's like, oh my gosh. Because it had been kind of afternoon time, but now it's not going today.
Right. Now that you're working out, has that changed?
It's in before his workout now.
Yeah. Well, the past 2 days, but now it was after again today, so I don't know. Yeah, tummy trouble. That's how I feel, and then I chug my prune juice out of the bottle and drink it. Just sit around and wait.
So that's secret stuff, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And now we'll see about the Metamucil, if that helps.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm gonna start getting diverticulitis. My mom got diverticulitis, so now I'm gonna get that. We gotta give a colostomy bag.
Is that genetic? Is that shit passed out?
Probably. If you both have tummy problems.
Yeah.
And I used to joke around on stage about being sick with diverticulitis. So the Lord works in mysterious ways. It's gonna come back to haunt me.
Subconsciously, you were talking about it, and now it's happening.
Now you're cursed.
It's literally happening.
There it is. There it is. That's gonna be you.
That's gonna
weeks.
So those
Where do they
things,
put the bag?
I don't know. I think they have to do a little hole in your stomach.
And what is it doing? Taking out your poop?
Yeah. You don't poop anymore. It's just in the bag. It just wastes itself. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Grant, pull it up.
Pull up a poop bag.
I'm pulling it up. It's looking for right now.
You still gotta wipe your butt though, even after you do it in the bag, because your butt's itchy. It's a weird thing. Like sometimes people that lose their arms, they still can like sense their arm.
Gross. Oh, you still do wipes, guys?
Yes.
And I only use wipes. I can't use regular toilet paper anymore. That's itchy as hell, dude.
Yeah, what do you throw away or flush?
I flush it.
It feels
Am I
cool.
not supposed to?
I don't trust it.
It says flush though.
I mean, after I know it says flushable, but after those neighbors' walls are leaking.
Yeah, it could be. At one point I was flushing the things. I don't know if there's a connection there. I don't know. Because yeah, you don't want one of those.
Do you like the minty ones?
I don't necessarily feel a difference.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like sometimes when I use minty shampoo or something, you can feel the
Yeah.
I don't feel that on my asshole.
Really?
I don't feel it.
Fair enough.
I don't feel it.
I feel like every now and again, if it's like a new pack or something, it's like a winter green or something else, it's a colder sensation on my anus. A little bit. Do you ever get that, Grant?
It's coming in like different flavors.
Yeah, what's your favorite?
I think there's only two. It's just unscented strawberry, probably.
Yeah, that's a summer seasonal.
It's kind of a freak.
Yeah, dude. Grant's girl loves strawberries. Fuck yeah, dude.
Like your butt with the strawberry wipes before the wife comes. Oh,
It's a couple thing. It's a husband-wife.
It's a husband and wife thing.
yeah, that's a big part of the population that buys these. It's not just dudes wanting some sort of like baby wipe thing for their butthole. It's also kind of freaky. What the fuck?
It's a Christmas one.
Oh my god. Not Tingle Bells.
Tingle bells. So it's like dingleberry, and you're not going to get dingleberries with this thing. With this technology. Or they were on Shark Tank. I think this was a Shark Tank.
If you leave one in your pants, does it count as mistletoe so your wife can come and kiss your butthole?
I think so. I think it has to be a strawberry flavored one. It does, right? Because the strawberry went up in there.
Yeah.
And then your wife come home, and then because you gotta be
Two
careful.
strawberries like this.
Because I would imagine even with the strawberry, it still can smell like a butthole or something. You know what I mean?
100%.
Well, yeah, strawberry doo-doo sounds disgusting.
Strawberry doo-doo.
Maybe you wipe it enough. Who knows?
What the fucking Dunkin' That's a real thing with the pumpkin, the dead pumpkin on the toilet. It's kind of weird.
Imagine having a fucking pumpkin spice butthole.
I can't see that one's just sickening. I can't do it. Yeah,
although I love pumpkin pie, I don't know if I want it on my asshole.
Neither do I. Think about you're walking around as maybe a little sweaty or something. Oh, there we go.
We got one that matches the shorts.
Oh, I love that.
It's a
See, I
good
can,
aesthetic for the bathroom.
yeah, I can carry this in these shorts, and nobody would really see it what I was doing. I don't know. They might see an outline of something, but they're not going to be able to see because it's going to be camouflage as well. And this one's fragrance free. I think they really missed the ball on that. I think that could have been.
I don't even get what they mean by XL wipes. They seem normal. Every time it says XL,
They do seem normal. Is it just more?
I don't know.
The number?
I want to compare it to something now.
I don't know. Grant, yeah, are there not XL?
Do they have smalls?
Let me check the sizes. For me being a small guy, I use the XL wipes.
I think that's what they come in.
I need them.
And I think that it doesn't really matter one's general size. Doesn't everybody probably have a similar size kind of butt and butthole? Well, I guess obviously some people have bigger butts and stuff. But maybe it's a matter of quantity, like this little single.
Oh, I have those.
Oh, and that doesn't say XL, so maybe we've cracked the case here. Maybe the XL is the number of sheets of love it.
Like the way this all.
Damn, we figured it out, Michael. That's what we do. That's what we do on here, man. We figure stuff out. Only for top body you have to care about it. Yeah, it's market research. I love in the corner too. Numbers. Get them in.
Yeah,
Numbers. The numbers game.
You're a numbers guy, huh?
Yes.
So it's funny that you brought that up. So I see him in the gym every fucking day.
Yes.
And he's rowing 10K.
It's a picture of it every day.
It's a picture. And he sees your number. I
knew that's your
I don't understand. I'm not good at numbers. I don't understand numbers, but I do like to type in numbers to make it seem like I'm kind of doing something. I remember memorizing, pi, the number pi that just keeps going. I got to 200 back in college. I was able to memorize 200. Did you know that, Grant? No. Yeah, I learned 200 numerals into pi. How many can you do now? Probably 75 or something. Are you kidding me? No.
We need a little bonus content at the end of this where you run through it.
Yeah, my gosh, no. It was, do I hear what we can do? Let's say 75 right now.
Sure.
3.14872
What happens when you 3 million Jews killed in Poland,
6-2.
So
What am I at? I feel like I'm getting kind of close.
26.
26.
This organization.
You lost it.
I lost it. I can.
I thought it was gonna be like muscle memory.
I know.
Like a favorite song. Not though his favorite song.
What is it? Not from Michael. You sang it. I'm doing this shit. I'll sing it with you.
What song?
I'll harmonize it. What's your favorite one?
You're always singing
We sound like the Beach Boy. We were.
Rest in peace.
I know.
Rest in peace. And we went to the wonderful
We saw
show
you.
where you performed the Beach Boys show.
As a matter of fact, that was a year ago.
Holy shit, is that really real?
Yes, at the church. That's right.
That was so cool. Yeah, we had the balcony.
They're so cool.
There he is.
You guys have cute little outfits.
We did. We had like we all dressed like to the was like a Hawaiian shirt. But yeah, it was so much fun. I don't think I hadn't practiced that hard in a long time because I transcribed it every
We were kind of wearing that.
Yes, that's what we were wearing. As a matter of fact, yes, that's exactly what we
Blue
were
and white, maybe?
Yeah, I don't have a cool hair like that.
It's hard to throw it out. That's hard to throw out last minute.
Yeah.
That would be hard. You could theoretically do it though. Probably. I couldn't even one and two.
You're doing it right now? Yeah, right now. I know. Maybe that doesn't look so different.
I know it's in the back. It's kind of on the side. It's in the back. But it's not on the front.
You're kind of like the two guys on the left with the kind of bald forehead right here.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice. See that camera thing? Oh my gosh, yeah, the guy sitting up front. Maybe I'd be
what it is. Yeah. Just comment to the left instead of commenting to the back.
Yeah, it's a joke to my God. Somebody has recently come into my life with the craziest comb over. And that's the only detail. I say there's no way that guy would watch this. I'll tell you, it's not. There's no way. But it is insane looking. The comb over. Sometimes people have insane. It's like, dude, everybody knows. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of doing it, so it's almost like maybe I can't. I don't have any room to talk.
That's you, though. This fits you. You know, if it didn't fit you, you remember the guy in Kill Tony that had that fucking hairline all the way to the back and then he shaved his head?
Yes.
That was fucking crazy. That was insane. You gotta give him he looked insane. That was insane. What was the guy? I think his wife loved it. It was the craziest hair I think I've ever seen. Yeah, wasn't it mainly kind of hair, like a front, and a lot gone in this area, but there was like a line up front. It was crazy. It looked insane. And then he like chilled it to the left or some fucking weird shit. Oh, wait. It's
Can't find it, but maybe we don't find it.
I mean, is it
Yes.
He's balding, and then whatever hair he had on top, he combed it forward.
Is that where that's where that's coming from? Oh, you saw it from the behind.
I know. I didn't even get this one coming in the back. He turned around at one point. I was like, what the fuck? I think my face says it all on that. There you go. See? That's a fucking handsome dude. Look at that guy. So much better. I forgot his name. He came actually on the Netflix episode. You remember that? He was on that. And shit was, I don't even know who we're supposed to have. He was so bad on that episode. They cut him out. His name's Matt Walker, and I guess he did an update here where he had the things. That's good.
Very interesting. She was wearing it the way she was.
Yeah, that one fly jumped off of the casino. It was a casino. Right. And now he's not here anymore. So I'm also resting. This guy fucking all the people who lose things back. This dude's in the wonderful time in Vegas. He's having a great time. What hotel did he? What is it? What's her story? Yeah, Restream. What we playing? I know. Weird. It's thinking about that. I'm sure. Like other shows where you get up here, shows it's not disaster. That's not. This guy's at so that's that cool. He did it weird ways. This guy, it's like he figured it out. Like he was looking at his hair, he's looking better. And then it's like, dude, we get it. It's Christmas time.
They cut him out of Netflix.
Yeah. A couple months later, out. Just going, look at that guy. Okay. Let's get this thing. What would you do if you were going, oh, you gotta get out of hair that parameter? What would you do? Would you pull a move like this? Would you just shave it? Would you get it too big? What would you even do? Honestly, I like your look. I know you have a good look. So you just do it a little longer, maybe, from the back. Yeah, a little longer. Yeah, keep it a little longer. Because it's like, I still got some hair. I like growing out the sides like that. Yeah.
It looks good under hats.
And then you can wear a hat. It does look good. You look good in the hat. But you have to be careful that some people only start wearing hats, and I can't turn it. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, there's. I mean, I'm like a hat guy. I don't know. Yeah, I wear hats all the time, and it keeps the sun out of your face. 100%. I don't wear sunglasses. Only hats.
But let's start
never. I don't like even being growing up around here where it can be so sunny. Never. I'm not a sunglass guy. They don't fit my face. It's I don't know. It doesn't fit my face.
I didn't like them for a long time. It took me a while.
So what would you do? Have you ever put like the I did that stuff underneath your eyes? Does that help? It does help. It reflects the sun. That actually really does help. Oh my gosh. Or like the people that live in Antarctica and stuff, they wear the glasses with like the little slits in the middle. Maybe that could work. Graham, pull it up. I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah, maybe look up.
one of the things
Can you wear like little Neo glasses? What are you talking about?
briefly
Here we go.
is the development
You see, I can't do it. I can't do it.
He
See,
hates
those
it.
look great on you.
He hates them.
modern
Already.
world Jewish
Greg, please get him off. Come on.
It is the
You're bringing up money stuff right when he walks in. And everybody's not happy that I made all my inappropriate shit.
Israelite as a
Here we go. You said the Inuits.
Yeah, maybe you can look into something like this, but this is the oh shit.
I've never seen that before.
Maybe that and that could be
Yeah,
fuck yeah. That could be a fun look. That was maybe similar to what we would wear in the 7th grade when we took this typing class, and now I kind of regret, even though I almost never really typing, but I regret not taking the class because I would just look down. It was classes like that to make it so you could cheat, but all you had to do is do your head down, and then you could see the things and type.
So you were learning how to type without looking.
Yes, yeah. So you wear glasses kind of like that, but
They're probably fucking incredible typers.
They'd probably be wonderful. Incredible. I think a lot of them could be the court reporter people, but those keyboards, those are kind of weird. Have you ever seen somebody typing on one of those things, the court transcriber? I think
There's
they're good
only
at
like
that.
9 buttons or something
Yeah.
for all the words in the world.
I don't even know how it works.
What are they called? What are those people called?
Stenographer. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. Hopefully I've never been a courtroom. How do you think you'd hold up in a courtroom? Think it'd be okay?
I'd hold up pretty well.
Yeah.
I can't go to jail, man. I'm tiny. I'm gonna be somebody's bitch like fat. I can't do that. I'm too. Nah, way too. I won't last.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think that there's no way. I don't know.
You've killed a lot of people. I think you can fucking hold your own.
Yeah, it's like, well, do I go in there and tell everybody about my favorite exploits? Or
You don't have to. You got the war.
you think, you know what I mean? Kind of like crazy.
He'll be like, my dad's a lawyer.
Yeah, well, they're watching one of the comments last night.
My family's are lawyers.
Yeah, all his family was a lawyer. It was stupid. He was in a wake zone on his boat and made a wave, and then they caught his ass. There's some wasted girl the whole time. I was just watching.
And he finally got a hold of his dad, and his dad's like, yeah, just gonna get in trouble. Okay, bye. He wasn't helping him at all.
Yeah, fucking
go spend that time in there.
And Michael, by the way, is there anybody, don't you go on live sometimes on Instagram?
I do, yeah.
If somebody, and I'm not going to say the name, but if somebody ever is requesting, do you ever notice somebody requesting songs like Wipeout?
To
be honest with you, I don't look at the comments when I'm on. I literally just turn it on so that, like, people have requested to see me practice before, and I was like, oh, well, I'll just fucking turn it on and literally just focus on my practicing. And I don't, if I'm looking at the camera, I like swipe down so you don't see the comments, and I just look to see, it's almost like a mirror.
Well, that's William on his fake account asking me
why I'm doing that shit.
No, it's my dad.
Oh, your dad sent me messages all the time. It's like, hey, this is William's dad. Just saying you're doing great. Love you.
Yeah, he's the one who requested the songs. I'll let him know that you're not actually looking at the thing. He got offended a little
Gotta
bit.
get on TikTok.
Oh, shit, you got mad?
I'm kidding. I get mad, but I will let him know.
I'm gonna have to fight Larry, dog.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna have to fight him.
he's up to, he does 70 push-ups.
At once.
Yeah, he can do 70
That's
push-ups.
not fucking easy.
His age. I know.
Was he an athlete when you were growing up?
Left-handed,
when he was younger?
The left-handed pitcher.
No shit.
Yeah, for Georgia Tech, and they could have played for the Cincinnati Reds, or got like a letter from the Reds to play for their organization. Yeah, there's Larry, but yes, decided to move to Memphis and be a lawyer, and then he met my mom, and then,
well, there you go.
And then I show up, I don't know, maybe a week or two later after he moves to Memphis.
Damn. You just walked in.
I'm not Larry's kid. It's my mom. Got it. No, I got it.
I'm learning so much about you today, dude.
Yeah. Well, I don't always talk about it.
It's not for everybody. It's just for us.
I know. Well, I will let Larry know that you don't look at the.
Now the next time I'm going on, I'll send you a message, tell him to get on, and I'll just play Wipeout for you, Pop.
Wipeout, and also, what was the other one? Are you familiar with the song Inagata Davida? No. Well, there's a great drum solo. Inagata Davida.
You really don't?
I don't know that.
You do.
Oh, it's a
Is it
classic from Iron Butterfly.
I definitely don't know.
What is this, Graham? Like the 60s or late 60s, maybe?
I
think he was trying to say in the Garden of Eden. Oh, I just messed up. And that came out. But they have a wonderful, I think it's very kind of dramatic.
You know it.
Cause was, no, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says,
Iron Butterfly. I remember getting this CD when I was doing construction work one summer.
This is 100% 60s.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's great. And yeah, you see it's a pretty long song.
Yeah.
Saying drum solo. So yeah, learn that at some point.
All right.
Very early. This is the future. It's probably weird. I haven't listened to it forever. Is that how long the song is? 16 minutes?
Yeah, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a lot of time, man. That's a lot of that. How long is a drum solo? 10 minutes of that?
Yeah, it could be 10 minutes. Well, I'll tell Larry that's crazy. He's probably messing around saying that one. But you might like the song.
No, I'm sure I would. I've never heard of Iron Butterfly.
This is going to happen to you guys.
Yeah, Iron Butterfly.
On his feet is like this.
Aren't you a fan, Grant?
Oh, yeah.
Lying
What's their
on
whole discography?
The Ten Commandments there, because he's been
I'd only ever heard
down
this.
successfully by the Crusader.
This was around the Hendrix time.
Like that.
Hendrix, rest in peace. Who's your favorite? You're a music guy. Who was your favorite? Who were your favorite musician people? Did you have any inspirations growing up?
Yeah, and actually, it's funny enough. I was just watching the movie last night. Have you ever seen That Thing You Do? It's Tom Hanks' directorial, and he wrote the movie and his directorial debut.
No.
It's fucking awesome.
Okay, I need to watch it. I was on some streaming thing the other day, and I noticed it on there, and I remember growing up seeing it. Not seeing it, but seeing like the cover of it.
Yeah, Guy Patterson, Tom Everett Scott, all the way to the right. That guy is the reason I played drums.
The guy all the way
to the right. His nickname is Shades.
Oh, really? He's always got the.
And you hate sunglasses.
And I fucking hate sunglasses, dude. I don't care. I know it's weird. I never wear them.
You would almost guess because like him, that you would have gotten into.
Like you would exclusively be wearing sunglasses.
There he is.
Yeah, I like it.
Dude, that's the greatest drum intro.
Did you like, what was the drum movie kind of recent?
Whiplash.
Did you like that?
Fucking trash, bro.
What were your thoughts? Because I kind of liked it, but I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant to
It was so mean.
It wasn't realistic, and the shit that he was doing in the movie was just. I mean, don't get me wrong, Miles Teller's great actor. J.K. Simmons, incredible actor, deserved the Academy. Whatever.
So this is
I think that's J.K. Rowling. No,
The yellow
penis guy?
The yellow peanut and M&M.
Oh, wait, is that him?
I think he's in the M&Ms.
Who's the yellow peanut M&M? Hold on, which guy? The guy.
Exactly.
The bald guy.
He plays Spider-Man too. He's
Spider-Man?
No, what's the fucking the
Doc Ock.
Jonah Jameson. Yes. Jonah Jameson. The lead guy at where fuck it, I don't know. Dude, he works for the Daily Bugle. Yes.
Thank you, Grant.
Yeah, that guy.
Military.
I don't know names. But
Unrealistic.
It was unrealistic. It was such an unrealistic.
Nobody's acting like that.
No, not really.
In what way? Being the guy, which guy? So somebody wouldn't be as hardcore as this guy?
No, you wouldn't take it in music like that. And it felt like too much. And also, like I said, Miles Teller is an incredible actor. It just didn't seem like he put enough time into playing drums. Actually,
he would never get better. He was being yelled at.
Movie. But even but like Tom Everett Scott actually learned how to play drums for That Thing You
do, and they practice as a band for like
Period.
months before they even started shooting.
So this one, he probably didn't even know how to fucking play the drum.
I hate stuff like
That's
that.
Hollywood these days.
Lazy.
That's Hollywood these days.
I'll give him lessons. Miles, come down to Austin, bro. I'll give you some drum
And
lessons.
redo the movie.
Redo it. I'll be your drum teacher for a couple months. Let's see what's up.
Take some lessons with Michael. Come work out with us.
Come on, man.
Then we're gonna get you. Y'all are gonna do the movie again.
That's right. And then we get to be in the next Top Gun as well.
So that's the trade next Top Gun, and also I think we should ask in the remake of that movie. Remember, what does he get in a car crash?
Did he get that car crash?
Yeah. What causes the car crash? Another car?
Exhaustion.
Exhaustion? Oh, does he fall asleep at the?
I think so. Like he's like stressed.
And there's other people in the car, right? Or no,
I think it's just him.
Well, maybe in the remake, you could be in the back seat or something, just be like buddies. They haven't seen it in the movie yet, but we're just hanging out. We're in the car. We're trying to keep them away.
And then it turns into an insurance fraud. You do get in an accident, and your guys are a liability because he was the driver.
Yeah.
And then we both walk away with fake injuries. We're good, but we're trying to get that money.
We need that money. We need that money.
He fucked
And
up.
he shows up and then he shows up as the insurance guys and all the insurance.
State Farm.
State Farm. Yeah. It's better than Allstate. I'll be honest. I don't like those Allstate commercials. I don't like that main guy. I don't like these people they're choosing.
You like the Limu Emu?
I like Limu Emu kind of. That's it. Not the other guy, but Limu Emu. I like this guy, and he's okay. And then the guy that says Liberty. It's like find somebody else. And now he's literally saying Liberty, which was like part of the joke in the early ones. And now he's just saying it. And it's like too much. It's too much. It's too much.
This is a board game that was
insurance can be a scam anyway.
Would you be in an insurance commercial?
We should do that. Why don't we be in
You guys should be the next stars.
100%?
Which, yeah, we can Geico.
Are they looking for a new State Farm guy?
State Farm, the Chaos guy.
You would match the State Farm uniform. Your hair's already. It's perfect.
So I can just put on a uniform and then just put on
You guys, do
khakis.
they need a revamp?
There's Limu Emu. I can play Limu Emu. Yeah, you can play the other.
I don't like sunglasses.
Oh,
We gotta figure out. Yeah. Why does he look like a janitor?
What about the general?
There you go. You see,
Jake.
That's a handsome fuck. I would like to think he's really nice in real life because I cannot kind of stand his ass in the commercials. So I just pray he's some really nice guy in real life. And he just better be, because if he's some nasty guy in real life, then that's a major problem because he seems kind of nasty in the commercial, right? A little bit, kind of condescending to everybody, all those professional athletes. It's like
hit off screen and then just flips it on when he's on the screen.
I think he's probably making way too much money. I think the money's going to his head. I think if you become one of the main spokespeople of one of these freaking insurance things, I'm sure he is cleaning up right now. Yeah, I think he can change you.
I miss the Aaron Rodgers fucking
That's what I'm saying. They always end up getting rebooted, so maybe you guys could be the next Flow.
Bro, we get at, we need to get in contact.
Big Mike and Big Red, dude.
Yeah, Big Mike, Big Red, here to help you on your motorcycle insurance. And then we come in on motorcycle, bundle up with our bundle.
Bundle it up.
And then it's like, we're in a snow area about to get on our motorcycles. Bundle up with us and bundle your insurance. Home on and auto.
You driving the motorcycle or am I driving?
I'll get behind you because that's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to. That's what I had to do with the snowmobiles when I was the snowmaker. I had to
hold me like this.
Oh yeah,
like a Dumb and Dumber.
Oh yeah,
I'll be Jim Daniels. You'll be Jim Carrey.
Oh my gosh! And then I accidentally pee on you, and then Harley called and we stick together. I thought that was one of the funniest scenes in that movie where they are stuck together because of the TT. Oh my gosh! And then when he comes out of the thing and he's like, "Big ol' pond, see you later," whatever. That was always my favorite part. I think, because it was so stupid.
Apparently, I've heard this story before. Apparently, those guys weren't even a part of the show. That's why Jim Carrey, if that also wasn't in the script. That was hilarious. He goes, "Oh, big old, huh? All right, see you later." God, yeah, because because it's just two black guys standing in front of the convenience store. And they
There's real people at a convenience store.
Apparently, that's what I heard. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
That's funny.
Look at that, dude. That's us.
That's us.
Who is? Wait, Grant, what is that picture?
That's not
Some guys recreating it.
Oh, well,
That's right.
it's fun. There must be buddies. Oh my gosh, they were on that thing for a long time. You'd have to be so careful, I would think.
There it is. There it goes, huh? All right, see you
Oh, man. Well, yeah, we'll talk to the right people.
I think
We'll figure out.
So I think we need commercial.
Grant, you can help, baby?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Grant. We got the cameras. Why don't we just film our own commercial? We'll fund it, and then we'll let somebody buy it from us.
And maybe like wear green screen shirts so you can put any company.
There we go.
Be very vague.
We'll do the Shane Gillis thing, how he did tires first. He paid for it, did it all, and then Netflix was like, boom, we got it.
We can start doing that for, we got a big which insurance company we want to be working for. How about filming?
We shoot it, we send it to all of them, and then they gotta see, like, we'll make the
And then in the emails, we'll be like, hey, we would want to reach out to you because so-and-so's really interested in us, but we want you first.
Yeah.
So they think someone else is
we
looking.
play them against themselves.
Grant, you can help with this? Obviously, we
Edit the video.
obviously we pay your ass some money. But can you help us?
Yeah, can we talk about the money? Yeah. I knew it was gonna be the money.
Yeah, I regret
He said it when I came in. He was talking about the money.
Can you believe that? It's like, yeah, Grant, we're doing, yeah. We got some people helping, and okay,
I will say he does a good job. So should we just pay him the money then?
yes,
Just give me the money.
okay.
You have to negotiate. I don't know.
Hold on, do the line Grant from Jerry Maguire.
Show me the money. Sounded just like him. He's killing it. Show me that money.
That's my favorite
Show me that
part.
money.
That was so funny when I was a kid when it would be on all the commercials.
What, for like commercials for saying that the movie was going to be on that channel later on? And then they just be doing the show me the money.
They say it a lot in that
They do.
movie.
Yeah, they do say it a lot.
And then Cuba Gooding Jr. got in a lot of trouble, I think. After that,
Too bad.
I think after it was either Mighty Joe Young or
What was the
Gorilla.
Snow Dogs, maybe?
Oh yeah,
You did Snow Dogs too?
Yes.
No, not
Two, but
just
just the first.
Yeah. He missed out on that whole franchise because people loved him in Snow Dogs, but then when there he was after
The glove didn't fit.
bleeding.
that when that
Yeah,
happened?
I'm pretty sure.
glove didn't fit. And it's like, well, it's Snow Dogs. It's like I need gloves that keep my hands warm or whatever. I'm not going to be able to do two.
I think I heard that he abused a couple of those dogs. I think
I
that's why
think
he
it was
got in
animal
trouble.
cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
It was animal style.
Wow, he ate two of them that weren't even that sick. And up there, up north, you eat the dogs if they're sick. Then you got to eat them. But he was eating dogs that weren't even sick, and they catch his ass as a TV. Seriously.
With the
Yeah, Snow Dogs. See, he would have been, I mean, he's the face of Snow Dogs. He's not even in Snow Dogs.
Which ones are the dead ones again?
It's the bottom left.
Yes,
The two great.
what, bottom,
After World War I,
right there, and then the one above?
Yes.
Like kind of close to his face. Yeah, the two gray
And
ones.
also, what the fuck is that Australian Shepherd doing in there? It's not even a fucking husky. What is it?
I don't
It's hard
know.
to train those for animal actors.
Yeah, there's only so many of the Huskies that they do have for animal actor stuff. Because a lot of people don't want their Husky to be an animal actor. Like some people do, but there's a lot of people that don't with Huskies, so that's why it's hard.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I think after how they did Beethoven, how they treated his ass. Remember him?
Because everyone looked at, like, you always look at breeds a certain way, like Dalmatians, St. Bernards.
Yeah, St. Bernards. Did you ever see Beethoven?
I didn't. I was going to ask you, doesn't he die at the end of that movie?
Or does he have babies?
I think he has babies, but the bad guy ends up a thing of shotters launched in the air, and the shots, the needles all get in his chest at the same time. That so it always scared me.
I don't think I've 100% seen that.
Oof, it is brutal at the end of it. Yeah, all this stuff gets in them. Ugh.
Have you showed that movie to your kids, Brian?
Beethoven?
Yeah.
Not yet.
This is the
Oh, not yet.
cusp
The
of
beat. Well,
the
do
short
it as
20th
soon as
century.
possible because they're about to be too old for it, probably.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
true.
toxic
You can never be too old for needles in the
totally
dog's
different
chest.
world in so many ways.
Well, in the bad guy's chest. Ah, God, it wasn't
So
Beethoven's
let's start with
chest.
what happened in
Thank God. I mean, Beethoven saved the kid.
That's how you know
Russia
it.
at this
There it
time,
is.
in the early 20th century, was
Those dogs
literally
are so
behind the
slobbery.
rest of the world.
Yeah.
How much
Their
slobber?
calendar
But they're cute.
was actually
Oh my gosh, look at him. And he took some chicken or whatever and looks like a turkey. Or yeah, turkey with the white thing on the end. I never had a turkey like that. I always wanted a turkey like that with the little thing on the end of it. I don't know, on the drumstick.
It's like a piece of
the Middle
paper.
Ages, Western
Yeah,
Europe
just make it.
Gonna eat it all.
abandoned the old
Yeah.
Julian calendar.
But yeah, oh my gosh, highly recommend it if you're ever
Gregorian
looking
calendar,
for something to
which
watch
is
at night or
the
whatever.
one we use
Beethoven.
today,
I'm not too old now.
March 31st on the
No, it's actually better now.
Fantastic.
But
Yeah, oh my
the
gosh,
Eastern
I
world,
could not watch
the
it now
Orthodox
because I would start
world,
feeling
meaning Russia,
feeling some
Orthodox,
nostalgia
Orthodox,
too much, and it would be like, turn it off. I'm starting to feel weird.
and so
I'm starting to
Russia
feel weird.
was one of the
When
last
the like the
places to
opening
actually
scene,
do
it'd
it.
be like, God,
Every
turn it off.
Oh shit, there it is.
century, they lost another
Fucking turkey
day.
mittens. They're
So
called
that's why they were literally
paper frill
13 days
booties.
What
behind
happened
the
to
rest.
those? Why did we stop
If
doing
you
that?
look at,
I don't know. I think COVID
As a
or
country.
something. I think it was
Why
like
did they
COVID.
start doing that? That's
February
It's
Revolution,
amazing.
It's to keep them. It's to keep
It
them
makes the plate beautiful.
Yeah, they just spice it up. They start doing
It's
it
like an aesthetic.
during the Great Depression. It's like all they had was paper around.
But that's just
So it's
one
like they
sort
gotta
of
be excited. They get the one meal a day or whatever. God, I hope we don't go into a freaking depression.
We're about to be nomad.
OMAD.
Industrialization
That stuff.
in terms
OMADs?
of
One meal a day.
governmental structure.
Oh, is that what an
in
OMAD
terms of
person
the
eating one meal a
treatment of
day?
Jews, for sure.
We're
They're
gonna
still
have
living in the
I died
modern
pretty
era.
quickly. I'll go first.
So they go into
No, you
World War
wouldn't.
I in
I'm skinny, man.
1914,
I have to eat.
Well, you'd have to. You could
under-equipped
start stashing
for
food
a
or something
battle
now.
Yeah, but then I'm stealing from other people.
They have, like, you know,
Well, you can already get prepared.
He has a farm. He has a family
Yeah, you gotta
farm.
I have a ranch.
Yeah, ranch.
That's right.
You can start stocking up the ranch now.
He has a family ranch. They'll be fine.
We'll be fine. You want to come to the ranch?
Yeah.
Hey,
Is there
We'll need places to go.
there.
and eggs?
No chickens.
We can get some before everything happens.
We could. We could.
We can hunt right. That's right. The animals we can hunt that for sure.
We have a lot of exotic game, like we talked about.
Yeah, we love to. Oh my God.
A lot of cows. So we're not gonna. There's no shortage of meat.
telling their soldiers,
And then what? You got some refrigerators or something around with freezers? It's cold.
Big ass freezers.
and they're like,
What if like a generator or something?
Okay, I got two of them.
And then what? So we need to have a lot of fuel.
We have that too.
Largely
Oh,
as a
really?
result of
Tanks.
their
Tanks and tanks and
soldiers
tanks.
Fuel?
We have to on a ranch.
You have to.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we've got backhoes, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, we could be set down there for some amount of time.
Yeah, and I'm only inviting you to Grant. Well, Grant. Wow, I know Grant. Looks like you're gonna have to pay us
It's a whole
money.
family.
Shooting this commercial for you guys. That's fine.
We're gonna pay your
You're definitely coming.
We're doing it, dude.
If you do it for free, you and your whole family can come and live on the ranch with us.
Ooh, now that's bargain.
Okay, I know. That's pretty smooth. Okay.
And what? Because we got what? What for your guys? 10 years, 5 year. I mean, when it starts really popping off, what do we have? 20 years? I don't know.
I think it's between 15 and 20.
15 to 20, and then it's all kind of going down. Then it's all going to be robot cars. Nobody's going to be able to drive Lyft or Uber. Nobody's going to have a job.
No jobs at all.
What's everybody going to be doing? That's the scary part. Because too many people.
Speaking of robots, did you see that fucking robot running on 6th Street the other day?
I saw it on like Instagram.
I saw it on
Me too. I saw a video.
Do you see that, Grant?
I did.
What? Who is he?
Yeah, is he allowed to be walking outside?
Chilling, just talking to people with a fucking cowboy hat on.
I saw the cowboy hat.
Yes,
You're kidding.
I swear to God.
Huh?
I swear to God.
What? It's fucking
I hate him.
And then
He walks weird.
It's so.
Yeah, I hate
look at that shit. That's fucking crazy. It's just a midget robot with a fucking.
He's not that big, right?
No, he's not. It's a tiny robot with a fucking cowboy hat, just running around saying
talking to people.
Yeah.
I don't like
Owns
this at
him.
all.
I don't know. Does he own himself?
He makes
Is it a thing?
himself. Oh my God.
Is it a Tesla robot? I feel like the main guy at the end of Apocalypto right now, where they see the Spanish galleons or whatever coming up into the thing, and it's like, oh my gosh, he just survived this craziness, but like a real hell is about to start. He doesn't even. That's what I feel like seeing this right here. It's about to be overrun with robots. I can't even believe he's allowed outside at night.
What is he wearing?
With fucking dunks on. It's like, how do you even run that fast in dunks anyways? And who gave him dunks? What, does he work a job? Like, seriously, was he somebody who clean? Like, what? I don't get it. He wears the referee shirt as the locker.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, he's Foot Locker. Great boy. What's his name? I know he has a name.
Do they say Grant? Do they say online?
He introduced himself. I'm trying to figure out where they talk about what this is. There's a whole video of him, and you know what? Somebody from the mothership recorded a video. That's how some first time.
Oh, was he writing it fresh?
Yeah.
Have you met him yet?
I have not.
Would you say hi?
I shake his hand. I'd probably steal his fucking pouch right off his feet. Oh yeah, you're a fucking robot. Or that cowboy hat or something. Shot him, got his ass, and just took him, so like kidnapped him. I'm almost shocked. What if you bully him and just fucking can't fucking
I wonder if he would try to get it back.
Do they know how to fight? Like, is it dangerous? Is it going to turn dangerous? I don't know. He seems pretty strong, but the way he runs is not athletic at all. And I'm sure if you have like a shotgun or something, and you blasted that thing a couple times, I'm sure it's hitting the ground. Unless, I don't know, maybe it's real powerful, what it's made out of. Maybe it does look powerful. Look at it. Chill.
I hated it so much.
And it doesn't bump into people. It looks like he bumped into people. Nothing.
What ended up happening is the
Yikes.
Why did he decide to run away too?
His running form's all completely off. He's running flat-footed. That's him after he just planted the pipe bomb. Get away. That's his evil laugh as he's running away. Which is so scary. So, I mean, again, I think this is what we're going to be seeing in the future. A lot of these things creeping around, walking around, causing mischief, causing chaos, taking over our jobs. For sure. Will you have him at your crib and let him do, like, everything for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I would. Yes. If we had that, he seemed cool or whatever, even though I realize he's a robot, but, like, deep down, I really think he has got a backpack.
Maybe.
I was thinking, what is that, a flamethrower? I immediately just on his back, just fucking takes off.
I mean, yeah, it looks like
That would actually be fucking stupid. Like, what's going to happen is going to be our soldiers here in some amount of time, our little soldiers. Small soldiers. Yeah, little small soldiers. Remember that movie? I do, because I remember we saw it with the Ragsdales, our neighbors, and Nancy. The Ragsdales, yeah. And then she let us pick out a toy at Target after the movie. It was quite the day. Yeah. Oh, yes, it was a very fun day.
What's that toy-themed day?
So I never bought toys as a kid. When Small Soldiers came out, I had a whole collection. Oh, really? Yeah. Wait, that was like the first thing I was like, oh, I gotta get these action figures. How old would you have been? What is that, 96 or 98? 98, yeah. I was born 92, so I was 6, so I was still in the time where I was like, I didn't really play with toys. I was always outside.
Oh, I love toys.
Oh, really? That movie changed it. I was like, oh, I gotta get the what's the leader of the Gorgamites? Do you remember that? Gorgamites, yeah. And Tommy Lee Jones was the small soldier, like the main guy. Yeah. Oh, I used to love that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. There it is. How fucking cool those!
Those are pretty good. Do you have those?
I collected them all. I'm pretty sure I had all of them.
Yeah, those are cool.
They're creepy as fuck. And then did you end up getting other action figures in the future after that, or it's just these guys, one and done, movie and done? Oh my gosh, so what, you play with them? It was more just like having them there because they looked cool, you know what I mean? I don't know if I even fucking took them out of the box. I never like played with things. My imagination wasn't like that when I was a kid. Yeah, I was always, I had too much energy. Yeah, I was like running everywhere. Yeah, I used to love making bases and stuff for my little action figures, like G.I. Joe's. Oh yeah, I used to love making the bases. I had a Princess Jasmine figure. I didn't get her kissing some of the dudes sometimes. Oh yeah, G.I. Joe. There was a crossover. G.I. Joe. Yeah, I had all different kinds of action figures I would play with at the same time. There it is. So my favorite character was the one all the way to the left, the blue one. His head used to turn around like he used to turn like that. Yep, I forgot all their names, but those are the Gorgonites. I do remember that. I love it. I think at Taco Bell at one point, I remember that eye was around a straw. Maybe I don't know if that was a sus, but I remember some sweet straw I got at Taco Bell one time. Yeah, it looked like that. I don't know if it was the same. Who knows? I think his name is Insania. Yes, that one. That was my favorite character. Look how fucking creepy that looks, though. I know. I was digging that shit when I was fucking serious. You never play with like cars or anything, like little toy cars? And I would play with little toy Hot Wheels. You never had to do that one, guys? But you were playing outside. I know. Yeah, outside. My dad, video games and all? I did. I had a PS1 and PS2. My dad used to love kicking my ass at NCAA. Football. That was pretty much the only games we ever played. It was mostly because my dad would buy the system, and then we'd play, and then he'd fucking kick my ass, and then I remember throwing the remote control at the TV. He's like, all right, we're done. That's hilarious. Did he have a team? Who was his team? He would always play shitty teams. So I would always play with like USC or UT or all the top teams, and he'd play with fucking Tulane or Ohio. What's Miami, Ohio, and fucking beat my ass because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. That's hilarious. So is he just playing it on his own self? No, he would just play against me and just fucking whip my ass. I never beat him. Ever. Oh my god. Yeah, he's still like fucking 27-0 versus me. That's hilarious. Yeah. I don't gotta play again sometime, maybe, or maybe it's not. I'd kick his ass now for sure. I know what I'm doing now. Really? Yeah. Well, now they're real, because I got an NCAA game like a year ago. Yeah, the new one. And it was fun, but it seems, I don't know, it's different now, harder or something, like harder than I remember. I think the athletes are getting paid for their names now. I know, I think they are. That's good for them, yeah. Because there's just the...
you have your girlfriends text you now?
In the game?
And your coaches and your girlfriend?
No way.
Yeah.
Storyline? Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
My girlfriend texted me. My coach texted me.
I wish I had a girl fucking in real life. I have to go play a game for a girl.
But you gotta bear in mind the vast
Wow, that's real.
However, if you look back,
come on, ladies, somebody text me.
Wanted to see
Somebody
Here's
text
his
Michael.
number.
these were definitely disproportionate.
There it is.
Especially
I had
in the
2002,
leadership ranks of
and 2003,
at some point you might
and 2005.
have, 1/3 of
Yeah, I can't remember what I had. Oh, you know what? 2004, I had that in 2004 with Michael Vick on the cover. That was the only reason I got that. Michael Vick was my favorite football player. Still is. Oh, nice. I don't care about Carl the dog shit. But he was my favorite football player. Now he's a high school coach. He's great. Yeah, Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is wonderful at Virginia Tech. That's right. There it is. That soundtrack is fucking killer.
Oh, yeah, video games have good songs.
Specifically Madden. Like all the football games have incredible soundtracks. That one's really good. Yeah, I've been playing some Star Wars game, and it's a bunch of Star Wars series. And I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I love it. But I've got to stop. Did you ever play like NFL Blitz or Slugfest? Do you remember MLB Slugfest? You used to love Blitz and putting the codes in and getting to have like a flaming skull. That was the shit. That's the shit I like. Oh yeah. There was different on PlayStation or something. So like 64 and then a PS2. And then you hold on to did you get like the Grand Theft Auto game, or you weren't playing it? I didn't. My parents never wanted it. Yeah, because it is kind of like yeah, it's violent. I remember I wasn't allowed to whenever my buddy Bennett's house. There it is. NFL Blitz. That's funny. That's the shit right there. Yeah, went over to my buddy Bennett's house and was just blown away by the Grand Theft Auto. I thought it was so funny. And then I'm talking to Bennett the other night, and he tells me at the end of our conversation, oh yeah, I was talking, because one of Bennett's friends died, I guess. And then he told his mom that, and I guess the friend had the same name as my dad. So that Bennett's mom ends up telling people that I have died.
So somehow the story got switched.
Yeah, so it got switched up. So all these people in Memphis are thinking I'm dead very recently, and then I tell my mom, and then she got all offended that the people didn't reach out to her, which I think is a very legitimate grievance. Yeah, it actually is. So nobody called my freaking mom. It all pissed me off. The whole thing pissed me off.
I get it.
But
I'm sure she was fucking so pissed too.
Who, my mom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it could start a big feud in Memphis.
So what did Bennett say?
He didn't. We haven't talked. Well, then I called my other friend, and I was offended with my other friend that he didn't call and see how I was doing. And it's
Well, yeah, you were dead. So
I know. Well, I also asked if he was sad.
When you're saying
Sad
that
about it, and he wasn't. I think. Well, he was kind of laughing it off, which is so funny. So I don't know.
People grieve differently.
I know people do grieve differently. When the police called my phone the one time when I was living in LA, when I called to tell them I was trapped in these underwater caverns.
I remember that. You said that story on Kill Tony.
Yeah, the freaking the police were talking to my parents, and I remember thinking my dad seemed nice and sad, but my mom should have seemed a little bit more sad. I thought personally. No, I'm kidding. I know she was sad, but luckily I was not dead. Luckily I was not about to drown in an underwater cavern. What a dumbass.
Yeah, that would have been hard.
That would have been hard, and it would have been a scary way to go. I'm sure it gets freaking dark in there. You run out of light. You're up in some air bubble or something.
I'm a thrill seeker, but that shit kind of freaked me out.
Oh, yeah, there's no way. Bro, promise me, Michael, you never do that. No, that would be...
Is that called spelunking? Is that what you're doing?
I think spelunking's in the cave. I think this is just called cave diving when you're doing the... when you're in the cave underwater.
Yeah. I don't know.
Guys like Laser Kaganova.
I do that, but you're not going into these little passages.
That's insane.
Right.
That's so dumb.
I'm watching the videos of people doing it. It just makes me feel horrified.
Have you seen that movie?
Sad reality that Jewish history also.
I can't remember the name of it. I think Viggo Mortensen is the main character.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's it. Is he in Lord of the Rings? He's not Frodo.
He's pretty cool in Lord of the Rings.
He's incredible. Part 3.
Yeah,
Return of the King.
He's good in that. That's I like watching it. You know what I hate? That freaking what's his name from Taken is the new
Did you ever see That's It?
What is this movie? Or what is this?
Let's see. That's definitely the movie though.
At the beginning
in a cave.
So they actually learned how to swim in those crevices. That's it. Yeah, because it's the Filipino boys that get stuck in that cave.
The soccer team or whatever. What were they doing? Fucking around. They were around in a cave. Playing soccer in there. Seems like it's dark. Maybe they had a light out soccer ball. They did, which would be great. So we could have a really cool to play soccer.
But what happens when the battery goes out?
Someone like, you hope somebody has some matches or something. Or a headlamp or something. Or you're screwed, or everybody's stuck down there. Well, that's what happened.
But when they were filming, who's the director? It's Ron Howard.
I love him.
So Ron had them learn how to dive in those crevices. They actually did that.
Not in Los Angeles, apparently.
Yeah, they built a whole set. And all the lead actors were actually swimmers. I think because he wanted to make it as real as possible.
Which is pretty fun. I've that one. I've seen previews for it. I need to watch it.
Yeah, it should be on Amazon.
I'll look it up on Amazon. Yeah. Wait, have you seen it? Did you ever see the Naked Gun movies? I haven't. They're pretty funny with Leslie Nielsen. Yeah. But they got the new guy. Who's the guy? I can't think of the guy's name. Who's in the Taken movies?
Liam Neeson.
I don't know why. I never believed it. The first Taken movie I saw.
That's real?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it again. I'm not a hater. I'm generally not a hater, but I don't know why. But I saw the first Taken or maybe some of it, and I was like, I don't believe this guy's doing all this. I'm never watching it again.
Yeah, I didn't like it. You didn't believe it?
No, normally I swear I'm not a hater like this, but I did not. I was not a fan, and now he's Naked Gun. I hate it.
I don't think I'm gonna like this very much. I like Taken a lot. And I'm in that shit.
Yeah, I like revenge stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. But maybe I should watch it again or something. But you don't. We'll see if he's funny or not. I don't think Naked Gun is funny.
I don't think he's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I don't think he will either. What do you think, Ryan?
I don't know. I saw him do that sketch with like Ricky Gervais where he's acting like he has AIDS. He's pretty funny in that sketch. So maybe he can do it, but he's a serious actor. I don't see him do comedy.
We'll see. I didn't know about that sketch.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah, he was, I thought, hilarious.
That was some of my dad's favorite movies. I never got to watch it.
Oh, really? Well, there's still time. I guess they're playing. That's a classic.
Yeah, that's Goofy.
Yeah,
Leslie too.
Well, Michael Gonzalez, thank you so much for being on the show today. It really is a pleasure. It's been a year.
It has been years.
It's been almost 100 episodes.
It's been almost 100 episodes since the last time. It's such a pleasure.
Thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, I got it. They are mercenaries right now. Goldie Maystar, Grant's Worst Nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs, Jenny J, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Thrackle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loop Loop, Mista Alex, Nigel said, that's kind of fun.
That's a great name.
Yeah, Mista Alex, Poppy, Nolan Void, Apollonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt. Poopsicle Butt. Shout out to Poopsicle Butt. Shout out Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel, Sparkle, Shady Shinakaya from the Big Island. Zarak Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire. Sir, he's a lawyer. The Gaming Crooner, The Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, The Cats, William Gear, and William Ramsey. Room Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. You choose your own adventure. Zombie. Why'd you laugh, Grant? You choose your own adventure on it.
That's the most you've put one up.
Zombie Warlock. Aqui Boy. Oh my gosh, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Asselon, Avery's your soup. I love it. Beef and Ashen. Dino Undertaker Fox, Destiny A. Ford. Dingleberry Harry, there it is. Dual Uncles Kiss on the Lips. Doba King, Dr. B. Dugan. Drop Nation.
There's some noobs.
Eli Slackworth. Goldie Maystar.
Oh, Eli Slugworth. That's the dude that makes us look like
AI.
Yeah, that's the AI guy.
He's a robot.
He's a fucking robot.
Yeah.
That's how he makes us look fucking
He's a
cool as
little
shit.
robot on 6.
That's him.
That's shout out Rabbi.
Shout out Eli Slugworth.
That's what he looks like.
Keep up the good work.
Keep on wearing that cowboy hat.
Come on.
And suffering like that.
Yeah. Change of shoes. Let's get you some
New
Balances.
Balances.
Oh, New Balances.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, you're right. Let's get us some old dad shoes.
We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, maybe some Hokas could be good.
That could be. Are we getting some Pumas? Pumas are great too.
Cool. Well, thank all of y'all, and Michael, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasters. William.F.Montgomery Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, every Monday. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of the run in 81 and 84, you have
recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. You know what I noticed right now?
Did you ever notice that up there before? What is that, a little special? Is that a little secret camera up there? Do you see that thing up there? What is that? Right, what is that? Do you see that, Casey?
Well, I certainly do. What is my little eye spy? Look at the camera. Bryce, you want to go ahead and elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, this is, it's a recording studio. We're supposed to have cameras. We're supposed to see what's going on.
Not the ones that, on the forums that we signed.
Yeah, on the forms that we signed, it was going to be 3 cameras. I don't think a 4th one, especially not up by the ceiling.
Because that would make our paydays about 25% a little more thicker.
Yeah, and it's weird because our paydays recently have actually been 25% thinner.
Yeah.
But they've been less.
And now we haven't instituted a camera fee.
What? So we're struggling, so now we got to be watched extra hard.
Well, it's for everybody's, it's for everyone's convenience, for everyone's safety.
So we have to pay for the additional camera.
That's right.
Because the envelopes are feeling a little bit lightweight.
Yeah, that's why it's been 25% less about on average recently because we're paying for this extra camera up in here. Yeah, that's right.
But now, when you're counting the envelope, you got someone watching your back.
Well, no, it doesn't really feel that way. You know what it feels like? When I was driving here today, I went past the blind school, and I see a poor blind fellow, and I'm thinking to myself, how is this motherfucker going to get across the street and even see shit? That's how I feel right now, Bryce. It's like I'm pulling the wool over our eyes right now.
You're treating us like a couple of rubes. I didn't realize there was a rube clause.
Neither did I. It's like there's roof clauses, now there's extra cameras.
I've heard of Santa Claus, but a rube clause?
Yeah, Bryce. Yeah.
That's not a good holiday movie. The Rube Clause.
The Rube is just Santa, but he's really gullible.
And he has a Rube Goldberg machine in his attic.
It's only once for Christmas.
Dude, who gives Santa what he wants? You ever think about that?
Hopefully it's Mrs. Claus, right? Am I right, fellas?
She's invalid.
Yeah. She's sterile.
She can't get the lid. Yeah, that's why I've said this at length, but that's why she likes giving presents so much, is because they can't.
A lot of the time, Casey, I think you're onto something. A lot of the time, some of the best gift givers you'll find if you kind of go back into their history, there's some trauma there. There's something's askew.
Yeah, maybe the womb doesn't work, maybe the thing don't work.
Yes. So then that means when there's a thing inside of them, their things are coming down. So then it's like nothing's happening. So then they got to compensate by giving gifts.
Yeah, 2 broken things don't make a right.
No. Thanks, King. Yeah. Bryce is kind of cool. You're kind of cooler than Brad. I know. Casey, it's weird you say that. It's almost like, Bryce, would you be willing to, if Casey and I, if we thought about it and you're up, I mean, would you be able to do it? Nice.
No, not the job. I'm talking about the job off camera.
Yeah.
Your question was asked
And
me by
absolutely. So you'd be able to do this. Would you tell Grant the bad news for him?
my dissertation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If I can do it on my TikTok live.
That's the last kind of test. If you're man enough to go ahead and buck up like in person, and we get to watch from around the corner.
Yeah. From behind this, I mean, there's different places we could hide in this motherfucker.
Yeah, you can use the camera.
We could hide all over this motherfucker. As long as you're willing to tell Grant that we've decided that you're cooler, you're kind of, you have almost a better laugh at times. Like you're not, I don't know, just on how you smell a little better.
Yeah, it's just like an all around upgrade, better energy. Grant's got a bunch of little kids.
He's got baggage, like literally and figuratively. And it's like, I have nothing against people that have kids or married or whatever, but it's like, are y'all helping us right now, Casey? We don't need a family.
No, what's kind of where our lives are, like a couple of bachelors, like William's in a relationship, but we're like spiritual bachelors, spiritual bachelors. Like we don't need somebody who's fussing with kids all day. We need a cool guy.
Bryce, what's your deal? You don't have a family, do you?
I don't. I am a bachelor.
You're a bachelor?
That's right.
Love to hear it.
Really? Well, maybe it can work out. I think it can work out. I mean, that's what we're talking about, Casey, I guess, right? Yeah, I know we need a bachelor.
Somebody's not you wish for. Somebody's not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean Bryce. I meant no offense right there, but it's like almost like Casey when the stars align. It's like it scared me a little bit. It's like, wait, we do need a bachelor. That's what we've been freaking talking about. And so I was almost a little surprised. I almost thought you had maybe a girlfriend or maybe a wife and kids. I just didn't know.
You walk into it, you go, what's the ideal scenario? Then you get it, and you're like, is this gonna work? I don't know. Like it feels kind of like it feels right. I'll say that. It's right.
Yeah, I do think it feels right.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, we need to really figure this one out. We'll be able to. Yeah. Well, do you think you'd have a family in the future? Do you want a family?
I think I would like to have a family.
How many kids? How many what? One wife. Let's say one wife.
Yeah, probably one wife, right?
Well, a husband. It would be a husband for me.
Dude.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bryce!
better.
Bryce! Oh my gosh, man! Cha-ching.
That's right.
This is perfect. Then what we're gonna have to figure out a way to, and it's almost like, I swear, I've been watching a bunch of the true crime, the police videos from their freaking cameras.
Body cams.
I have been watching body cam footage left and right. There have been a bunch of people losing it. And I'm thinking, are these people drinking on Xanax? It's like people, there's this one psychopath getting kicked out of Disney World, and it looked like Epcot Center.
Wait, what is this just general police footage?
Yes, from their body cam. And oh my God, these people are insane. And it's like making me anxious. And I'm like, they must be drinking heavily and on Xanax or something. Like it has to be pills as well.
Yeah.
They're just crazy. They're losing it.
You're saying just people in America right now are kind of just going a little nutty.
They're going a little nutty. And towards the end of quarter two, Casey, we're already at the end of quarter two. We're almost starting quarter three. We're halfway done with the year almost.
I know. It's let me say this. It feels like just yesterday it was Q1.
We literally were just talking about Q1, Casey, and now it's like it's Q3.
Well, don't wish your days away, and don't riff your days away either. You're having a couple laughs. Next thing you know, holy crap, it's freaking June.
Yeah, it's June. My carotid arteries getting harder. It happened again today, Casey. I'm like, oh shit.
My karate classes are getting harder too. They get harder as the year goes on.
Stupid. God, Casey, I wish more than anything. That's what I was saying. That I'm in karate classes now, and not that I have a messed up carotid artery with plaque in it. God, I wish I was doing karate.
I know. Well, brother, I mean, maybe this could be the cure for you, or it could be the thing that finally puts you in the grave.
Yes.
One wrong move, that thing pops.
Oh yeah, somebody can hit me in the neck or something in karate class. I went to karate class growing up, and my parents stopped taking me because the dude was hitting us. And I swear to God, the dude's hitting us, and my parents said, "Okay, that's enough. We're not going anymore."
Like, what do you mean, like hitting you behind the scenes? Because there's got to be a degree of hitting that's kind of okay.
It's not hitting yourself there.
It was behind the scenes. He was hitting people.
and he was hitting me and hitting my little brother Vance, and we were just white belts, dude.
So he was like just kind of wailing on your bitch?
Yeah, wailing on us a little bit. I mean, he would have like the padded glove or whatever, but it'd be a whole lot of hitting us. So I only went to karate class.
Okay. Shall we go on
2 months.
Okay, that's short.
Yeah.
What do you think, did you tattle, or your parents were seeing like mysterious bruises?
I think I must have tattled. I can be a big, God, yeah, just a big old tattletale, which is a horrible quality in somebody. It's a bad quality.
Well, look at it this way, you're a whistleblower.
Yes, I prefer that. I'm like Edward Snowden. I'm like the girl. Who's the girl?
Chelsea Manning?
Chelsea Manning. I'm just like fucking Chelsea Manning. Just like her. Who's at Peyton's sister? Or Eli?
That's Eli's sister and it's Peyton's cousin, yeah.
Damn. See that bitch? I'm kidding. Not her. We're kidding. We're having fun today.
It's a little bit early. I'm feeling a little lupus. I woke up out of bowl of Trick cereal. I wasn't going to spoil it.
Oh my
Got a bowl of Trick.
And what are you using right now? 2% or skim or whole? What are you doing?
So let me tell you this, and I'm not afraid to talk about this anymore. The truth's going to come out. I was drinking almond milk for like the last 5 years. Had a girlfriend back in Boise. She drank almond milk, got me turned on to the stuff. I just went back to 2%.
Cool, yeah, that seems like that would be wonderful for cereal.
Oh, for sure. I don't have to live like that anymore. She doesn't control me anymore.
Yeah, dude, I was hoping you were not about to say you were doing almond milk in the Trick cereal, because I think that would be horrible, I bet. Go rancid.
Total botch job. I can do almond milk in like those honey bunches of clusters with almonds. That's a good one.
Is that good with almond milk?
Oh, it's almond on almond. But
oh, I love that. Yeah, honey bunches of oat.
But Tricks, you gotta treat yourself. It's basically candy for breakfast.
It for sure is. What do they look like these days? Are they still the like fruit shapes and everything, or are they just the balls?
That's a good question, Bryce. Are we gonna chime in on this thing?
Yeah, I think they're.
I know both. Yeah, because I just had it, but I want to see where your head's
I
at.
gotta test your ass. I mean, it's not a done deal that you're taking a friggin' spot. Yes. I think they are. I think they do have the balls, but I think they do have the fruits. But a lot of the fruits are also ball shaped. That was actually confusing.
I just know I'm getting off there. So now I walk. Not only did I get an answer, it pissed me right off.
Yeah. You want to try again? Here, we have a visual of that.
Yeah, we're gonna give you one more shot. Otherwise, not only are you gone, we're gone. We're walking.
Yes.
I got other stuff I can do.
And we're taking that little camera with us.
Yes, we are, and I'm taking the flat screen.
There's you're not gonna be able to stop his ass.
Yeah, dude, come on, man.
Feel the ground in there, Bryce.
There's gonna be 2 hits. Me hitting you, you hitting the ground, you crawling for the door, I drag you back, I hit you again, you say no more hitting. William, you say, I've experienced this. Wait, I know what it's like to be hit. Please don't do it. I look in your eyes, I stopped hitting you.
And I appreciate you stopping because, yeah, sometimes that scares me. It's like I see Bryce's fucking ass on the ground. I'm like, is he breathing? I see all this blood around his head. And it's like, oh.
And it takes you back to just getting wailed on by your sensei.
Yes. And fucking, man, I was yawning off of Summer Avenue right over by the Kmart.
Where most crimes happen. No, Bryce, did I cut you off? What were you thinking? You're throwing something out there.
No, I think the Tricks, it's balls for cereal. So what was that picture you did? That showing the how it looks like the fruits and stuff. Yeah, is that how it looks these days? I'm told this is what it looks like.
I can't confirm. I did just want to see if you're on the level.
So they do look like that. So he's right. The bananas kind of look like moons.
They do. I've always gotten that kind of confused in my head.
More like the one with the 2 color. I was like the watermelon, and then also that other one with the pink and the whatever and the blue or whatever around.
What is that mystery flavored?
Yeah, that's like a mystery. What is that? A papaya? I don't even know what it's supposed to look like.
Now,
Oh my God, Blue Papaya. That's my grandson's name. That was also my favorite team on Legends of the Hidden Temple. Blue Papayas. They were always really good. They were always beating the Silver Snakes. Silver Snakes. Get out of here. Hold on, you care if I hit your thing one time? Come on, man. You know you gotta hit that thing. It's doing the robot thing again. Is it?
Oh, it's talking to you.
Oh, it's trying to communicate. Just hitting it.
Yeah, you got a damn RWA.
evidence on that. Personally, I think.
I swear it doesn't make that noise unless I'm on the pod. It's literally like trying to get something out to the masses.
Footnote to the end of this
It's trying to say something.
certainly contributed to the
What's it trying to say? Oh my God, it's talking back. Yeah, the cameras are talking to each other. Holy crap. Okay. What was it? And that's moving up there. Oh my gosh. It's like maximum overdrive. Coming to life. What a ball. The clock just struck noon. I'm already referencing Stephen King's only directorial debut. So cool. Was that a good one? Was he good at directing? I think he was all cuffed out and has like a really famous production history. He was all zooted. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I would do. If I could direct a movie, I'd get back on the horse.
Me too.
Yeah.
You would have to. I think I'd have to. I'd have to have the visions of grandeur again. I would have to get those motherfuckers again. If I'm directing a bunch of motherfuckers for a movie,
I need some confidence.
yes, I'm gonna need a little cowboy, not a cowboy hat, maybe like some sort of bucket hat or something, maybe sunglasses.
Oh, cool. Bucket hat is like a really cool director's move.
Gotta have a bucket hat, probably. Gotta have one of the director's chairs.
Like I used to have in my living room.
Where are they?
Still
have them?
I'll wear a mask.
Yeah, so I got a couch. I upgraded as supposed to have. And I'll talk about this couch till I blew in the pants. But what color is it again? It's gray. It's really nice and comfy. I'll sleep on it sometimes just because I feel like I'm not supposed to, like I'm being bad. I know, I love sleeping on the couch. I love doing that. Anyways, director's chairs are in equidistant corners. So sometimes I'll just go sit in the corner. Just because I can.
Yeah, my gosh, what? Pick up a book or watching something on television or
Yeah, pick up a book and then I'll kind of glance up at the TV. And then, yeah.
did I hear something?
No, that's what I would think. Luckily, the light bulb stopped flickering yesterday, Casey. I was getting a little nervous, and then I was like, wait, maybe the light bulb just needs to be changed. But then so that was happening quite often.
It was happening to me yesterday.
It's not good.
In between me watching the freaking police videos. I couldn't stop yesterday doing that.
Well, they call it the dog days of summer for a reason. When it starts getting hotter, people start they start acting out. They totally start acting out. It starts getting hot outside. They walk around with their shirt off. Bryce, you ever do that? When it's like real hot outside, take your shirt off?
I'm too self-conscious.
Take
my shirt
Come on, pump that thing up. We're sure you got a great body.
Nah. You can get tan.
Yeah, you look great.
Thank you. Think you could get tan? I could probably get tan. I got some Mexican in me.
Oh, cool. How much?
About 50%.
50? So 30 or 50?
About 50. 50.
What does that mean? Your mom?
My dad's side.
No,
Your dad's side? Yeah.
What's his maiden name?
Well, he kept his. They kept his name. Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah, I thought Hispanic people. They decided to a man takes the woman's last name. They decided to be unconventional and just kept his name.
It's a cultural thing. Wait, so what's your last name? Isengard?
Castillo.
Oh, really? Bryce Castillo?
Yeah.
That's a good name, man.
I love that name.
That's like a gamer name. Have you ever thought about going pro in gaming?
A pro gaming. Oh, what would my game be?
Fall of Revenge.
Yeah, Fall of Revenge could be good. It's like a block breaker game. You could probably be pretty good at that, where you match 3 elements. Yeah, the balls bouncing or whatever, and then sometimes you get the thing where you hit the mouse and then it shoots up, and it's destroying the brains too.
And the more bricks, the better, and you can win real prizes.
Yes, it's like crazy, but you have to put $1,000 into the website before you even start.
It's like Chumba Casino. You ever done that?
Like Chumbawamba branded casino?
Yeah. Chumba Casino is great.
Chumba, it's like the Native American tribe, not Chumbawamba.
Oh, I see.
Let's hope no Chumbas are listening to this right now. I swear to God, that's what I'm thinking. When you pull the Chumbawamba line, I'm thinking, those poor people, they've been through enough.
No, they're not a joke, dude. Their culture is not your mask.
Yeah, the white people took over their stuff. It's a nightmare.
But it's time for me to stop speaking and start listening.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, Grant would never. No, he would double down.
Grant would go, oh, well, I thought of it first.
Yeah, he doubled down and his fucking ass thought of it first. It's like, dude, you didn't think of it first. That's like all he fucking talks about. For those that people probably don't realize.
Yeah. Oh, he always.
He didn't make the Lazy Susan?
No, crap, no.
Oh my God. What about the Lazy Susan? He took it. He told me he made it. He told me he made it.
He walk in here guns a-blazing sometimes and just say that he created stuff.
Yeah, we have seen him get out of his Corvette before and his pistol fall out of his lap and hit the concrete before when he's getting out of his Corvette.
Whoa!
Clumsy.
He'll go, don't worry, it's not loaded. You can literally see a freaking bullet.
Yeah, there's one in the chamber. And he says, don't worry, it's not loaded. It's like, don't put your finger on it around my ass.
Yeah, dude. Come on, man.
I've seen enough videos. I don't need that thing going off on my ass in studio. I don't need to be I don't need to be bleeding out on camera.
He's not supposed to bring that back here.
But that's what we told him because you told us that before. We said that if Bryce finds out you're gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
And he looks at us all weird and makes some weird remarks, and then it's like, dude, you're not even listening to us. What's gives, man? I hope you're better to your daughters than you treat us, man.
Well, he always says two things. He's really busy, and he thought of it first.
And then it's like, okay, man. Then it gets hard to talk to him. And by the way, he is a great father. I don't know why I even brought. He's a good dude. He's wonderful.
He's more than a father. He's a friend. And I think me and William, we both agreed that if we had a chance to keep our current dads, we'd also add Grant as a dad.
We would love to have Grant as our papa. If we could make some big family, some big mishmash, whatever, we don't care, whatever. We need him as a papa figure. We need him in our lives. We need it now. We need it now, legally. We need it in the books.
And we're
We
talking
need
about
it
the
now as a tax thing.
what's going on.
But also, can you imagine getting and families are, the best families are beautifully broken.
Yep.
Like Jelly Roll says.
Is that what everyone of Jelly Rolls?
Jelly Roll original.
A Jelly Roll original. A Jelly Roll original from the island. Jelly made it.
If you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular,
So I actually went and saw Jelly
ethnically
Roll in
related
Chicago
to
at Wrigley
the
Field.
Bible,
How was it? Was it
then
a
you
fun
automatically
show?
sever
You know what?
the historical
Today's
connection
Thursday. 2
between
weeks ago today.
the Old Testament
Damn,
Jews
I see him
that evangelical Christians
How
love
was
so
it? Did you
and
talk
contemporary
to
real
him?
life
Were you able to
and,
communicate with them?
on the
So,
one hand,
not
they say
verbally,
that,
but we locked eyes a little
Ashkenazi
bit.
Jews,
So that's cool. He would be singing songs, and then he would glance over and he'd just
What you do inside you?
So you were close.
Yeah, we were really close. I was spitting distance. I would never do that, but
Let it
I would never do that because he's awesome. And we got really good tickets. My mom was, you would have thought she was like 17. She's dating so she had a good time. She was twirling like Stevie Nicks. Did she ever like a beer or two? No, she didn't out of respect for me.
Cool. I kept telling her, I was like, have a martini. I don't care. Oh my God, you have martinis at this motherfucker?
I don't know.
Martinis here, bro?
Come on. I was like, tie one on.
Yeah, gosh, she's having fun. It's not often you're in front row at a Jelly Roll concert.
Let your hair down. I said, trust me, girl, if I could have one, I would. But I can't because I'll start fighting people.
For sure.
Political implications for modern day
Beth
Israel.
Press, we're in a transition period with the podcast.
We don't need your ass getting in trouble in a Jelly Roll thing. I mean, we're going to have to call Brian. I'm going to have an awkward conversation with Bryce. Casey's stuck up there. We got to do something about
The Wrigley Field jail.
Yeah, he's up in the jail, up in the baseball stadium. We hit a homer to get him out.
Monopoly rolls.
We have to hit a homer to get him out.
and whether or not you think that light
You gotta shit. He's gonna be there forever.
Look,
You get to pick one friend, but he can't have played a level of baseball higher than high school. So, but if he hits a run, your ass is out of the jail. I'm out of jail and I get $200. Christ, do you know of anybody? Because I could maybe think of some buddies in middle school who are pretty good at baseball, but they cannot have played a level. This is a huge caveat because if they find out you cheated, you go to jail too. So they couldn't have played after high school or high school. High school or equivalent is fine, but no levels above. Like they couldn't have played minor league or any sort of NCAA. That changes it a little bit, okay? Yeah, I had some buddies in high school who might get jack one, and this has to be why we have to get him on the Cubs organization.
In other words,
be able, how's he hitting this home run? You just got a will call and they set it up.
They set it up so it's during the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, you can find and that's why I've seen those random people hitting freaking, trying to jack home runs during the 7th inning stretch. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you get 5 pitches right down the middle. It is a pitching machine, so you're not have to worry about one of them being like wonky or anything. It's government rules. Yeah, no, it's Pentagon rules,
Yeah, specifically it is Pentagon.
That's because,
it's Pentagon rules.
And there's one more than a diamond.
Eastern Europe, and
That's absolutely right.
Right, like a diamond.
I might imagine, but who knows?
Wait, what about a diamond?
Unreasonable to imagine.
No, a baseball diamond. That was a really good observation because Grant doesn't know shit about sacred geometry.
Framework, but it's such a
Nor
small
baseball.
number.
No, it's like embarrassing. But you know what? Like I brought the Cubs up last time. He was here and he goes, "I thought of it first." I go, "You thought of baseball first?"
It's
Like, I don't think so, dude. I think somebody in the 1800s did or something sometime.
I go, "That's easily checkable." And I go, "As a matter of fact, why doesn't my white ass just check right now?" I start looking it up. He goes, "Oh, I forgot something in my car." Here's the engine. He's gone.
Yeah, it's like crazy. It's like a crazy loud, like an engine. These guys,
thoroughly debunked everywhere. Even scholars,
like kernels at the beginning. Sometimes it's like it's filled with gasoline or something. I don't even know how they work. I think he fills it up too high. He puts too much in. I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it. Where it's like spraying out. And I go, "It's full, dude." He goes, "A couple more drops, good nerd." Like, dude, don't wait a match around that guy like a gas station.
Oh, he'll go up like a Christmas tree on freaking on New Year's Eve.
And be careful if you ever find yourself, by the way, on top of one of the fuel tanker trucks. I saw this video last night of some guy opening up one of the top portals of the thing with a cigarette in mouth. And he leans his head down and then boom.
It's so close
Blew
to German.
I don't know what happened. He just ragdolled off of the thing. It was brutal. So you gotta be careful if you're smoking cigarettes or whatever by the gas drives.
Yeah, I would never. I actually had a family member. He fell in one of those oil silos.
Really?
My mom's cousin. So this is actually not even that funny of a riff. But
the French word, where do we get this word diamond?
This is a straight up death
tiny
family.
of Khazarian influence on Jews.
So you was in like I'm from like a really rural part of Illinois. My family's from there, and they have these like oil silos, like full of gas. And I guess he was down in there messing around or something, and they didn't know where he was. And yeah, you lose oxygen. It was like the fumes got him. Oh my, he went to heaven. Took the hard road. Took the road less traveled.
So that's
and that would be the road less traveled to get up there. I'm sure when he's at the gate or whatever, they're like, how are you up here or whatever? He's like, yeah, I can asphyxiated and I did the fuel silo. He said I made a big mistake. Yeah, I could get in here, man. We're all beautifully broken. Until it rolls the angel.
Oh my gosh, he's an angel with the little wings, but they still support him. And he's still flying around with the little wings. And he has a little bow and arrow that he's kind of like a Cupid almost.
Yeah, he is like the patron saint of like lovers and people who have like redemption arcs. Yes.
If you have a redemption arc and whenever you end up dying, he is who you're seeing.
And it's going to be nice, so you be nice too, because if you're not nice off the bat, he's not going to be nice to you.
No, and he's well within his rights to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you're new to the spot. You need to be respectful or whatever, but sometimes people aren't, then he can make life really hard for you up there. He really can. I mean, it's all new.
He controls also the bugs. And bugs are like gold in heaven because there's no TV.
You have to be on his good side if you want the bugs. It's just like in prison.
Yeah, he's basically like the librarian of heaven, they call him.
Heaven is a line.
14th, 15th
You
century
get 3 square
that
meals.
establishes a great
It's kind of a
center
weird way to
there.
this. You get a little 3 yachts and yeah, you get 3 yachts and a yacht. Good job, man.
Behind
That's what they say.
provinces, and they
Get a little outdoor time.
Okay,
Dude,
let's
backyard
go
in heaven. That's probably actually really cool. They probably got one of those blobs, or maybe a lake up there,
so let's
like
look at,
blobs where
big
you're on the end of it, and somebody jumps and it catapults you up. And you cannot get hurt. You cannot get hurt. Yeah, you don't have to worry about messing up your arm or your leg or something.
No, if anything, all paint up there feels good.
Trampolines, a bunch of trampolines. Ooh, remember on the Final Destination? I'm thinking he's gonna get the rake, but then the lady moves the rake.
Classic.
Yeah, you're thinking, something about that. And then the glass in the cup. I'm thinking, which poor motherfucker's about to drink this glass?
A fate worse than death.
Some people eat glass, so it's like one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Some people probably watch that part and they went,
as they're eating glass.
What actually happened?
Yeah.
Just tell me what happened. That's the history.
Slurping
right?
away
But
is
it's not
what
quite so simple.
God.
Because
So, speaking of Final Destination,
the narrative that
and I know we've had a lot of laughs so far, but I literally almost died last night, Bryce.
What happened?
Was it a log truck?
Promotes a particular understanding of the past.
That's a good, and that is again something Grant
incredibly
would have taken Grant probably 12 hours to think
I don't think he would have said that because for those that don't know, Final Destination, the log truck is probably represented in every single Final Destination, one way or the other. You're seeing a log truck in that movie.
Yeah, oh, it's always in there. It's like the director's little wink at the camera, like, here we go again.
Yeah, it's starting all over, guys.
The director's a little feminine.
Yeah, it's starting all over, fellas.
Yeah, that happened to you guys. Okay, so I'm not proud of this. Well, part of the story I'm proud of. And I'll tell you which part. I did my dishes last night.
Congratulations. Everything healthy. You have something to do.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because I went to Chicago 2 weeks ago and I forgot that I left a whole crap load of dishes in my sink.
It is stinking.
They stunk. It was disgusting.
Starting mold in there.
It was Nar. It was Narvik. It was so stinky. Yikers Island. Oh, okay, so I'm proud of myself. I go, look at me. I'm being an adult. I did my dishes. I digress. So I come to find out, as I hope you're listening, Chris, this is very important. I hear you clicking and there's you're doing, it's like you're doing something. You're doing the gambling where you're doing the Plinko balls, where you're trying to get like 100 X. And the ball is like $10 or something, and you're just hitting down on the mouse. Why was I trying to call it a mice? I got the code in there. I control 3 different computers on mice. There's a blind leading the blind and this motherfucker. Right by the school of the blind. Okay, so I come to find out this is so bad. I literally might be dead and I just might not know it. As I was leaving my kitchen, I must have bumped my stove and it literally turned the gas on. Fully turned the knob. I woke up like 2 hours later. My whole house reeks of gasoline, and I left a candle on, like feet away from my stove. So I had a candle on, which is dangerous enough, but in this context, that was the least of my worries for sure. I left a candle fully on right next to the burning stove. I could have blown up like the whole apartment complex.
So the gas was just going. There wasn't a flame or anything. It was just the gas.
It was just the gas, but I had an open flame like 3 feet away from it. I
should be gone right now. I should be in smithereens. Oh my gosh. Kenny's sick. This is not good. That was like the flame was eating up the Finos. Before it could get bad, you might have saved your life. I can't tell if God really, really wants another angel or if he's really looking out for me. He's looking out for you. That is like Final Destination. I know, it's literally Final Destination. Oh my gosh, and then the big spider crawls on your head or something when you're on the ground. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe there is a big spider and God was gassing it. Oh my gosh. Yes, and that God knew that my body could handle that particular amount of gas. But for everything else to be tired of, he knew it was going to crush his little larynx. He could have been doing that, looking out for your ass, man. That's how you got to look at these things sometimes. It could have been that. What do you think, Bryce, if you had to guess 9 times out of 10, was it the devil or was it an angel?
And says that you're not being fair to the German people. And you're like,
you see, the thing is, the devil is tricky. He's tricky. Of course he is. He loves to not be perceived.
Well, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world it couldn't red.
Damn right. I mean, that's true, man. It's all fucked up. It's fucked up. He's a master of memes. Oh my gosh. You know who would love the devil? Joker. I bet they would be wonderful friends. Well, like Heath Ledger, Joker. I'm talking like, or really the Joker's the Joker. Any Jokers would love the devil. They would probably have a couple pints. I guess they'd probably laugh a lot together. I can imagine the Joker doing like telling a joke or something, laughing a bunch, and then the devil kind of starts to laugh just because he's laughing so hard. Sure, and he knows that Joker will be like, it's really good PR. For hell, like we got the Joker down here, like because a lot of people do like him. Oh, for sure, he's so popular. I mean, you see, or whatever. It's still the Joker pictures everywhere. You can win his prizes, Joker, all kinds of stuffed animals, all kinds of stuff. The Joker people love the Joker. Oh, the Joker IP. It's never been harder right now. Funny, I do. Oh my gosh, I saw that. Did you see that movie?
As a culture building,
I did. I thought it was boo-boo. Yeah, wasn't it insane? What was going on? I was in the middle, so I finally watched it, Casey, like 3 nights ago. And then in the middle of doing a puzzle, so I'm kind of doing my puzzle, but I'm kind of watching it, looking for my pieces and everything. And I'm thinking, what is going on here? Dude, they sing the same 4 songs. Like, yeah, it was the same songs they kept on singing. I started thinking, okay, Folly I Do is, so that means Madness of 2. I started thinking, okay, who is the mad one? Because it started to feel like it's me. Yeah. Is it Harley Quinn or am I being made out to be a total schmuck right now? It was insane, and I love, what's his name? I thought he was fine. I thought the first Joker was fine. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, Joaquin Phoebe. I thought he was wonderful as Joker in the first one, and then it's like, what's even going on? It's just him walking around with his weird back all the time. It's like, dude, do something. Why does Joker have freaking scoliosis? When did we establish that? Yeah, well, trust me, Casey, I wasn't a part of that. Nobody asked my fucking ass about that. It's like nobody asked me. It's like he's just crunched over all the time with his weird back. It's like, dude, do another fucking scene or something. Seeing this bullshit. Lady Gaga singing this thing over and over again. Well, dude, okay, so I'm watching it in theaters and I start feeling like I'm taking crazy pills. Because I go, is this the same fucking song from earlier? Yeah, and they would repeat songs. Bryce, did you see this little piece of garbage? No, I didn't. Oh man, you gotta watch it tonight. Yeah, watch it tonight. You might like it. You're coming over. Okay, yeah. My house smells like gas. We should do it your way. Wait, does it still smell? What do you do? Open windows and open your door? What did you do? You wake up and you're smelling gas and you freak and you like go to check the oven? I freak the fuck out, dude. So I freak out and then I start thinking, holy shit, what if I close a door and it does a little spark and this whole place goes up? Yeah. So what about static? I've heard that's true too. So I had to take my socks off real slow. I peel them off. And you're just in the bed at this point. You're just in bed and I go, no sudden movements ever. You dodged a bullet, but the whole cavalry's still coming. Yes, they're still right in your apartment. It was one of the freakiest mornings of my life. That's why I texted William. I was like, yo, I'm going to be a little bit late. I got some, like, spiritual reconciling to do right now. Yeah. I was saved. I was picked for, like, a bigger reason, and I don't know what it is yet.
Well, you're going to figure it out. You just got to keep moving forward, Casey, and you're going to figure it out. That wasn't your time. This morning was not your time, dude. Bryce, if you had to guess, was it my time or not? I think it was not your time. Academically correct.
Okay, cool. I think you're on the right strand.
We're going to try and
Death Stranding. That's something you could do on your gaming channel.
Yeah, is that a game? Yeah, Death Stranding. I always wanted to read it as Death Standing.
Yeah, standing around. What do you think Death would be sitting there like? Well, I guess we can't really see his body. Like, but what if he was wearing something, Bryce? What do you think it is? Is that weird ass would be wearing?
Oh, you know what? He's wearing when he's not, because he's not on the job. He's wearing what were those blankets with the arm sleeves in them?
Dude, Snuggies.
What? That's
wearing a drug rug.
I thought you were talking about a drug rug.
I thought that's what you were talking about. But you're not talking about that? What are you talking about?
A Snuggie. The Snuggies.
Yeah, his claws are too big. I don't think his hands would fit in a Snuggie. Or rip it the hell up. He's like Edward Scissorhands.
Yes. Yeah, Edward Scissorhands will never catch his fucking punk ass in a Snuggie.
No. He's got to get shirts that, like, the holes are weird. Like, you got to put them on the leg for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's got to have his mama around. His mama's got to help sometimes. Yeah, sometimes he's like,
last week,
come here, can't get my pants on, huh?
the genetic
it's just Edward in there.
Let's look at the literary record. This morning, we've already had a chance to look at Bishop Aduda's charter.
So cool to think about Death doing that. Baby Death.
Hi, sorry, I gotta take you out.
Later, we'll see them appearing in Sefarad as well.
It's
Not so much in the Middle East.
He's a little Asian Death. That's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a baby voice.
India too, actually.
Wait, do it again. I'm the Wibbly Bop.
Boss baby, but it's Death.
It's your time. Sorry, you actually got a couple of Yeah, wait, don't resist or I'll turn your bones to dust.
How do you talk like that? How are you doing that? Just real lightly, kind of?
Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a
Sorry if you make any sudden movements, I'm going to play it like a balloon.
Major cities in the year 900 might have
So, I don't know, man.
10,000 people in them.
Hard to say. It's something I was born with. It's a little hitch in the throat. So sometimes I can do it and sometimes I can't. But basically, yeah, Death would be like,
I am really sorry about all this.
Yeah. Minority. And this agreement is typically put down in words, which you should recall
so as a school bus, that's how we got Death.
Getting on the bus, man. I never. Did you travel on a school bus ever? Did you get on a school bus?
Me? Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I was a bus kid. Was it fun? It was fun, but at various points, most of the time in my life,
remember,
in the South, and most of the time my bus drivers were mean as a bag of nails. Really? Yeah, they were mean ladies. They would be like, "I'm not doing makeup back there."
You know, they have,
I'm not doing makeup, but they would say all kinds of mean stuff. Oh God! Isn't that to you? No, I guess I just remember this one instance where she was really chewing out this girl about makeup. She was going, "No makeups on the buses." God, no mix-ups on the buses.
But
you know what?
Sorry, my bad. I look really bad today because I'm a ghost.
People couldn't read it for themselves.
No, well, thank God you're not a ghost, Casey.
This podcast just as easily could have been in memorial.
And I would have been. Talk about scrambling. I would have been scrambling. I would have been thinking, oh my God, I got to write a memorial for, I got to do some, man. I would have been scrambling.
You got 1 hour to put together the memorial of a lifetime for one of your closest.
Yeah,
Yup. I would have had an hour. And Bryce, you would have had to help me get through it. And I think you would have helped me, but we would have had to get through it. I do the best I can, you know.
So you can ask for nothing's perfect, even in death.
That were probably costed by Jewish
I know, man. Well, you live to fight another day, Casey, and you gotta be so careful.
I know.
Around the damn stove, man. Oh my gosh, and thank God the candle. Didn't ignite the gas, right? I would have thought that would have made it blow up or
You would think, no, Bryce, you put a theory out there that the candle was eating the gasoline. Now, is that based on any sort of studies you've been reading?
Yeah, what does that mean? Why did you say that?
Well, like, you know, if when you're done in the restroom,
Bryce is sick. Bryce is very sick.
Exactly.
Bryce is sick.
when you're done in the restroom doing a number two, you let a candle to kind of eat up all the fumes and the odor.
Or you light a match and put it out? Yeah.
So this would be similar.
But it's not like fart gas. You understand that, right?
Yeah, it's natural gas, right? It's natural gas.
Well, my fart gas is natural. It's beautiful.
Okay, well, it's all like I'm not debating that. But as you know, last episode, but this was only yesterday we talked about this. I farted in an Enterprise rent-a-car, and they've got my number. They want to punish me criminally.
Well, Casey, I pray to God you're kidding, because we got to get this shit figured out. I mean, you're about to go back to Chicago. What's going to happen? Are they going to stop your ass?
I remember saying that. I said, oh, it wasn't
Whoa,
you. It was your
beautiful, man.
Okay, you got Bryce sickness.
Oh, so
this is actually what's happening is that this is a Final Destination thing. It skipped me, so then it goes to like, I guess like
one of your neighbors in the building.
One of the neighbors
went up for a long way.
This was
How many people live over there? How many more souls would have blown up with their ass?
It's a crowded apartment complex. I would have taken a lot of lives with me, and they probably would have sued my freaking estate for defamation of character.
Is that what happened when you're describing? You know, like the videos, it happened in Austin kind of recently, where it's a house in a neighborhood and it's just gone. Is that the same
water
thing?
heater thing.
Okay, water heater.
I mean, I'm sure with my kid blown the whole place sky high, I can only imagine. Mercy me.
So
I'm thinking, all right, here's my theory, and you want my honest opinion, based on kind of, because you both seem a little bit sick. I think when I go back to my apartment, everyone death has gone up to them. Death has already probably taken their lives. We're just not getting the notifications because we're in the podcast for sure. And I think at least Bryce is next, and then I guess it would.
So that means I have to go. My heart has to stop. We have to do something where my heart stops and then bring me back to life. I think it's the only way.
I don't want to
or I have to kill somebody.
I think you might have to, maybe if you kill Bryce and then at the same exact time he killed you,
Would you be cool with something like that, Bryce?
I would try that. And I would bring you both back on this.
Yeah, because if you're gonna bring me back, especially that makes it easy.
But that's a big caveat. That's a big but.
Yeah, and it's like, oh my gosh, well, please bring my ass back first in case it takes a lot longer than you were thinking or something. I mean,
sure. Well, I guess, like, I'll get my hands on like an EpiPen, I guess. Are you both allergic to bees? Because I could get a bee, I guess.
What are you allergic to, Bryce? Maybe we can find something both allergic to.
I'm allergic to mold. If you can get some,
black mold, I think I am too.
Okay, well that solves it. I'll go get like a petri dish full of mold, and then I guess I'll send y'all's potatoes to heaven, and I'll bring you right back.
But make sure we only talk to Jelly Roll for like a second. I don't want to be talking to his ass for too long because then it's like I'm going to be stuck up there or something.
Well, sure, dude. You're not going to want to come back because he's had an interesting life, so you probably start telling you some cool stories.
Well, maybe we can have a plan then where I give you a thumbs up or I wink my eyes or something that means, hey, actually, please let me stay. I actually kind of like it up here. So, okay, we need to come up with some sort of message. Bryce, same for you because you might really like it up there too.
It could be great.
So
What if I brought you both back and it's kind of like when people OD on Fett and then they Narcan them and they come back and what the hell, man?
Yeah, like we're mad they got us back.
It could, Bryce, that'd be weird, man, but that could happen, dude. Think about it. It's a week, Bryce. You and I gotta think for that, okay? That could actually happen to us.
Oh, you ruined my buzz, man. What the hell was on that heaven type shit?
You need to get like a winking, a blink system, or maybe a hands symbol. You can be like,
Sweet, yeah, like a jazz squeeze, maybe just squeeze tight. Or we could put tap dance shoes on and do like clicks. Like JC, if we click our heels on the ground, please let us stay together.
And then what should be the symbol for, hey, I actually went to the other place? You went to hell on accident. What should that, so like, get me out of here.
What should that one be? I didn't even think about something as bad that I didn't even. I know. It's sick. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm just assuming I'm going to be making it up there.
Your class have full-time guys.
I'm just assuming I'm going to be up there talking to Jelly Roll and not some weirdo downstairs.
You're down there freaking talking to Gene Hackman.
Yeah, his fucking old ass. He can't even. He's probably wrecked down there as an old guy still. It's like fucking can't find his fucking wife or whatever. Like in hell.
She's in the other place because she died purely by accident because she just ate some rat food.
Oh yeah, she ate something really
a
gross.
little bit of poop, and then heaven actually looks kindly on that.
So she made it up there. He's downstairs. Well, I don't know. We got to figure it out. We'll figure it out.
What should the symbol be, Bryce? Like, if you're in hell, how will you tell me, like, write a note?
Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them.
If I do the coffin, what is it? We put your hands on your neck and it's like you're choking.
Why did the Jews ask the bishop
The wheels are in motion.
to build a wall around it?
Yeah, it sounded like something was going on right then, Bryce.
We're getting closer than you think. We better lock down these plans.
And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct
Seriously, so what's the deal? We got hands on your neck like you're choking. And I'll do like a gag, like, no, it's choking down here. The one that's choking.
Okay, cool. Okay, that'll be
That means get on it. Save them, yeah, like a bag, while it's choking.
Okay, cool. You keep saying that. I don't really know what it's a reference to, but I do like it.
But it's real hot. You're saying like you might find it real hot down there. Yeah, you know when it's stuffy, like real humid. You know, it's choking. You're like, it's choking out here. Yeah, it's hot. Actually, yeah, maybe I do that when it's real hot outside. I'll be like, God, it's choking out here. God, I'm choking outside. Well, weird.
Well, if you guys do it, I do it too.
They also asked for a graveyard.
Oh yeah, this all lies. We go to
often marks the presence of an early
Like, if you guys say that, I say it too. But you know what?
Separate from others.
That's not me.
There
I learned that from watching Graham.
which is
Really?
Yeah.
to see it in this
It's like
particular
sometimes, like,
context.
it's been so
That's
fun,
an
Casey,
ancient,
with
Greek term.
Bryce,
they
but it's
actually
like
have
sometimes
very, very old church documents,
just gran a little.
and even Jewish
But
documents.
Bryce, it
that
really
refers
is.
to the
Boy,
head
what
of the
is he
synagogue,
doing?
the president
Can
of
we
the synagogue.
FaceTime him?
Archbishop means leader.
Well, he's not answering any of our text messages. We've been texting his ass. He's not responding. So actually, the more that I think about it, the more, I don't know.
Yeah.
Some
Well,
examples of that.
you know, I've been to Canada. Even recently, I texted you back almost immediately, so I know they get signal.
He could get sick. Is that what he's doing up in Canada right now? Drinking all that alcohol? Yeah, they're floating in the air. What? How's it? What is he jumping?
Yeah, why is he,
And especially if they
I know it's a kitchen. It's a kitchen counter. He's got his little tippy toes up on the sink there.
that is Grant, that's our Grant.
It's almost like on a time.
That's r/Grant.
They might even become Jewish. Judaism was
That's r/R Grant.
ideology at the
r/R Grant.
Dude, we just learned that Reddit, you can do an AMA.
People would love it. Yeah, we gotta get people there, and then he does an AMA maybe 6 months down the road or something when it's like a repopulated subreddit.
I guess, yeah, give it time to kind of naturally grow.
Look, he looks like a rat. Yeah, it looks like he's whipping up crack in the kitchen in his crock pot, and he doesn't give a fuck anymore. He puts those red sunglasses, put the red glasses on.
That's how you really know his give a damn is busted. Because I've seen certain days he has those on you. You keep them wide.
I don't even wear his face when he's got those glasses on because I know he's giving me a nasty look back, and his eyes look real small in the glasses because they're like little. They have a huge prescription, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they're thick as a brick. That's the type of thing you know he's really in the gut. So I gotta fuck with him. Like when he's on sativa, he's great. Like I can be around him, but when he's on indica, I cannot fuck with him. And he doesn't want to fuck with him. No, hell no. In the couch, in the big island. He says that.
Yeah, he does.
He's the one who says that. I'm like, dude, are we doing it yet today? He's like, in the couch, in the big island. Like, dude, you're in the other room. Okay, you're on the couch or whatever. Come on, we gotta keep going.
We've been sitting here for 20, 30 minutes and he's not pressing record, like trying to get a rise out of it.
Yeah, it's like, dude, but the blunt's joints, I don't even know what he's doing.
I think he does like fucking, he uses wax to kind of roll the joint, so he's doing like dab fucking joints. He's on like the hard shit.
Ooh, I used to love rolling up the blunts and the peach optimos and then dipping them in the syrup, like the cough syrup or whatever, like methazine or whatever, and then we would smoke that shit. Ooh, that was bomb.
It might get you a little googled. I can definitely remember doing some lean blunts.
Oh, I used to love. Yeah, I remember the first time I went down to Ole Miss, down in Oxford, Mississippi. I was like maybe a senior in high school, feeling all cool in some fucking frat house, and it was like the first time I'd been in one. And I was just like, what is going on? Just giant trash cans everywhere filled with beer, and people just drinking, just smoking those things, loving it. I gotta get used to this shit. You're gonna thrive down here.
Damn, 5 more years of this, you're already planning on taking a victory lap.
Yep, and then the poor guy in the grade below me ended up killing a police officer, so then when I found out I wasn't probably going to do the fraternity down there, I went somewhere else. I didn't even end up going there.
What's bad news, man? And stuff like that spreads around campus like a freaking cancer.
Oh, yeah, it's like, yo, the guy who was real talky all the time, he's the guy that did it.
It's always the people you suspect the least. Like if you saw Grant on the street and he's wearing those red glasses, you wouldn't think, hey, this is a guy who should take a really wide berth, right?
No, not at all. No. Yeah, you see the tiny little, beady little eyes in there. In the lenses, it's like, dude, I don't even. You look like a chameleon or something, right? And it's like, dude, the little eyes are so crazy looking.
He looks like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
It's actually just like that. That's a good visual for anybody who is curious. But we love the guy. We love him.
He's again, if we had the option to add an extra dad, I wouldn't replace my dad, but I'd add an extra one if it was Grant Davis, r/Grant Davis.
So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different
30-year-old M doing podcasts with my best friend, 37-year-old M.
Understanding of law.
38, man. 38-year-old. Why it's so scary. What's going on right now?
Look, dude, you got at least 5 more years and they told you that.
And of course, we have an interpretation.
So, right, I have your dying, man. No, I've got to start doing that. I mean, right, I've got
but it's essentially
at most 10 years, dude, and I'm 38, so I'm not even making it to 50. That's weird news to try to swallow that pill, man. That's why I'm doing puzzles right now.
So, well, all right, man, I'm not going to tell you not to do puzzles. I'm not going to say that's a waste of time, but
so much more based on
but I feel like you are. I feel like you are trying to find a distraction.
Fair enough. I know. Okay, I know. I agree. What do I do? It's got to get out there more, I guess.
You got to put yourself out there. I think you should go skydiving. You should go Rocky Mountain climbing. You should go 8.7 seconds on a all-night Fu Manchu.
Yeah, I got to write a bucket list, maybe. Maybe I need to do a bucket list, man. And a bull ride, I think, would be cool.
A bull ride would definitely, that would be something your family would never forget cheering you on.
Yeah, especially if there's a picture of the bull's horn like going up through my neck and coming out of my mouth. Did you ever see that picture?
Yeah, that's actually one of the most gruesome pictures in show business.
Ooh, that's a bad one.
I know.
It's going up through his fucking mouth.
When these kind of crimes happen.
Yeah.
So this is an amazing
It's like,
12th
dude,
century
get away
document
from me. We're trying to have fun over here.
to
I'm trying to drink my horchata. You know what I mean? I'm at a Latino fair.
in the 12th century. And it was so popular.
Oh my gosh, Bryce, I forgot to ask you what would be on your celebrity bucket list if you're dying. Ooh, my celebrity bucket list.
Why is it relevant to us?
Your celebrity bucket list. Like you only have like me. You have 5 years, 10 years, whatever. Let's just call it 10.
German common law could not
First
read
sake
the
argument.
books.
Yeah.
Meaning the judges,
I would like
certainly the government officials, the kings.
I'd like to drive a real race car.
And so they had to
Oh
provide
my gosh, we could probably help you. With that. Look, me and William, we're doing really well. We could make something like that happen for you. Yeah, if you ever wanted to, Bryce, we could get you maybe at the racetrack close by here, or went to the food festival. You can have fun, but that's not NASCAR. You want to be on like what, Indianapolis 500. Yeah, you want to do, I guess, like a Dale Earnhardt Jr. thing. Oh yeah, I want to get a real NASCAR experience. If I can help it, I'd like to do all 500. But you want to do the whole, you can just what? So you gotta have your music or something, and you better be careful. Look it up because you might not be allowed to listen to music. So I don't know the podcast. Yeah, it's basically considered cheating because you get really excited. Yes. No, you're not allowed to listen to Limp Bizkit or Korn or Linkin Park. None of that shit. When you're Tool's fine, but it's borderline. It's borderline, but they will allow it. A Perfect Circle, no. That does not fly in the cars. Tool does. Yeah, you can listen to Stinkfest a bunch and go real fast and be dude, you can listen to Deftones, but there's certain things exactly you can't listen to. It gets you a little too excited. It's a cheating. Aerosmith not allowed because that's what the Rock and Roller Coaster was. Yes. Nothing was nothing went right with that thing, and then it's like, get Aerosmith out of here. We can't live Tyler as your fucking daughter, old man. Whatever. I don't give a shit. She's a fucking what is Royal Ring? Yeah, she's an elf and a fucking dumbass. Shut up, movies. I don't give a shit, man. I don't give a this. This would be my celebrity kick the bucket list.
Exactly.
I want to be in the
in order, right? With the
really.
Right? Another
Which is that the dragon? Yeah, man. He basically eats gold, right, Bryce? Yeah, he's gold and jewels. I think most dragons do that, right? Most dragons eat that stuff. You say that with a degree of authority that cannot be on your pay grade. Dude. Yeah, it's kind of wild.
I have
I'm a lord nerd. I love the history. Is it kind of like a turkey eating pebbles and stuff to help with digestion? Yeah, it's like a natural thing for dragons. Yeah, it's like Tums. It's like Tums is for us. These are like crowns and like necklaces is like Tums for dragons.
And he stood beside me.
But if you're quick, you could maybe put on some of that stuff and get out of his cave, and then you'd have like a crown or like a scepter. And he will not stop chasing you to the ends of the earth, but you could try.
So here's
so be careful taking this shit. You might not really actually want to. You don't might not want to live that life. It's like an it follows sort of thing. You will never put it up. And also, dragons are much faster than whatever the hell those things were. And we gotta thank Mr. Eli Slughorn. We're bringing it to an unceremonious end here. Gator's godmother, Goldie Mae star, Grant's worst nightmare, early at WMS.LOL. I love Big Bags, Jenny J, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle B, Larry Lawyer, Joe, Lomas Becky, Luke, Nigel said, Eastside Happy, Nolan Boyd, Papa Bear, Patrick, Casey, Robert,
Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Janie Shinakaya from the Big Island, and Zaprat, and Shiva Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Trina K. Vanderweed, Vicious McFisky, White Magic, Morgan Casey, the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Pork Tribe Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Aqui Boy, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Bell, Philip Assalon, Avery's here soon, Beef, been hashing, Bags from Big Max, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Dual, Uncles Kiss with the Loves, Nova King and Dr. B. Dugan, thank you to our mercenaries. Thank you guys for coming out. Let's get some prayers from William in the chat, man. This is a real thing. Yes, I'm kidding. Yeah, thank you. I'm sick. I'm sick. And then pray for me to stop accidentally trying to kill myself. Yes, we have to pray for Casey as well. For sure, we got to pray for Casey's ass as well. Yeah, you have to be careful around that. That was, I think I knew. I think maybe it was subconscious where it went. If my buddy's going to heaven, what am I even thinking about? I would think I would have joined you. Well, give it more time again. Yeah, sure. I would have beat you there by quite a bit. That would have been. I know. Whoops. Yeah, we gotta at least try to plan it out again. Maybe 10 years. So that's a decent amount of just gonna go boy to it, but it's a decent amount of time. Right this second, it sounds like a decent amount of time. It's a big chunk of change. By the 25% of your life you still got left. That's awesome.
In that order. Right?
Love you guys. Love y'all.
Is like these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right?
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show.
Fighting, right? They're like
send your questions, artwork, like manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com.
If they put out a special
at 737-471-1009. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every week. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us.
I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume.
I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures, but I'm pretty sure that the Strimal originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a
recorded live in Austin,
like
Texas, USA.
Why do Orthodox Jews
starring William Montgomery and the Casey Rocket with the Tony Chin Orchestra.
And we just kept wearing it. You look at photographs of
Junior dancers.
hardly ever are there.
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Don't even bring up his name. Yeah, it's kind of sad. What is he doing? The visa? He's doing something with his
Visa hopping
or something.
He has to wait for his work visa to
You
get
need to
accepted.
start recording as soon as possible. Yeah, we are on. We are live. Because as soon as the riffs start cooking, it's like, yeah, either better or be on. Because we're not doing this a second time now. Sit back and watch. You're gonna get a real history lesson. You're the one take masters.
I have two responses.
One take Montgomery. Yeah, one take Montgomery. That's what people started calling me. And I was like, y'all stop calling me that. Too much pressure. Yeah, it's too much pressure because it's not always one take. Sometimes I got it. Sometimes it's multiple takes. I can't do it at once. So stop calling me that. And if there's one thing we'd love for you to take from this podcast, we're totally human. Yeah, we make mistakes. We're human, and in fact, I have
Something called plaque, and not the kind of plaque. Well, maybe it is similar to the kind of plaque in your teeth, but my plaque isn't on my teeth, even though I do have plaque on my teeth. My plaque is in my carotid artery, which is the big blood vessel in your neck.
Oh no, I thought you were saying it was in your lower arm.
No, it's right kind of close to it in my neck. And I don't even know what I'm going to do. I have a 200% chance of dying in the next 10 years of easy. I don't like those chances. I quite frankly don't even understand those chances. It's like 200%. It's like death by heart slow. I don't know. One more bucket night twice. Yeah. Okay. So, I gotta pay for 2 funerals as a mysterious benefactor? Yes, and I will apologize to you for that because it is crazy. There's no, you should only have to pay for one funeral of mine. You should have to pay for 2 before you can the funeral. I already thought that we're just, if you want to put money inside for these things, you want to put more than well, so thank you. Yeah, I can't work on the phone, man. I think that's hard to even get that Jones on.
This is a series of time where you will see that you have a significant amount of rights and that will injury every time significant. I'm saying to the question right now the area.
Do you want to try to get or what do you?
How do you know?
How did you know?
What do you think?
You looking at his apps?
Just to see if I can put it in.
Yeah, I think so. You know, what's the emotion? That's what you saw. This is, I think it's passport. This energy. So it was passport.
This guy, are you? No.
This guy is going to go, right?
Okay.
He's going to travel, right? Here's another view. What do you know is, this is, I can't like do it this one. This is supposed to be iron. What do you notice about these views?
Oh, are they interfered as well? I think so.
Right? I mean, why do
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't even know. I know they also did Resident Evil. They did that series. And Last of Us, which was a huge one, and now that's actually a show on HBO. But Nicholas Offerman. I know. Oh my gosh, it's sad. He has this essential relationship. Sorry for spoiling. Zombies out there.
Okay, let's look at another
I don't like the sound of that.
Now, what's going on?
And I don't know if it's because of the plaque and his carotid artery. Casey, can you believe that, dude?
Was the doctor looking at you? Let me ask you this. Was he looking at you like he might have it to you again?
Like, was there like a longing in his eyes? Like, I really don't know. It seemed like it. I mean, at the very beginning, he's like, did you report that? And I'm like, no. And he's like, okay, don't worry about it. And he just said it in a weird way. What is that? And it's like, okay, I got the plaque in my shit. I don't know. I think effects of the pills, just like that. I'm thinking, what could even happen from these pills?
Yeah, I think so. What is it? It just helps with the plaque.
Yeah, it helps reverse it. That's what he says. I don't even know if it's lying to me or what. I know nothing about it, but he says it's going to reverse the plaque.
Hopefully it doesn't make your blood flow too good.
I know. I've been doing that for a day. It's going to not be good.
Except Gator will love to drink up my blood if I ever hit my head on the floor.
I know. I would end up probably having a bunch of blood. I end up getting hurt somehow.
Too much.
Steal the blood.
Yeah. So it would probably reproduce some startling.
That would be horrible. Hemoglobin and everything.
Gator, Mr. Little Friend. Gator, we're not kissing today.
Sorry, Gator. He's having a relief. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gator, you're not going to have a pop-up anymore, okay? When I'm dead and in the ground, you're going to be sniffing around for my ass. You're not going to be able to find me.
You guys spend your whole life every day. You're going to be like one of those Japanese dogs that learns how to take the train so they can go visit their owners.
You want to be like that, like a Japanese dog?
Story. Give us some brown hat, give us sunglasses. And have a little briefcase every morning on the bus and a visit from Papa.
There's sombrero.
That is a pretty big island over there.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest. It's bigger than Noah's Ark. It's bigger than Noah's Ark combined.
I cannot believe it. Like all the
Maybe
animals?
it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required.
Like you
We
can
found
gather them
out
one
also
day
with,
with Mark.
What's Marley members? I mean, there's a bunch of motherfuckers all that big ass phone.
Oh yeah, man.
It just
I mean,
amazes
do
me
the
how
math.
maybe this
I think the stat was, and that wasn't that much. I think the stat was if you laid out all the animals and put them tucked to hide, they would be longer than the entire island on average.
That's just crazy. Thinking about that, God talks to this guy named Noah, and he's building that ship.
You know he is.
You know he is.
God does awesome stuff. Let me ask you this: if God was real, will he write the Bible?
Riding on a horse.
Exactly. How does that happen? Let us know in the comments. How did that work out? By the way, Bryce, what if God talked to you right now, telling you developing boat, you think you have the faith to do it? Do you think you would go through with it? I probably need to buy a hammer. Would you let us in the boat when it started raining and stuff, and everybody's banging on the door of your boat saying, let us in?
Like your family and everyone you ever met. If you saw us like in the back,
Yeah, would you like let sneak us in somehow?
well, God doesn't say to tell people in our areas. He said tell us.
Fear enough. Yeah, no, I appreciate property. You appreciate property rights. Fair enough. Free will, property rights. I mean, you name it. I agree. Kind of. I don't want to agree. It's like I kind of get what you're. I kind of get it.
Or they
Wait, you watch a bunch of people score Bryce? Your kid, that's our number one favorite show ever. Oh my gosh, that's where you watch that.
I'm not kidding, yes.
We love
You like better Josh or the other guy is when he talks to the people. The other guy is always 6 years.
He's funny though.
Eric, I'm the defendant. You don't seem like you got what you wanted, but you also seem like huge losers. What do you say? You always get you with that. The guy that's like saying, here, like the same person here.
There's
No, I can't the old, but the older guy, you got a funny name. Yeah, and he's dead now, which is sad. He was one of the guys who was really on. Do you feel bad about that now, Bryce? Yeah, about your city, really like it as much. I'm kind of remembering his spirit. I'm still stringing the spirit. I remember him correctly. I'm making it funnier than he really was. After hearing that last couple things you said, I don't think God would trust you with shit. Yeah. I'm baptized. That could be shit.
That's true. Never mind.
So maybe it could still technically work if you're baptized. I mean, do you pray at night?
No, it wasn't perfect.
Yeah,
He's too
800 years old. Yeah, Noah was just real sleepy. This is an EP guy. Yeah, when you got on the boat, he was Could you imagine that if you get on the ship, it's all dark in there, there's just a bunch of animals everywhere?
It's made out of wood, so you gotta like pull that fire.
Yeah, how are you making the fire? Yeah, I don't know how they figure all that out. It's weird. And then you only got 2 of all the animals. That's a lot of high faith, and
take it out.
and only 2 of them.
What if, like, certain lizards, it'd be hard to tell which one is male and female.
That's kind of
Because he's a pond mist.
I know, it's almost surprising he didn't mess up on that. Well, he could have, and we just don't know about it because he didn't write it down.
Yeah, no, they left that out.
Yeah,
He actually got really good. Yeah, he got some elephants. That's why we still have elephants, but then there's other. Yes, we do thank you for the elephants, Noah.
He left a couple key animals off. I will list them out. The Gorix, the Laren,
hashtags.
The
The
memes.
picture is meant to say
Yeah.
Jews
It's so
participated
sad.
in civic defense.
We miss you, Goran. We miss you, Larynx. We miss you. Yeah, Larynx. Oh my gosh, those things.
Because those
so
were domesticated. We
They
could have had one.
They were totally fully domesticated.
Gator would have been very good friends with the little Larynx when he was in the kitchen with my friend. Gator would have had a lot of fun with Mr. Damron.
In another universe, Gator.
In another life, my sweet.
Jews and pipes, Jews and arms or something like that. Okay, so
Would you have a good time on the ark?
away from this here is that
I'm one of the only two dogs. I think she would have her sombrero on and her little briefcase with a little gun in it and just say, okay, are you sick today? Just trying to figure out the people that are sick. Just getting rid of them.
A characterization
Like Judge
in
Dredd.
general about the status of Jews.
Yeah, she just
in
walk
medieval
around and
Africa,
kind of shoot people
especially
sometimes.
this period
Judge
of time
Larry
up to the 12th century. Are they like
Wait, what
painted
was
and spaced out
that?
everywhere?
Hold on, what was that? I gotta read
What is your
the filth. Yeah. In my head, that's Gator is like in her voice. Who does say that, Judge Dredd? Yeah. Oh my gosh, he said it every episode. Every episode show. I didn't know it was a show. That's movies. But that's something in the movie. It's like a Alfred Hitchcock thing. Holy shit! So it's a little cliffhanger.
Separate but
Will he
almost equal.
actually get
Yeah,
the film
there are
out?
definitely areas where you might even want to say they're
God,
privileged.
what is he the guy that did the birds?
Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other
What a
people can't.
scene where
They
the
may have
person
monopolies.
zooms
It's
in
like
on
a
the
trade.
face and the eyeballs are gone.
It's not like
That's when you know the birds mean business. They're pecking out the eyes. And by the way, we saw the Final Destination movie.
That you recommended.
Really great. It's awesome. Loved it. Isn't it awesome? Loved it. It's 10 out of 10. Folks, if you can get your white ass to a theater right now, or any other type of ass, go, you see Final Destination. It is a 10 out of 10 horror movie. I've seen thousands of movies. I'm always looking. If you're a movie guy, get your show. No. It's so funny, and it's so gory. 10 out of 10. It was great, and we ended up, and inspired us. We watched all of those movies, and I just want to say, number 4, what happened? The fourth Final Destination movie.
The quality was different.
Horrible. Apparently it was 3D or something. That's why it's so bad. Is it the roller coaster one? It's the NASCAR one. It's the one with the car racing. It was horrible. Still watched it because I enjoy the movies, but it was bad. But their first 3 are great. First 3 are great, and number 5 was really good. We need to watch number 5. That's a good one.
Also 3D.
I think it might be the best horror franchise. They've got great lore. They've got great kills. Devin Siwa. Are you out of your mind, Jojo Siwa's uncle?
I was wondering if that was related.
I had no idea. So Jojo Siwa kind of comes from Hollywood. Nepotism, maybe. Okay, maybe she had that before you. Now she's laying in bed with dudes, right? I thought she was a lesbian or something. Wait, just
her mind.
That's what thank you, Mickey Rourke.
He said by the end of this, you're not gonna like them girls no more.
And then everyone was like, "Who is this monster?" And then she was like,
assimilation is
She's like, what do you mean, my boyfriend?
When did they interact? Mickey Rourke, Joe Siwa.
She met her boyfriend on Big Brother, and he was on it as well. What happened to your eyes when they twitched like that?
Stop. Don't say that. I got issues with my fucking carotid artery. Okay, seriously, what? What am I? Let me see.
Assimilated lifestyle today.
Stop. Is it bad or something? Should I be doing that? Stop. You see it, right? Stop. Y'all are kidding.
Christianity, what happened to them and so on.
Oh, Bryce. He's not even looking on the TV screen. You can see it from the other room. I can see it in IRL. You can see that shit from space, dude.
Infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews.
So Mickey Rourke goes on, I only know this from Instagram, but he goes on Celebrity Big Brother, and he's a total piece of shit.
But the ones that make history tend to be
hey, shorty, you're not gonna like girls by the end of this week. You gotta get you a man.
And
he's like telling her she's not a lesbian, and everyone's like, "That's not right, Mickey. You can't say that."
You got canceled for it.
Got canceled, and then literally, like the next episode, she's like rubbing on this guy's thigh. She's like, I think he like planted a seed of doubt.
And now they're in love, and her name is Joelle.
And let's go all
Joelle, she changed her name. Not JoJo
which of
anymore.
course is part of Ashkenaz.
Wait, what does that have to do with the love? Like Superman?
JoJo was her lesbian
Germany. It includes really much of northern France as
Are you
well.
kidding?
And you have
No.
this guy here.
And then it went to
Emperor
Joelle. Yeah,
Napoleon.
my lesbian name would be
Napoleon
Wilhelmina.
Yeah.
The great Napoleon.
Yeah,
We're
it
gonna
would
come back to
be.
him,
What would your name
later
be,
on in the
Casey?
course.
If
But
if you were a lesbian?
in 1789, there's a massive break
Casey Ireland.
in the
Oh,
way
Casey
Europe
Ireland.
deals with its citizens.
Sweet one. Casey's done full lesbian. But please,
The old
Casey was his fucking
falls,
father's name.
and
Call
you
him Casey
have the
Ireland.
beginnings of a
Casey Ireland.
democratic country
You just walk
right
in
in the
like
center
it's
of your center
Oh
of
my
Europe.
gosh, he's
It takes a long
glowing.
time for them to work out exactly
Talking
how
about
they're
me,
going
I
to do
presume?
democracy. They go
And
back
then
to
we're all
have,
like, oh my gosh,
you know, an emperor for a while.
Not my acrylics.
But one of the things
Oh,
that
yeah.
happens
Is
is
there
shortly after that revolution of 1789,
Yeah, I think I'd probably rock
first
those things. If I was a
Sephardic
lady, yeah,
and
get
then
those big
Ashkenazi
like fingernails with like
Jews
Star
are made
Wars
equal
on it or something.
to
Some
French
theme
Christians.
on the
There
fingernail.
was
Did I get mine that looks like cotton
massive
candy or pieces of
watershed
Butterfingers?
moment in
For the
Jewish
baseball
history
games?
where there were
Gosh,
no
God, dude, I
longer
don't got
the
peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
residency
And that's what I'm
restrictions
like,
placed on Jews, the
I'd just be a
occupational
little too scared. I'd
restrictions,
start
all
eating
kinds
them.
of
I'd
anti-Semitic
forget
laws
and
were
I'd be
simply,
real hungry and be like,
disappeared overnight.
ah.
And what ended up happening
Can I
was
just say something? You know,
Jews
they say
had,
that
like,
vaping
all this
causes popcorn
built-up,
lung. Yes, it is. Yes,
spring-loaded
yeah. And I got damn Cracker Jacks down there because mine aren't
that
that
allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor,
I
especially
got a damn
in
prize and I
business,
started them.
because among other things, they had this
Yeah, like a little
huge
sticker
advantage of
or
being
something.
literate
It's
and
true,
mimic
man. It's
what
true.
they would
It's
do
true.
now.
You know,
And so
really,
in
Bryce?
the decade or two after
It's
1789,
just gonna look like a
Jews all
fucking
of a
top
sudden
secret.
became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot
Top
of
secret
non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous.
That's a good one. Is that the kind that they gave in different colors at one point in time? Do they not make top secret anymore? Well, they make. Is
So
top
Napoleon
secret
said,
still
well,
a
here's
thing?
the
Has
thing,
it gone
especially in the
under?
area of
Did
money
the secret
lending,
get
right?
out?
The Jews were allowed to
Is it
charge
public?
interest on
First pop, what's
lending
next?
money. We'll get back to that,
Victorious?
probably a
Yeah,
little bit
this
more
isn't
when we,
good. I mean,
go
this
back
isn't
to Jewish
good.
economy.
No.
They go to
We're at the
Napoleon
end
and
of quarter
complain.
two.
Napoleon says, well,
It's
let's
like,
find
how
out
are we even
after
going to deal
all,
with this? Dude, you can't
are
trust
Jews,
anybody.
On
like,
TikTok? No,
positively
with TikTok,
disposed
everybody
to
spills the
building our
tea.
country with the
And
rest of
last
France?
night,
Everyone has a story time.
everybody has a story time. Everybody's
Do we
trying to be
have
a
to do
singer.
something
Casey,
about the
last
Jews, or
night
can we,
we
like, let them
spent
be equal
45
citizens?
minutes
What-
watching this
And he says to
guy.
his wife, he's like, so what's,
It was shocking.
who runs
He's
this show?
great.
Who's
Bad
the
of the
final
singer
word
this
on
guy
what
was,
Jews
but
do?
it was like
And they
really
say,
good
well,
production.
there
So I
used
don't
to
know if
be
he's
this
messing
organization
around
called the
or he's just
Sanhedrin.
horrible.
Maybe Napoleon, you
Just
heard of
the
it? But,
tones. It was like messing up. I was like,
didn't
wait,
say
how
it, I
does
made
the
up
real
that.
song
And they
sound?
said,
He like made me forget how
but
the
it
song
has,
actually
the
is supposed to
Sanhedrin,
sound. It
the
was
great
Do you
court
want
of
to
71
hear
judges,
something
it
It's
really
like
quick?
messing with the
2,000 years,
cadence of the
you know,
song.
You want to hear?
and he says,
Yeah, I would love to.
that's great. Let's call it
Jamaica,
Sanhedrin.
oh,
And
I
he
wanna
convenes
take ya.
amazingly in 1806. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleon, Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out.
Just sitting on the couch for 45 fucking minutes last night watching that thinking, what is going on? But he's so cool looking with that frosted looking hair, with that blonde hair. It's like I can't look away.
Continue
You know,
to
it's like
allow
Freddie
you to be
Prinze
separate
Jr.,
is
which
be
it
equal
really
citizens,
does.
or
Like a
do we
bad
act
boy
like equal
version,
enemies
kind
or
of a
join
Freddie
Germans
Prinze
as soon as you
Jr.
get a chance to do
It's
so?
cool. Freddie
So, of
Prinze
course,
Jr.
the
is
Sanhedrin,
awesome. And his dad was Freddie Prinze Sr., the famous comedian. Another Nepo baby. Oh, we like Freddie Prinze Jr. He's awesome. He took the coward's way out.
Regular citizens
Oh,
like
that's
everybody else.
right.
We put in some
Sorry.
other
I
anti-Semitic
need to
stuff, but
actually take
basically
his
that's
laugh.
why
And if you are thinking about that, we were going to throw a number up there right now, right?
Western Jewish
Right
history,
there,
and we
resource
are the
list.
inheritors
It's just
of
myself.
much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the
Ooh,
bait
Gator's getting
is no
scared.
longer
Yeah. Sorry, Gator. Sometimes people are sad and they don't think there's another way out. God, there was this poor guy. There's always another way out. If you take anything from this podcast, there's always another way out. And you can come stay. If you're
you're really thinking about it, like if you're honor system, if you're really thinking about it, you can come stay on either of our couches for a weekend. For sure, for the weekend.
But you have to watch
Friday,
the dishes.
Saturday. Yes, my dishes.
Friday.
My long weekend. Like Memorial Day.
Friday, clock in at 5 p.m.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If it's Memorial Day or Labor Day or something like that, yeah. And then if it's on Friday, Sunday, on Monday. And if you're really sad, you can stay for Monday.
Yeah, you can stay for Monday. You can make us waffles, and we will provide the frozen waffles you can use and the butter. Even though I have to be careful with my carotid artery, I can't. It's like Casey. I swear to God, it's like I'm not allowed to eat anything anymore. It's like a nightmare. My life. Talk about shooting yourself. My life is like turning into this. It's a quality of life thing, right? Like that. They're looking at you. They're saying, "Hey, we can give you 5 more good years, right?" Yeah, 5 more. I'm 38. So do the math on that. They're giving me to 43 and all right quality of life, and then after 43, it's like all bets are off. It's, if I start eating these Reese's again, it's like
they'll undo all the work you've done. You know what they call the carotid? The widowmaker.
Stop. Is that really? That's the kind of the widowmaker kind of one. Look at that. See, that's what I look like right now inside of my neck. It looks yellow right there. That's the plaque in my neck.
Where does the plaque come from? It comes from Swedes.
It comes from, well, I'm a little worried. I think it came from when I went ham during the pandemic. And I ate just too many Dave's doubles, and on those nights I would eat a Dave's single as well.
That's what I get
Oh my God.
all those Dave's doubles and
I see that too. I was like, I'm sorry, man. There was a time where I was eating so many Dave's doubles, and he kind of smiled at me, and I kept on saying Dave's double. But I think that's what it was. I don't know, Casey. It's a disaster.
He just took his glasses off and just sat there.
What a waste. I know, dude. I'm just sitting there naked on the fucking podcast. I have to, it's protocol. Sure. Sweet old Hispanic guy introduces me every time to him, and then I gotta take it off.
All the way off. Well, they want to check you for scars.
Check me for scars. Check, see how much I weigh, and they say that you can't really get a good weight or whatever if you got shoes on and clothes on. How am I in shoes? And well, thank God I didn't get murdered in the parking lot, because I go in there and it's like last second I'm about to be late.
You're like a chef.
And I see a car pulling out, and then I zoom in, and then I can tell on the other side there was some Jeep that had been waiting for that spot. And I don't even stop. I just go up there really fast, and then I immediately look out of the window and see if he like keys my car or something. I felt bad, and then I saw the guy in there, and I thought it made me say something, but I was like, I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I have a feeling
like, I'm sorry I took your spot. I almost said I'm sorry, but I was like,
You basically, you're going to need to get one of those handicap things. Like if your days are numbered, you can park wherever you want.
That's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. Maybe I could get some perks.
And you could get some perks too. You could get some Percocets, maybe, which would be awesome for everybody.
Gosh, we could start doing perks in here every now and again. Bryce, would you?
Like once a month, Bryce, we do a perk episode, promise?
Just a perk 30.
Yeah, just a perk 3 ways. Yeah. Like 7.5. I'll do a third of a perk. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
You guys always do that. And then trick people.
Yeah, we trick people into doing dirty perks. They go, I got them from a doctor. No, they're dirty perks.
Yeah, they got them on the fucking streets, man. They don't even really look like a perk.
They're pressed really bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have the M on it. It says like B. And you're like, what's the B? You know the classic perks on bowl, right, Bryce? Percocet. With the red emoji B. Percocet. That's because I never say C because we're bloods.
Yes. Again, I know. We love Too Short. Is Too Short?
You're thinking YG.
I'm thinking YG. Too Short. Is he a blood or a crip?
He Bay Area.
Oh, he Bay Area. Okay, he Bay Area.
It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it.
He hyphy.
Oh my God, did he hype? Bitch.
Now,
he's the guy that didn't really sound like him, though. I don't know him.
This is something that really was devised in.
Oh my gosh, Casey, there was a. Do you remember a show, Crank Yankers?
Oh yes, I have a wonderful shirt of Crank Yankers.
Do you? Oh, that's well. We were watching it last night, dude, and there was this one with Tracy Morgan where he's trying to stay at a hotel, but he like is into sex stuff. It's the funniest thing.
When he gives his email.
He gives his email. And it was, what was his email?
Booney Love,
aka Caligula at flaccidmandingo.com.
That's not an email. It goes, I mean Gmail.
It's the funniest. Oh my God, prank phone calls, they're hilarious.
Yeah, it was the first, like, I wonder if kids still prank these days or if it's all content.
It's all for content.
It's probably all fucking, they're more worried about content versus prank videos. Yeah, prank videos. Can you even prank phone call now? Will you even do
Why not in certain states?
It's illegal.
It's illegal in certain states. Like if you're in Rhode Island, don't do it.
If you do it in South Carolina, they'll give you the firing squad.
Yes, then that's where like 8 guards line up. One of them has the real bullet. Everybody else has the blanks or whatever, and they all fire at your chest.
You just don't know.
Yeah, nobody knows who shot the killer bullet. You're on the ground. South Carolina heat.
Yeah, dude, they do it in fucking Charleston.
Yeah, Charleston under some freaking palmettos, I think. I mean, it's like beautiful, but just watch your step down there for sure.
When's the last time you got to see a palmetto face to face, Bryce? Go ahead, answer now.
I want to say 3 years ago.
Pretty recently.
Kind of, yeah, it's pretty recent. Where were you? We were at me and Paul. Paul, is that our friend? Mr. Dano. And Gary, dude, that's awesome. He's so good and oh my gosh, I love that guy. Oh my gosh, we're at the unofficial illegal South by Southwest when they were doing COVID still.
They were still doing COVID there. So this was 2022, so it was post-COVID, so they brought it back for the folks.
Yeah, this was before everyone. Cool. I read about that. One night only. Yeah, we had there was a coughing lounge. You saw the news about the coffee or coughing. Oh, yeah. Y'all were bringing it back. I forgot y'all were bringing it back. Super spreader style. You know, we thought herd immunity, but we didn't quite understand what that meant. Sure. Yeah, some of us thought it was herd immunity. We all kind of worked really synchronous. Or herd, it's like, what are you talking about, cows or something? It's like, that's what I always saw when I heard that. I was like, what about a cow? And I'm with her, so I was also for herd immunity. Gosh. Yeah, history. What's that when women rewrite history? What is that? Or that's just,
well, history is written by the winners, and they said within the last 6 months it has been declared that women have won.
Which is insane.
Yeah, they're eating. They've been eating, like in a good way, like eating.
Thank you.
That's mother.
I'm an ally.
It's so mother. I love women. I try to be
Woman hater.
Yeah, I mean, guilty as charged. I don't even wanna. It's not even good.
It's just not who you are, man.
I know. And it's like now I'm dying, and all I can think about
Is what? One last job?
Yeah. One last job. And
He said he can't have pockets on.
I don't want to see my boy go.
And it's gonna be a robbery. I'm gonna do a robbery, Casey. And I'm gonna have it all planned out. I've already been planning it. I'm doing a robbery. I'm gonna get some money before I die.
Your fingertips like 7.
Yeah, you gotta burn it. Hit it with a little razor blade. I might do something like that. And I'm not even gonna give a shit. I'm gonna be like, what's his name? I'm gonna be like in New Mexico. That shit where they're making meth, breaking bad.
I would be like Jesse Pinkett.
That'd be so cool. Yeah, just riding around in an RV. I still never finished that final episode. I've got to finish the final episode, and now, Casey, it's like I need to just watch the whole thing again because I forgot what happened now.
Why didn't you finish the last episode?
Here, Casey, it's like I didn't want it to end. I didn't But now it's like I feel stupid because now I can't really appreciate it as much as I would have after I watched it all at the same time. Now I've like forgot what happened.
Can I just say something? We were talking about Paul Dano about 3 minutes ago, and I was trying to think of a movie. This never happens to me. It was Prisoners. And I just want to go ahead and say the movie out loud. Because I was trying to say it, we kind of lost our way.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were going to say There Will Be Blood.
Oh my gosh.
He's really good at that. He's the preacher. He's like a Noah type of character. That guy could have rounded up the animals all day, with There Will Be Blood.
I abandoned my tool.
But he ends up being treated like a little bitch at the end, right?
Yeah, he gets covered in mud. Well, eventually he takes a coward's way out and goes to heaven.
Is that what he does at the end of that? Does he do that to himself? Not necessarily to himself,
but by putting himself in that position, he inadvertently did take his own life because Plainview beat him with a freaking bullet.
he gets them, and I forgot. It's the creepy and the indoor bowling alley.
And the indoor bowling. You know what I want to get? I want to get knuckle tattoos that say Buck up. Buck up. Would you get Buck on the left? Or can you get Cowboy up? Yeah, Cowboy, C-O-W-B. Oh, why? That was Cowboy up. Cowboy up. Cowboy up. That would be Cowboy up.
And then that's the last thing somebody sees when you're just punching the shit out of them. They're like, wait, just because it's Cowboy? And then that's it, lights out.
Yeah, dude. Click, clack. You want Cowboy or whip up?
Have you got any fights out here like me in Chicago?
Yeah, I've been going down to the south side, and I say, any takers?
Yeah, you got any takers up to this point?
Yeah, somebody rocked my ass. They put me to sleep.
Be careful, KCCTE. That's when you get in that 2 orders of the dude. Be so careful. But good for you. I can't believe it. So you're really integrating into the culture. I'm
Going for it. And if you throw hands, like the whole block will respect you. But here's the thing: with how bad I'm getting beaten, I can only fight maybe once a week. So it's going to take me a lot of weeks to go around all these different blocks with different crews, because sometimes they're only separated by like a street.
Really?
Yeah, man.
And sitting on the
God,
board,
but still once a week, like to me, that seems crazy. I couldn't imagine getting in a fight a week. Oh my God,
it's pretty good. Like I hold my own. I don't have the stamina. So like at the end, I start wearing down, and they really catch me with a couple of good ones.
Do you have rollerblades on? Because I've heard of people training for fights in rollerblades just for maybe like ice hockey or something to train in the rollerblades. Have you ever tried that?
That makes sense. Well, not yet, because I feel like I fall down even more.
Yeah, don't do that. It's like hard. I would have been so proud of me. That would be insane.
I don't like it.
This is embarrassing.
Provide a
It's probably my artery, dude. Seriously, now I'm sweating. Now I don't even know if I'm allowed to do the row machine anymore, Casey.
I don't know. Wait, so did he say what you have to change about your life?
I gotta start taking this medicine.
That's it.
And then he's gonna check back in 8 months.
Oh, so well, can you eat whatever you want?
No, he gave me a list of stuff I can eat. It's all like boring. He gave me this big list of all the different fruits I can eat, all the different vegetables, all the different snacks.
Oh, like what are the snacks, right? Carrot sticks?
Carrot sticks with almonds, unsalted almonds.
No, you can't even have salt. If I can't get my Tony Sasseries, it's a quality of life thing.
I agree, man. I agree, Casey. It's like I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do, dude. It's like give me to 43. At least give me to 43. That's what we have. And then I'll go off the rails. I promise to go off the rails at 43. Just let me live to 43.
That was the same age Tim Allen was when he got his show.
43? And I don't even like to think about coincidences, but it's like, is that a coincidence? Or is that like a sign of something?
It's a sign of to keep pushing, dude.
Okay, I know.
You're sad about that.
Papa Johnson, we lived here, except for the last time the guy said, okay, I can't find your place. And I calls me, and it's just this screaming child in the background the entire time. And I'm walking outside of the apartment for 10 minutes, trying to explain to his dumbass where, and this is never a problem. And there's a screaming child the entire time.
His delivery car?
Yes.
That is not okay.
I know, it was embarrassing, but it's like, it was good. It was very good pizza. I really love the stuffed crust sauce.
Well, kids are always sick, too. Wait, they put the sausage in the crust?
No, but it's just, that's a wonderful idea. I don't, that's a wonderful idea, but now just a sausage and then the stuffed crust.
Sometimes pizza places, if you got the right one, of course, they'll put pepperonis in the crust.
Oh my gosh, I used to love it when pizza. I used to do that before everything went to shit over there.
Yeah, until they get to the hand.
Oh my gosh, Gator.
Gator senses something.
What is out of the door?
Is that a disturbance, my sweet?
Yeah, she senses something. Do you see that?
Yeah, there's definitely a presence in the room with us.
Oh, right when you say that, Casey, that's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence. And Casey, it happened earlier today in the apartment, and I swear to God, the lights start blinking in the bathroom. Yeah, look at that. Look at Casey right now. Bryce, look at Casey right now.
Oh, he's making the face. He's making the 13 ghost face.
This is the 14th ghost.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Because if you have a great rabbi,
what, in here right now?
He has like a head
Feel
start.
it. Oh my God, it's Stevie Wonder.
But you can lose that too. You know, you can lose
At least
that.
he can maybe play some good music.
Stable, because
Gravity.
people look at you and say, people look at the person and say, oh,
What is athleticism?
You play John Mayer.
right? So it's
Yeah, it'd be cool if Stevie Wonder showed up and played John Mayer.
That's the start, right? Torah.
So sick.
I'd love that. Would you like that, Bryce? That combo of kind of artists?
Yeah, you get a little bit of the
Yeah, so
jazz,
that's also attaching yourself to status. And that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too. But it's in general.
How much you want to spend?
Like,
Yeah.
and the
What
word
if we could sell you that ticket?
right?
Half the
It means
price.
connections
Half
between
price,
your
but how much
own
would you be
job.
willing to spend at the beginning?
Connections where exactly to.
well,
We just
Okay,
need
that's
to
what I
know
was
that
saying,
number
everybody
and then we
wants.
can tell you.
I have a budget for about $800.
We can sell for $400. Yeah, we can give you a ticket for $400.
Wow.
We'll go for it.
Yeah, we'll go $4 on that if you're willing. If you have cash that you could Venmo to Casey and then he'll cash out to me and then we'll figure it out. Do you have cash app?
Yeah, but that's
We do
not
have Cash
status.
App.
That is.
Okay,
that
well,
is,
we might have to do half of your Cash App.
That's fine.
I do have partial payment, and then I need a partial payment from Venmo.
Into the cash. We'll send some back.
Yeah, we can set a reminder. We can do a receipt.
That's true.
If I can get an invoice, just get us all.
Did we even tell you where the concert was?
These are people who typically have status.
Wherever it is.
Yeah, it's in Dubai. Have you ever had any Dubai chocolate? It's like apparently pistachio chocolate. It's like this green chocolate. Have you seen videos of that stuff, Casey?
Yeah, it's like
Apparently real popular Dubai chocolate.
Speaking of something,
He brought some.
I have a little present, and I know that you're not allowed to have it anymore.
Oh, stop.
But I got it. And if it's Cuban, you're supposed to eat it. Yes, Cubans are good.
He reports to the board.
Yeah, I really probably couldn't have a Cuban freaking cigar. Oh.
the thing about Dubai chocolate is it looks like chocolate. It looks like someone didn't know how to make edibles, and they just stuffed weed in.
It looks horrible. Like animals or insects inside of it.
Judicial branch.
Casey lost everything. He left it in Chicago.
You're kidding.
You'll never see it. Is it that apple in that bag?
Put the apple in the bag.
But the rabbi and the
Is it
bishop
that?
are there to make sure that what the two year.
That's what I gotta start eating more.
Hurry, don't be late.
More apples.
I can hardly wait.
Sorry.
Stevie Wonder coming up.
And the rabbi.
We'll go dancing the
All
night.
right, look, man.
Walking in the dark.
Seems like I took it out of my bag for some reason.
Really? Should you tell me what it is?
Oh, no, man.
Money,
We'll go dancing in the dark.
I
Walking
bet
through
it's in
the
there, but I'm not gonna waste a few hours time. Imagine William with a very
Look at
special
this
treat.
athleticism,
And
folks.
it makes it even more
Folks.
exciting because I'm not allowed to eat
Folks.
it anymore. So it's like I'm doing
Look at
something
that.
bad.
Did you immediately buy it?
I've never seen such athletic.
He was taken around for nothing.
This is like
on the top. It was
if
like
the 1960 Olympics had sex.
yeah, it's like Mandela
With the
effect.
third
I'm
X
afraid
Games.
you finding that shit on the top. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome. I got a Mandela effect for you. I spent 28 years wrongly convicted in South African prison.
God damn. I'm so sorry, but you made it out okay and you're normal. You all
Yeah, I know. I'm totally normal,
But
dude.
let's say,
You're normal. It's, I mean, it's like the same EO. not to even bring her up. She's not doing it because
Like 20 years.
yeah, 20 years. Yeah, she had a case. Yeah, she had a case. She
Yeah,
had
it's usually what they do, 20 years, right? On the first 48, it's always 20.
Yeah, 20 to life, 20 to 5.
Casey,
Thank you so much for this. It's like I could probably eat a piece of it. You could probably eat a little piece of it. Trust me, you can. I saw it. I said, that's got my friend's name written all over it.
It was before you knew.
Before I knew. I know. Granted, we're going to have to start calling it Bryson.
Just like in a modern school today, the rabbi and the
I'm
president
still
are
doing okay.
the president may want to
I'm still little me.
Either way,
Yeah, I've been in Chicago. I went to 7 baseball games in 8 days. So, damn. What was the record? How did the Cubs do in the 7 games? The Cubs went 5-1. Oh, it was awesome. They won almost every single game. That was very exciting. They weren't scoring a lot of runs. Normally, they're leading baseball in runs. I won't bore people. That was very offensive. But they did win, so I got to sing the song 5 times. Go, Cubs, go. Come on, Cubs, go. Everybody high-fiving. That's exciting. It's so wonderful. That's wonderful. How many more games are there? Are there a bunch of games? They're off for a little while.
When's Hello Kitty night?
That is in June.
Oh my gosh, it's
This month. Hello Kitty jersey or bobblehead or something? It's a bobblehead and the baseball's a cupcake. Gosh, you gotta get that. And then a couple years ago, you put it on eBay. For sure on eBay. People love that shit. Have they had giveaways like show they did? But I haven't been able to get any of them. They had Dansby Swanson's hair. Like they had a headband with this awesome flowy hair. And then they had a Seiya Suzuki, Japanese wonderful baseball player for the Cubs. They had his bobblehead. I didn't get either. I like to sleep. I've been sleeping too late to play a lot of day games. But it's Airbnb. It's nice. I was telling Erica there's these 2 little puppies upstairs, so whenever I go in the backyard, they saying hello, or they say hello. They're so nice. I will say this, and I was meaning to tell you this. I farted in the Enterprise rent-a-car yesterday. And they got so mad at me. They got so mad at me. Who, Enterprise? I was in there. Bullshit. How did they know? Because it was loud, right? It was loud. It didn't stink. It was loud. It turned out the noise. I was talking to my friend Michael Fractor, who's been up there with me, and I said, we were talking about, hey, wait a second. And I farted like as a joke. Did you realize it was going to be so loud? I think I was farting in a way, and I'm not perfect again. I have flaw. I was farting in a way where I was praying you would hear it. But instead, it was about 3 times the volume I'd intended. So it was like a really shrill, like a classic, like Judeo-Christian fart. For sure loud, coming out of your white ass. White ass. For sure. So Michael like runs out with his head down. He's laughing. The guy at the counter, I kid you not, he goes, hey. Maybe we don't do that.
Somebody talk about me.
If you're gonna fart, maybe you do that outside. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe if you're gonna fart, maybe you do it outside. He said twice in a row. The same weird as shit.
That's what I tell William every time we fart.
Yeah, but it's like you guys have a relationship. I don't even know this guy.
Yeah, he's totally out of line. And what? So you're renting a car from the guy, bringing him back or something?
He was so mad. I mean, he was staring daggers through me. Like I thought he was going to fight me. I've never even heard of someone telling someone else in public. It's like an unspoken bond. It's like guy rule. Yeah, for sure.
And it was a guy?
It was a guy. Dude, I just gave you a paid vacation, dumbass. Yeah, for sure. I just gave you a free Staten Island ferry to the Laugh Town. Yep. Where she was making a kid. He was pissed. He jumped off the side of the Laugh ferry into the Frown waters. And probably immediately died. Yes, he drowned. It's like the quicksand. Oh yeah, and the boat just keeps on going, and it doesn't even see. It takes forever to turn around because the boat's so big. And by that time you're underwater. I don't know. He's missing. Dude. It was brutal. I farted, and it was so funny. And instead, I was treated like a pariah.
Well, don't let that give you a bad thought of Chicago. Not that it was the worst thing to happen.
Shit, that's the worst thing that's happened to me in weeks. God, yeah, you should have been like, well, good luck getting in the car. Because I was farting all in that.
Welcome. How are you?
Oh my gosh, we were another one of the crank yankers last night.
Yo, dog. What's good in your neck of the woods? Happy Jub? Happy Julie? What's good, son? I'm kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me? Oh, very cool. Well, welcome. I'm just watching some podcasts. Feel free to enjoy, big dog. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome, big man.
Casey was some guy calling in for a job interview, and they're doing the fart machine, these horrible fart noises all the time. And the guy who's getting pranked thinks it's some
Someone in his
for
office.
him. Oh no!
He doesn't realize it's the crank yanker, so he's like, I know, I'm gonna figure out who this is, and
Oh, it's hilarious! Oh my gosh,
Dude, we used to be a proper country full of pranks. Now pranks are too harmful.
bullshit! I remember being over at David Minervini's house where we would look in the freaking phone book and find certain sounding names, and we would call them up. And I remember one time we got this family to flush soup down their toilets because we told them snakes were coming up out of the toilets, and then we worked for the city of Memphis, and we're literally on the phone with them, and we're hearing them flushing the toilets, doing soup down into the toilet. Oh, it was wonderful. What don't think of that? That's hilarious. I can't even remember why we started doing that, but that was something we started doing, and we got these one fucking dumbasses so good. And they're flushing all their soup down the toilets. It was the funniest thing. Hey guys, we get some snakes in the toilet. Talking Chinese to his wife or something. Oh gosh. Yes, well, but it was showing up. Just gonna make them stronger. I found this horrifying video. Boy, went to Chicago. I found this horrifying wolf spider like that. It was 3 inches by 3 inches to your head. It was right next to my bed. I picked up this jacket. It's like Dylan Cleveland Columbine jacket, like not worn, not vintage, obviously. It's just like this long trench coat. It's not worn this way, but I picked it up. Spider darts across my head. Huge spider. Huge. Like literally a 3-incher, like really big. It was fucked up. So what do you do? So I freeze. I'm like, did I just fucking do what I think I freaking saw? And then I freeze, and it's just, I can see it. Like I'm like training my eyes to kind of catch it against the woodwork because it's almost invisible to the naked eye. It's completely still. Standing at mass. Come all the way to the side. And I see it, and it's against the wall. And I just perfectly still. I'm not kidding you. I'm just like, I'm not trying to exaggerate. I'm like 10 minutes. I'm completely stillness. And then I formulate a plan. And I'm doing some verbal back and forth for sure. I'm shooting flaming arrows trying to reignite the sun. And I figured out I'm going to make a concoction. I figure if I can throw a bunch of shit on it, if I can throw a bunch of shit on it, it will disable him enough and like get in his million eyes that he will be slower because he was really fast. Oh my gosh, so what do? Put some stuff in a cup? So I put a bunch of soap. I made basically like sarin gas. I made a bunch of soap. Dude, I want to get to Geneva convention. Yeah. I put a bunch of like just hand soap and then like random like just stuff. Just random under the counter cleaning supplies. Some of it natural, some of it not. Yeah. And then I had soap. Dude, get this. I go back in the bedroom. It's gone. It's fucking gone. And I was like, I cannot describe the feeling. Like my stomach just dropped. I went, oh no. Yeah, it's horrible, but okay, long story short, I'm standing on my bed because I figure he's not on my bed. Thankfully, I was right. I peeked behind my bed. He's down there, just by the fucking wall. Look at God, he's so fighting. Pressed against the wall. They love to stay around forever. He's a new one, for sure. I just wanted a cup of soup. Liquid soup. And soup over the chemical soup. Cow soup.
He crawls out of the bed super slow.
So it worked.
Yeah, and I fucking stomped his ass.
Good. Good.
That's what he gets. To the little, and hopefully you're not covered in pain.
Yeah.
But maybe the chemicals kill off babies too. Right. For sure.
Well, that's scary.
Well, I was like, I can't sleep tonight. How are you gonna sleep though?
But there's so many others. There's some of the
Single point in the last places on the spine. There was no way that they could have killed the whole thing tip to toe. Probably took 40 minutes or so.
But you got him. Could you imagine staying at your place tonight and you hadn't have gotten him until you've been thinking about him?
Yes, dude, I would have had to book from my apartment. I would have brought in the heavies.
You have a lot. They put the big tent on top of the entire apartment building.
The circus tent building. We gotta evac, dude. These things are having babies.
Oh, Gatorwood, maybe try to eat one and think, I don't really like this. So I need to get out of here because I can't eat these spiders like I told you I could.
That is so brave of you, Gator.
I know, it's just brave. She even said she would fucking be willing to.
So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they force you to pay taxes.
Well, I'm glad you're able to get the spider, Casey.
But the upside is,
It's the least I could do. Yeah, I've been doing big city stuff, taking the train around.
How was that? Has it been a good form of communication? Communication, transportation.
It's happening.
It's starting to happen.
I'm losing blood flow to my brain because of my artery. Guys, William needs lots of love right now. He needs his prayer warriors. Let's blow this chat up. Let's get this episode to 100K views.
Please, we have to. I need people to be praying for me because, again, in the next 10 years, there's a 200% chance I'm going to get a heart attack or stroke or something else.
That's twice the amount that would be needed to die.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what that even means. I don't even know. It seems like 100% would mean you're going to die. What does 200% mean? Yeah, I get half of the time. I get to 43.
Maybe that means, it's like 2.5 years.
Would you come to one of my funerals, Bryce? Yeah, go to one or two or whatever. Would you at least come to one?
Yeah, go to at least one. You don't have to go to both, but one would be nice.
Because you better be careful, because if I pull a Tom Sawyer where I'm actually not dead and I'm just up in the rafters of the church looking to see if people are talking shit about me or something. So be careful. Yeah, be careful about that. Then I'll make sure to go to the first one. Yeah, go to the first one because I'll probably be in a better mood. Because it'll probably be real hot up there up in the rafters trying to see who even shows up to my freaking funeral.
Man, where's Grant, man?
That's gonna that would break my heart. That's almost why I don't even want to pull this, Casey, because it's like I don't want to see. I don't even need to know that. Probably
you're looking down there. Cam's not even there.
Yeah, it's like it's awkward. Thinking we're good buddies. It's like he doesn't show up. It's like David doesn't show up.
Eli Slugworth, radio silence.
Yeah, and I would think he would for sure at least come to the second one at least. The one that was later on or whatever.
We're all busy, but you only die once.
Yes.
We're all busy. Work's nuts.
Yes. So die once at one funeral. Don't try to have two. Don't try to trick people.
Yeah, man. That's selfish. I hope my boys never die. If I had a wish from a genie, and it was just one of them, first wish, $1 million.
Good idea. Yeah, that's a fun. Yeah, dude.
I would use that money to keep my boys alive.
You'd have to. Just what, like $1 million in cash or something?
Yeah, $1 million in unmarked bills from the U.S. Treasury.
Damn. And then that means, the government can't see where the money came from or whatever. So you're safe. You can spend it.
It's untraceable.
Yes. Have you ever seen something like that, Bryce? The untraceable money? Stuff without the serial numbers?
Coming across.
Oh my gosh, she's coming. She has to go to Chicago.
Yeah, she actually wants to. Turning out Cody's there. We were telling her about the pizza, so.
Yeah, so I know. She looks, don't let her beautiful appearance mess that up. She loves deep dish as a conniver.
She's not gay. Katie.
Katie, wait. Actually, Katie's not really a good lifer. Be careful, baby.
Yeah, but she's ready.
Don't sniff too much.
She's sweet.
Yeah, sniffing on Casey B. Don't sniff too much, Nasty.
Yeah, she said you smell like Chicago.
Oh, she wants to go, even though Michael's dad's staying there right now. My roommate's dad's in town and he's sleeping on the couch, baby. Does he like snore or anything, or it's okay? He's a pretty good guy to be staying with. Dude, he does honk you at the wazoo. Yes, honk you at the wazoo.
Really?
Yes, man, he's got Peyton-Ruddy syndrome. He's constantly. We were playing pool last night. Me and Ruddus. He kept scratching. I said, you know what they're going to end up calling that? They're going to call that Peyton's pocket. And he got so sad. He was like, they're not actually going to call it that. They're calling that really Pete. Yeah, dude, he's got to get cooler with that. He's got to get cooler with taking criticism. Like, dude, if you're going to be a comic, you got to take the heat. Got to be able to take the heat, Peyton. Come on, dude. If you end up watching this, take the heat a little bit better because it gets a little bit embarrassing even if you are playing pool and scratching all the time. So what? He would just hit it and it would go in the fucking same pocket every time. I would go, damn, they're going to call that Peyton's pocket. And he would go, you're kidding, right? And then shattered his ass, man. It happens, and I'm sure he felt embarrassed because what, y'all are like a pool hall or a bar or something. People are watching more people than you'd like to admit. God. Maybe that's why he scratched. Sometimes when a lot of people used to watch me play pool, it's like that's when I freeze up and I'm sure I don't think I can do this. I gotta get a couple beers in me before I can really start smoking them. Oh yeah. In Jordan's place when he was renting some house in Memphis when I was living back there, is when we were drinking, doing a bunch of coke over there. Ooh, one night, Casey, I beat probably like 8 people or something. Whoa. And I'm not very good at pool, but I swear, it's like I didn't give a shit, and I was kind of able to line it up and down real hard. You're looking at the mathematics of it like Rain Man. You're like looking at the angle. And I just had finished playing Edward 40 Hands and doing a bunch of cocaine. It's so sick to think about. I know, but Gator's never going to see our papa like that. No, she's not.
She's moving to Chicago.
Yeah, she's done. You're going to relapse because she's gone. You're going to be so sad. And then when Gator finally returns to today, we're going to recognize me no more.
When you use the term excommunicate, we have to
Gator, don't jump. No, she wasn't.
No, it can be. Right, that's
just like she was about to jump over there on the jump.
Katie, you know he does you. Hey, you know it, Katie. Oh, Casey got a couple little kisses.
Kiss on the nose, forever on the lips, and moment on the hips. Yeah, so cool. Well, I wanted to say, I guess before we go, we should go around the room and say our death row needles.
Right?
The big plastic baby bottles that they sell at Foodie Land.
Oh yes, we went to Foodie Land, something called Foodie Land at the racetracks here. Yeah, I heard about it.
They sell a bunch of drinks in big baby bottles.
Everybody's walking around these big ass baby bottles, and then we finally nipples on them like baby bottle. Yeah, but there's a straw, like kind of hit. I don't know, it's kind of goofy. And then we finally find a place to eat in the tent with all these people, and I'm just sitting down there. It's hot, so hot. I'm just sweating like a pig trying to eat a hot barbecue sandwich, and I'm looking, and some girl is walking and trips and face plants and does one of the scorpion things.
She's a plate of food in both of her hands, her baby bottle under her arm. She slips out under herself, face plants, hits her chin, and she's covered in baby bottle drink.
And her legs, her knees went behind her head. She did a scorpion. That's how Al Pacino does. Yeah, the scorpion. Did a scorpion in her ass. I'm just looking there like thinking, what do I laugh? What do I help her? What am I supposed to do? It's the baby bottle drink. What's in it? Horchata?
You can pick horchata, Palmer,
lemonade, probably. Yeah, it comes out a baby bottle?
Yep.
Baby bottle.
They're drinking it.
I got just as much questions as you do, Bruce. Like a sippy cup? It's like $20 or something. It seemed way too expensive. And then we're leaving with Red Band and Janice, and then Red Band didn't walk to the car, so then we're leaving, and we beat them by like 30 minutes. They left like 30 minutes before us, and Red Band couldn't walk.
We passed his car with the AC running, ready for him.
Yeah, I think it was.
He had to take the tram.
It was so hot or something. Oh, no. And I'm like, was he passed out in the back of his car? Because I like look in there, the car's running. And I'm like, what's this? Is he in the back? Lying down?
He had too much fucking jerk chicken and rice.
Yep. And also this wonderful thing, there was this thing that it tasted like a Captain Crunch, but that was the thing that the ice cream was in.
It's gonna hook a honey hook.
Honey hook. Honey hook. Yeah, that sounds good.
We'll take you next time you're on the show.
My death row meal? 22 beers and a meatball sub.
I would, if we're going along those lines, I would want a Maker's Mark and some Coca-Cola and Jennifer sandwich and puffy Cheetos.
Yeah, 22 fucking ice houses, man, and a meatball sub. I'm good to go. Nothing better than force thanks.
Thank y'all. And then when you do, we got a thing. Oh, that's Anthony. Anthony Whiplash Markets in Ashland, Bellevue. Ask someone, how long has it been? I don't know. I mean, we're like losing them. So we thank you. Avery, Zero Soup, Bob, Ethan, Ash, and Big. Big Bags for Big Macs. Native Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny 4, Tinkleberry, Harry, Dual, Uncle's Kiss, Foot the Lips, Dova, King Dr. Dugan, Eli, Slugworth, Gators, Godmother, Goldie May Star, Greensworth Nightmare, Early at WMS.lol. I love Big Macs, Tricks on him, I am the Big Mac. We got a lot of Big Mac stuff. Jamie, Jay, Jazz, Joe, Kive, John Shaw, Justin Dreckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom has got it going on. Kyle, Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis, Becky, Nigel son. These on Pappy, Nolan Void. Oh, is that a new one? Papa Coon, Patrick, Casey, Robert Bushel, Ruby, Jewel Sparkle, Shady Shinnick, High Off, and Big Island, Sabrack, Shiva, Gaming Critter, The Wizard, Trina Gate, Vanderweed, Vicious, McFist, White Magic, William and Casey, The Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Word Dry Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock,
Zombie Boy.
Zombie Boy.
By Lady Gaga. Listen to it.
Thank y'all so much for figuring it out. Thank y'all so much. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Grant's not coming back. Yeah, Grant's stuff.
His visa didn't get approved.
In what, Vancouver?
He's from Canada.
He got deported to El Salvador. Yes.
Even though he's from
Ice broke down his door here in Austin. His family's gone. Bryce is gone. They're putting the house on the market. He's done. And he's done and gone. Yes. Well, thank y'all.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for the
Yo, Kev.
show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William
What's
Montgomery
up?
Show at gmail.com.
Hello.
771-1098. Montgomery Show by
What do you
subscribing
need?
to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube.
What's going on?
Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night.
What's up, big dog?
Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/CaseyRocket. Follow me on Instagram at
Yes.
Montgomery Show was recorded at
What's going on?
ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. Montgomery, the
Okay,
anthem is
what
sung
do you
by
need?
William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by
Yeah, I can't help you with that right now.
Typically, who marries more than one wife? People who are wealthy. People who can afford more than one wife.
When I can, I will, though.
recorded live in Austin. William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and this Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery.
Yes, I'm kind of checking my socials right now.
Anything interesting?
We're live.
What's the tea?
God, I'm getting followers like crazy. Gee, you gotta get in here and see this.
And
They really love me. What is going on? Holy shit, my shit's blowing up.
Even after everything?
Are you going viral?
America, the Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy.
No, it's going the opposite way. They're following.
We also, here's one other really important thing. What about the voice here? The consent of a
Yeah, that happened to my cousin, dude. He started getting all these followers. He was doing this trampoline stuff where they bounce your ass just super high, double bounce stuff. Yes, like 50 feet in the air. And then he did some freaking thing where he flipped off the crowd during one of the performances and he just started losing followers after that. And then it like never was the same. He used to get sponsorship deals and the crowd turned on him. Just like that, suddenly they make you a martyr. I know, that's how easy it can happen. And didn't something like that happen with Ukraine?
You're like getting canceled?
Yeah, it's a beer podcast, like worm thing we crawl around.
Exactly. It definitely is not.
Will you guys be on my podcast?
Oh my god.
Those little worm crawlers?
What do you think? Where do y'all do it here?
You guys just have to read 2 books so you can talk about them real quick.
2 books each or 1 book each? Yeah, 2 books total.
At this point, you're going to have to probably start reading up till like the 3rd book so that you'll be in step with what we're discussing.
So what are we talking here? Some sort of Star Trek? Who you assigned the book?
It's a lit RPG book. Yeah, it's very nerdy.
It's a lit book.
Excellent, man. Peace, buddy.
Yeah.
Best wishes.
That's William.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sell me on this book, Grant. What is the book? I mean, what's even going on in the book?
It's called Dungeon Crawler Curl. It's about a guy who goes into a dungeon and he fights monsters.
I like it.
And some of those demons are within him.
How many pages is the book?
It's pretty long. We're actually doing the audio book. So.
Well, that's cheating. You can't say you have to read 2 books and say it's on Audible.
Okay, yeah, listen.
Well, then hell yeah, we'll do it. All right. Yeah, I think that's true, Casey. When everybody says, "Oh, I'm doing all these books," and you're listening to the book, that does not. I don't know. That doesn't seem like that's reading. Sure. Well, it by definition is not. Yeah, I know it's not. So don't be saying that if you listen to a bunch of books. Grant is on Goodreads, and it's kind of like his version of Letterboxd, and he gives everything 0 stars and says, "I would write it better." God, which is like, okay, then do it. Yeah, fucking write something.
I feel like I'm still allowed to be a critic without having to be a person who makes the same kind of writing.
That doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with me either.
Do you think anyone who criticizes you guys has to be a comedian?
Probably most of the way, just fucking more.
Like get up on stage and tell your own joke kind of thing?
Yeah, get up on stage, tell your own joke. By the way, Gator thinks this conversation is boring. Gator's checking up. Yeah, Gator's like falling asleep. Gator can hear what you're talking about. He doesn't even want to talk about that kind of stuff. He did been with her mom and her papa all night. Just staring at the wall. She goes, "You lost me at book, and you lost me in you." So she thinks at least now she's capable of moving. She was stuck in a bit of a dust loop. I know, it scared me to death earlier. She's on her own crab bed, and I'm like, "Gator, are you okay?" And it's like she's stuck in a loop. Seriously, it scared me. Because she's out of here. I knew I said, "Oh, wait a second, okay, yeah."
Position change.
Show some class, Gator. Have you ever thought about putting her in a little YouTube cowboy suit?
Yes. And you need 4 pairs, you need 2 pairs, 4 boots total. You gotta have those boots. That's true. So double the cost on this little girl. Oh my gosh! And those things are expensive, Casey, because the fucking cowboy boots are so small. It takes real harness and people to make these things. Well, you're getting the real Gators, right? Oh my gosh, she's moved up cool. Yeah,
She wants nothing but the best. She wants a little cowboy hat, gator skin, cowboy boots, a little matching belt. Oh gosh, dang. Yeah, and I think it like a belt staying on her on that snatch way.
Okay.
Here's really important. Do you think that she would be friends or lovers with that thing? I think if he's nice enough, she could be lovers with the guy. I mean, I don't know if he's got to be super nice. Sure. Well, that's what she looks for, more so than like a good body. She wants like somebody she can actually talk to. Exactly. Gator is more concerned because some of these dogs are good with people who have the nice body or whatever, and then it ends in a worse. I mean, yeah, they got nothing to talk about. It turns into this fucking murder-suicide situation. If you're lucky, that's best case scenario. Yeah, murder-suicide. Yes. Yeah, worse, you're stuck in a loveless marriage.
You had a settlement, right?
Yeah, God.
Shoemaker.
Sort of even think about. That's gonna keep me up for a couple days. Yeah. I was in a very strange place earlier, Casey. I woke up this morning and then I found myself in a very peculiar place in my dream. You couldn't. There was this robot guy standing. You couldn't take a picture of him or you could mess with your phone. It's very weird what you can do on your phone, or you would like glitch it. Yeah, you would glitch your phone. It was very, very weird. It was on the verge of being a nightmare, but I didn't want to call. Because in other dreams, I think that when I was done here, I just gone into nightmare territory and I started running or something. Just like a very strange. Where was it? He was sitting in this middle of this weird city. In the middle of this weird little city. And a lot of people were surrounding him trying to take pictures and mess with everybody's pictures and shows him. He shows him as he equips and they're like, why did you want to come out of here? It's weird. I tried to wake up and write it all down. It was not kidding. I thought that was a dumbass dream. I keep a little notebook by my bed, and most days I'll wake up and it'll just, I'll have written down like numbers, things. What is that? What does it do with that? Governor's Mansion Blue Dreams. It's funny you're writing it down, though. That's wonderful you're writing it down. You're going to get something good sometimes. It's a good exercise. Well, I wrote that years ago. Remember that? I can tell it. It sounds like it was out the now. Yeah, it was 8 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it was out the now. What was the years ago? I woke up and I had written down this joke where I say, and I've tried to do it on stage, but nobody ever laughs. I say, yeah, a little bit about me. I'm trying to get my ears replaced with thumbs. That way, after the surgery, the doctor will walk in and he'll say, okay, we want to see if it worked. Can you hear me? And I'll go,
then yeah, theoretically,
it's a good joke. It really is a good one, and it's like a structurally sound. Like, yeah, it's technically a joke, and I've tried it. I don't know, 50 times now. So people are not. You're telling me people are not laughing when you do the thumbs up? Is that wonderful? I think it's a little too real. It's a little too peek behind the veil where they go, okay, this guy's a little smart. We feel threatened by that. So that's why you gotta be careful.
Difficult crap thing again.
No, it's a crap walk. Funny fuck. Come on, you fat clown. Spit the key out. Clown.
They say that at your jokes now.
Spit the key out again. I go, well, I already did it once. Well, will you do it again soon? Okay. You already know I have it, though. Do it again. Do you have a different one? No, it's just the one.
One of your shows go a lot of back and forth.
It's a lot of back and forth. Yeah, look at that. There's a nice little yeah there. Yeah. And the key is coming out. You can see a key coming out right
And
there.
you look sick.
I am sick as a dog. Because it made me sick. It made me, that's why I have adult acne to this day. It's from doing those Dutchman's keys with a wet key. Damn.
Okay.
It's horrible,
Let's see
dude.
now.
But they keep asking the kids
the
now.
last part
They
here.
want more key, and I'm just the man to give it to them, whether I like it or not.
Have you thought about like an aluminum key or something other than?
So I am going to take off, but
I guess I'm gonna take it.
I know, it's nice to see
He's out of here, you guys.
So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it
Is this the end?
Now he's showing us his cash.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm sorry, does this look like somebody who needs a key?
There was not a pressing issue in Sephardic land.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, I got it.
Damn. Canadian dad. Okay, Canadian.
But this is what I was getting at. This guy, I haven't been using these yet, but he made me these keys for my Patreon. They're these wonderful 3D printed keys that said
There you
key.
go.
Oh my gosh. And when it's plastic,
Microplastics.
nope, I can eat as many as I want, even if I swallow one, I will not be hurt.
There you go.
And they're made out of vitamins.
And from that point on,
The ones you need.
Rabbi Yosef
They're
Karo
made out of
said that,
vitamins.
well,
So I don't get
the
sick.
ban
This
expired,
is perfect.
but
And his name is Tyler Olson. Shout out to Tyler
Shout
Olson.
out Tyler.
Tyler, make
Good
it
idea.
and it
He mailed me a bunch.